First of all, can I say good morning, everybody, and to those members of the public watching virtually, welcome to the Strategic and Technical Planning Committee today, Friday, the 24th of March 2023. For the benefit of the public, I'm Councillor Robin Cook, Chairman of this committee, and my Vice Chairman is Councillor John Worth. The meeting is being live streamed and the recording will also be available to view on the website after the meeting. A little tip about microphone usage. There's most of you in the room here have used these mics, but those that haven't, when you're ready to speak, if you press the little speech bubble button, the right-hand button of the pair on the bottom, say your piece. When you've finished, press it again to log out. Can I remind you that when speaking, please speak directly into the microphones so that you can clearly be heard and seen. And for those members following the meeting on Teams, please ensure your video is off and the microphone is muted. And I think we've solved that one now because we had the little glitch earlier on. Thank you. Can I also remind everyone that this is a meeting in public. It's not a public meeting. Speaking or interruption by members of the public from the floor at any time is not allowed. Arrangements have already been made for members of the public that have given advance notice of their wish to speak on the application before us will be allowed to speak. I've been involved with planning committees for many years, both as a member and chairman. And to date, regardless of the size and sometimes very controversial nature of applications, they have all been conducted by all present in a civilised and calm way, allowing the details to be properly presented to the members in order for them to consider and reach a decision. I fully expect this meeting to continue that tradition. We have one application to determine this morning, and the running order will be as follows. The case officers will be invited to present the report and recommendations. We'll take a 10-minute comfort break at around about 10:30. At 10:45, we'll have the first part of the public speaking, and I'll invite members of the public who have registered to speak to address the committee. Each speaker has up to 5 minutes. I've departed from the usual protocol at planning meetings where we allow 3 members to support and 3 to oppose, together with the town and parish councils. I've allowed a greater number of speakers because of the complexity of this particular application, and I've also allowed additional time. So the 5 minutes is a bonus, but I'm asking people to stick to that time at a maximum, please. Following the public speaking first part, we will take a lunch break. That'll be half an hour, and the estimated time for that will be about 12:30. Following the lunch break, we'll hear from the applicant, the agent, and any support speakers. We'll then have the town, parish, and ward members, and then we'll have another comfort break, you'll all be pleased to hear, and then we'll have the officer responses and points of clarity. Then we move into members' questions and debate. And I would stress that all timings are approximate. Can I just introduce the officers that are involved in today's meeting? They include Mike Garrity, Head of Planning, Phil Crowther, our Solicitor, Hilary Jordan, Service Manager for Spatial Planning, Felicity Hart, Minerals and Waste Planning Manager, Martin Peacock, Senior Landscape Architect, perhaps he's an artist as well. Steve Savage, Transport Development Liaison Manager, Naomi Archer, Senior Conservation and Design Officer, and John Miles and Elaine Tibble, both from Democratic Services. There are other people from Democratic Services also behind the scenes, and I thank them for their efforts to date. Item 1 on the agenda, apologies, please, Elaine.
Thank you. We have 2 apologies today from Councillors Mike Dyer and David Took. Thank
you very much. Item 2 is to agree and sign the minutes of the meeting held on the 21st of November 2022. Are you all happy I sign those as a true record, please? Please show. Thank you very much. Next, we come to declarations of interest. Have members got any declarations they want to make at this stage? at all. If anything crops up during the discussions, then you'll please make me aware. Thank you. Next, we have the public participation. This section, I do ask those that are speaking if they want to speak prior to the presentation. If that's not the case, we'll save the speakers till the presentation's ended. I might take it that this is the case, please. Thank you. Right, on to the substantive business, and this is the application we're looking at today, and this is planning application WP/20/00692/DCC, Portland Port Castletown, Portland, DT5 1PP, and the proposal is construction of an energy recovery facility with ancillary buildings and works, including administrative facilities, gatehouse and weighbridge, parking and circulation areas, cable routes to ship berths and existing off-site electrical substation, with site access through Portland Port from Castletown. And I'm going to ask Mike Garrity to introduce the item and then deal with the presentations from there on. So over to you, Mike, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, everybody. Yes, I thought I'd start by just giving a brief introduction to say this is going to be a three-way presentation this morning. So I'm going to give a few introductory words. Then I'm going to hand over to Hilary Jordan, who's going to outline the policy context for the application to give a bit more of the strategic overview. And then Felicity will hand over to Felicity, who will then go through the details of the application. And I will summarise and conclude at the end of the presentation. So we'll hope to pull all of that together and get through the details. I thought as a starter, Chairman, it would be useful for me just to say a few words. If we can move on to the next one again, and the next one. Thank you. Yes. So, as you're aware, this is a proposal that is an energy recovery facility, and we'll be dealing with waste management as well within Dorset or wherever that might come from. Now, the feedstock that we're talking about is refuse-derived fuel, which is actually non-hazardous waste. We will hear more details about this as we go through the presentation. Now, what the purpose of our presentation is going to set out today is just to emphasise the fact that we do work within a plan-led approach, so we have to take as our starting point the development plan and everything that goes with that. And you will also be aware that this is a complex application and there's been quite significant levels of public interest, and you'll see that from the update sheet, just how many representations there have been on this application. Now, I know members are fully aware of this, but we have to always bear in mind it's not about the number of representations. This isn't a referendum, it's a planning application, and what we have to do is focus on the key planning issues. So that's a really important issue, that what we will try and do is outline those key planning issues so that the things that are materially relevant to the application are the things that we are focusing on, and then we will deal with that. Now, the other thing I just wanted to say as a bit by way of introduction is that there are overlapping regimes with something like this. So, for example, we have a permitting regime that runs alongside, which the Environment Agency is responsible for. The planning system is predicated on the principle that we don't actually duplicate those other regimes. So there will be aspects of this proposal that will be dealt with separately to planning. There may be some questions you have, and if we can help with that. But we need to be clear about the things that we are responsible for as a planning authority and those things that lie elsewhere. I just wanted to make that point early on before we get into the actual main presentation. If we just have the next slide, Felicity, thank you. I thought you've seen an update sheet today. This isn't unusual in a complex application. We get late submissions of information. I think, as I recall, all members have had a submission from the applicant in advance of this committee, and we have also responded to the applicant on those points. Both of those are a matter of public record, so they've actually gone onto the public file, so just so that that's clear, because we want to make sure that's all in the public domain. The applicant's request was that the application be deferred, and that they'd raised various concerns about the process, procedure, and the report itself as well. You'll have seen from the response as well to that and the update sheet that we've we've covered that from our perspective. What decision you take as a committee is a matter for you today. But the application is before you to consider. Table 1 as well, I mean, in that correspondence, it was pointed out that the applicants had concerns that the list of benefits wasn't totally complete and that there were inaccuracies in that as well. So, and for example, in terms of what weight we attach to some of those benefits. So the update sheet was intended to just clarify that for your benefit as to how we've interpreted that as officers in terms of the report. We have also provided some clarification on the fallback position of the site in the knowledge that there is an extant planning permission for for an energy plant on the site. And whilst that goes back some way, it was actually implemented, so it remains a live application in effect, even though it hasn't been fully implemented. So I think it was just important that we made sure you're aware of that context. There are a few other points in the update sheet for your attention, but I'll leave you to read those. I will now hand over to Hilary to then take you through the policy context. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Before we start talking about this particular application, I'm planning to just take members through some of the policy context, the considerations that we need to take into account during your considerations. As Mike has said, and as I know all of you committee members will be very well aware, the essential point is that planning applications need to be determined in accordance with the development plan unless there are material considerations otherwise. And I'm going to talk a bit about the development plan and the national policy documents that form some of those material considerations. So the development plan relevant to this proposal, can you go back, sorry, is the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole and Dorset Waste Plan 2019. It's the primary one because it's the one that deals with waste. But other documents are the minerals strategy, because there's a minerals safeguarding area here, the West Dorset, Weymouth and Portland local plan, and the Portland neighbourhood plan. And the material considerations include, of course, the National Planning Policy Framework, other national and local policy documents, and a range of other issues, such as some of those raised in the consultation responses. So if you can move on now. So as I said, the primary plan is the Bournemouth, Christchurch, Poole and Dorset Waste Plan, and I'm going to talk through a few slides on this because it's the primary plan in this consideration. Firstly, the waste plan sets out some guiding principles for waste development, largely in keeping with national government policy. And these include sustainable development, so emphasising the economic, social and environmental roles of planning. There's the concept of the waste hierarchy, in which we need to prioritise preventing waste as our first preference, but then where that can't be done, preparing for reuse, recycling, recovery, and disposal as the least preferred option. And this particular proposal comes in the recovery category. There are principles of self-sufficiency and the proximity principle, which basically means that each area needs to ensure it's got capacity within its area to deal with its waste arisings, and that recovery or disposal should be taking place as close as possible to where the waste is produced. Obviously, that doesn't mean that you can't send things over your borders. It needs to be considered on a regional basis too, but it does mean that we shouldn't be expecting everything to be dealt with elsewhere. And finally, there's the principle of the circular economy, which is about recovering and regenerating materials at the end of each useful life. So the aim of co-locating different waste management facilities helps with this. So we can go on to the next. I want to remind you all that the waste plan is an up-to-date local plan. It's been adopted within the last 5 years. It was one of the first policy documents that the new Dorset Council adopted. And it allocates sites to meet our needs for waste developments. And there's 4 sites that are allocated in the plan for intensification and redevelopment, including facilities for the management of non-hazardous waste such as this. And if we can go on to the next slide, gives you an indication of location. It'll be a bit hard to see, but those 4 allocated sites are actually the upward pointing triangles in a sort of greyish colour. And this does illustrate that they're generally located in an arc round the Bournemouth Pool conurbation, which of course is where the majority of waste arisings in this area are. Because of course our waste plan covers the BCP council area as well as Dorset. So to go on to the next slide, there's a large number of relevant policies in the waste plan. I'm not going to go through each of these, but I am going to concentrate a bit more particularly on policy 4, which is the one for applications for waste management facilities on sites that aren't allocated in the plan. So if we can move on. And this is literally a copy of the text of that policy. And it's setting out that waste management facilities on unallocated sites will only be permitted where it's demonstrated that they meet these criteria. So the plan doesn't rule out such developments on allocated sites, but it does say they'll only be permitted in certain circumstances. The first one is that there is either no available site for serving the waste management need, or the non-allocated site provides advantages over the allocated site or sites. The second one is that the proposal wouldn't prejudice the delivery of an allocated site. The third one is that the proposal supports the delivery of the spatial strategy, in particular contributing towards the principles I talked about, such as moving waste up the waste hierarchy and adhering to the proximity principle. And finally, the proposal complies with all the relevant policies of this plan. So this policy picks up all the others as well. If we move on one, there's also locational criteria in the plan, which I'm not going to read out, you'll be relieved to hear. But basically, this proposal is on a brownfield site that's allocated employment land, so it is meeting these criteria. And to go on again. Other development plan policies, obviously the waste plan is the one that sets out specific policies for waste development. The other things like local plans and neighbourhood plans can't include policies relating to waste, but they do include a range of general policies which are also relevant to this application. The adopted local plan is the West Dorset, Weymouth and Portland Local Plan 2015. We are working on a replacement plan, a Dorset Council local plan, and we've had a first consultation on that, but that's still at a very early stage. That was only a consultation document with no commitment from the council yet, so we're not giving that weight in this decision. We're looking at the policies of the adopted plan. And this includes a range of policies on issues such as the principle of sustainable development, landscape, wildlife and habitats, flood risk, and so on. The Portland Neighbourhood Plan, which was adopted in 2021, is also part of the statutory development plan. So that's also a relevant consideration in your decision-making as part of the development plan. And again, this includes policies covering things such as nature conservation sites, renewable energy developments, heritage assets, and a particular policy on an economic comprehensive approach to the Northern Arc, which includes this site. And finally, the minerals strategy does identify this as a minerals safeguarding area, so that's relevant as well. To move on then to national policy considerations. Again, members will all be very familiar with the fact that the National Planning Policy Framework is a material consideration in decisions. This sets out very clearly that sustainable development is the purpose of the planning system and that it has the 3 overarching objectives: economic, social, and environmental. It sets out the presumption in favour of sustainable development, meaning that development proposals that accord with an up-to-date plan should be approved as quickly as possible. It has policy references to applications for renewable or low-carbon development, saying that we shouldn't be requiring applicants to demonstrate the need for these, and that we should approve applications if their impacts are or can be made acceptable. And the NPPF sets out how we should treat applications that may have impacts on things like heritage, landscape, and biodiversity. For example, emphasising that heritage assets are an irreplaceable resource which needs to be conserved, that we need to protect valued landscapes, taking into account the levels of designations and policies that apply to them. And in terms of biodiversity, we need in particular to protect the internationally and nationally protected sites such as SACs and SSSIs. Moving on then to look at national waste planning policy specifically. There's a national planning policy for waste from 2014, which talks about working towards more sustainable and efficient approaches to the management of waste. And this again sets out the policy over the waste hierarchy, co-location of facilities, and enabling energy recovery from waste, as this application does. A key document that specifically refers to energy from waste is the DEFRA one of 2013, which talks about preventing, reusing and recycling more waste, reducing the amount of residual waste, but it also emphasises that energy from waste will still be important and that it's preferable to landfill. So national policy does support these types of development continuing, but it talks about encouraging greater efficiency, such as generating heat as well as power, such as being ready for combined heat and power plants. And there's a recent document that was just confirmed by government at the beginning of this year, a revision of its environmental improvement plan, which again talks about maximising our resources, minimising our waste, and sets targets, including eliminating avoidable waste by 2050 and halving the amount of residual waste per person by 2042. So if we move on to that one thing, I'm coming to an end now, but I wanted to highlight to members a recent appeal decision in an adjoining county, which I think is quite relevant to this. It's a different situation. In that case, it was on an allocated site in the waste plan that members then decided to refuse. It was refused on the grounds of CO2 emissions, that it wouldn't assist in the reduction of residual waste arisings, i.e. it might encourage people to carry on using the recovery rather than other methods, and that it would fail the proximity principle because it was likely to deal with residual waste from outside the county. But it was allowed on appeal by the inspector, and I've just highlighted some of the points that he made in his report here, which I think are relevant to this case. He did say that there was no policy basis for refusing planning permission because it would emit greenhouse gas emissions, acknowledging that the NPPF encourages renewable and low carbon energy, but saying it doesn't actually require that any kind of development should itself be negative in greenhouse gas terms. So that's an important consideration, relating to our climate change concerns and how far we take those. He also highlighted the fact that, as I've said earlier, the national government position does support the continued development of energy from waste facilities, so it's not against government policy. And there was actually a statement as recently as December last year that's making clear that DEFRA had no plans to introduce a moratorium on new energy from waste capacity. And finally, in terms of the proximity principle, he said this could be overinterpreted, and simply because somewhere might be managing waste from outside the local authority's administrative area, it didn't mean it fell foul of the proximity principle. And finally, last slide from me, I just wanted to briefly mention the habitats regulations, because again, this is something that members in Dorset will be extremely familiar with, but this proposal is in an area where there are nearby sites that are designated under the habitats regulations that receive the highest level of protection for biodiversity, and the application has needed to be subject to assessment under the habitats regulations, including a detailed appropriate assessments to make sure that there wouldn't be adverse effects on these sites. And in this particular case, as Mike has made reference to, There is also a permitting process from the Environment Agency, which also requires appropriate assessment. And it's been agreed between the two organisations that in relation to air quality, Dorset Council's appropriate assessment would look at the effects on air quality from traffic, and the Environment Agency would assess the effects from the stack emissions. Dorset Council's appropriate assessment is complete and indicates no likely significant effects from the traffic, and Natural England have confirmed that they're happy with that. But we need to remind you that if members are minded to approve the application, we can't actually grant consent until the Environment Agency's appropriate assessment is also complete and it's confirmed that there aren't any likely significant effects or any necessary mitigation is secured. So if you're wanting to approve the application, it can't actually be confirmed today. So that's all from me, and I'd like to hand over to Felicity to talk about the application in detail and go through more detail about it. Thank you.
Go on to the next one then. Good morning. So I'm just going to talk a bit about the details of the proposal and what it's all about. So it's an application for an energy recovery facility that would take up to 202,000 tonnes of refuse-derived fuel each year. The main building would be 201 metres long, up to 51 metres wide, but it would narrow to 24 metres wide because it's not a square building. It's got quite a lot of angles and different heights to it. The highest point would be 47 metres high on the main building. A separate stack is proposed in front of the building, which would be 80 metres high with a diameter of 2 metres. The ERF would generate electricity. Up to 18.1 megawatts of electricity would be produced, and the plant itself would use some of that, so that 15.2 megawatts would be available to export to the local grid. Next to the main ERF building, there would be a separate two-storey office block. That would be 54 metres long and up to 17 metres in height. A further separate building would contain the transformer, switch rooms, and battery and control room, and that would be 17 metres wide by 4 metres high. So this is the proposed site layout, and I don't think I can make the pointer work, but in the middle of that triangle, you can see you can see there, that piece in the middle there, that's the building. In fact, it comes further down here as well, is the main building. And then further over to the east, about here, is where the two-storey office block would be built. The vehicles arriving at the site would come through the port from that end, through on the road network, local road network, and through Castletown, and then into the port, along the main road through the port, up to the ERF building, where they would unload and then go back out in the same way that they came in. The wider planning application site does have the red line which goes off that map and does take in the road network that goes through Castletown and over to Lerwick Road and up to the substation. It also goes down the piers as well, which is about the cabling, which I'll talk about in a minute. So this is an illustration submitted by the applicant of what the building would look like. It's a bit difficult to see, but I can't get that. But this view would be from the eastern side, looking across the sea with the landform of Portland in the background behind the building. So behind the building, the land slopes upwards up to the cliff. The top of the cliff is where the Verne Citadel is and where the Verne prison is as well. And there's another closer view of the ERF, what it would look like, again, from the same direction across. In the foreground there is part of the inner and outer breakwater, and then there would be the ERF building against the backdrop of the land that rises up with the Verne Citadel at the top and the prison. And you can see the stack in front of the building as well. This is an architect's drawing of what the building would look like. If we go on to the next one, you can see the side view. You can see what this is showing is the different types of elevational treatment that the building could have in terms of a mesh that would be printed with similar views of the hillside behind, with the aim of making it recessive into that view. So the application proposes that there would be an electricity cable route from the ERF through Castletown down Lerwick Road to an electricity substation where it would connect to the grid. The cables would also be provided to the berths at the port of the Queen's Pier and the Coaling Pier to allow the provision of power to moored ships. Up to 15 megawatts of power would be available for berth ships, with a maximum demand likely to be reached when a large cruise ship is docked. RDF being the refuse-derived fuel, which is residual waste that has gone through a process to remove some recyclables. So in the context of Dorset, it goes through the MBT plant, which is at Camford Magna, which removes some elements of recyclable materials. And then what's left over is classified as RDF, which is what would be delivered to this site. The facility proposes that it would burn RDF only. It's not proposing to burn any other types of waste. So the RDF could be delivered to the site by ship at Portland Port, and if that took place, the RDF would be in wrapped bales, or it could come in by road, in which case it could be loose or it could be in a baled form. The site has an RDF storage area built into the design, and that would be sufficient in size for a full ship of cargo of RDF that's baled. If loose RDF was to arrive at the facility, it would be delivered directly to the pit. The process would result in some residues, and though the two main ones are incinerator bottom ash, which would be constantly being produced due to the process and would need to be constantly removed. And also, in addition, there would be air pollution control residue, which is from the processes that they would use in the stack. The incinerator bottom ash, which is by far the more significant in terms of quantity, the applicant has put forward could be taken away from the site by ship, and contracts have been looked into with a company who operates a suitable site on the Thames at Greenwich, and it could be taken by ship from Portland to Greenwich. The site there would use it as a secondary aggregate for production of cement blocks, breeze block type things, or in further use in road construction. So there are further uses which fits with the waste policy. The proposal would operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because it needs to continually operate. There could be deliveries at any time, although there would be periods of annual maintenance where the facility might be closed, which I understand might be, for example, in January each year, which is where they clean and maintain the equipment. It's estimated that the ERF would operate for an average of 8,000 hours per year. In terms of employment, when the ERF is operational, it's considered there would be 30 to 35 employees working there in a 3-shift pattern of 8-hour shifts. During the construction period, there would be a lot higher number of employees, possibly up to 300. The construction period might take around 2.5 years. Vehicle movements, the ERF would need 548 tonnes a day per day for the continuous operation, and 606 tonnes of RDF per day would be delivered to the site. In terms of the numbers of HGVs that would be needed to bring RDF to the site and take away the IBA, assuming that no shipping movements took place, if it all was taken by road, the application says that there would be 80 movements per day coming in and going out of the port. That's 40 in and 40 out. And that is taking into account if there was no ship movements of the IBA or the RDF. In terms of the road movements, the HGVs travelling to and from the site would use the A35 trunk road and then down towards Weymouth on the A354. The vehicles that are heading to the site, heading south, would then follow Granby Way, B3157, and then onto Lanehouse Rocks Road, then Portland Beach Road, and then Lerwick Road, and then through Castletown, arriving at Portland Port. The vehicles that would be coming away from the site would follow the same route along Portland Beach Road up to Ford's Corner roundabout, where they would turn right and follow Buxton Road and then through into Weymouth, the A354, and then onto Weymouth Way, and then onto the Weymouth Relief Road to pick up the A35. This is a little video that just to get your bearings before we move on to the next details. So I'll just play this. This is taken looking north from the side of the Portland landform, looking across the port as we going round. The drone is heading towards the south, over to looking east now. If we could just stop there. You can see a pile of, you can see the breakwater that goes out away from the port and curves round. That is the listed inner and outer breakwater. And in the foreground, in the very early part of the foreground is undergrowth, which is on the hill, on the slopes that we've seen in those other pictures. And then in the middle there is a pile of stone, which was a temporary use of the site that the port was using. I think this video was taken in December last year when the pile of stone was there, which I understand was temporary and has either all gone or is about to all be taken away for use. That was for use in constructing the deep water berth. So you can see the land on the other side, the Dorset coast in that view. And then it comes back, swings back round to the hillside of Portland. So the key planning issues in this application, there are three. There are a number of planning issues, as on the screen there, but the three that are the most important material considerations that we've applied weight to are the waste policy and the situation regarding waste management in Dorset, and landscape policy and heritage policy. The others are all there written in the report, but not intending to go into the detail of those in this presentation. So in terms of waste, the Dorset Waste Plan has a number of objectives, which are to manage waste at the highest feasible level within the waste hierarchy, to optimise self-sufficiency, to provide a flexible approach to the delivery of waste management facilities, to safeguard and enhance local amenity, landscape and natural resources, as well as environmental, cultural and economic assets, tourism and the health and well-being of the people, to assist in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and to provide resilience in climate change, to climate change, and also to safeguard existing waste management facilities from incompatible non-waste development. So the waste plan sets out that there could be a shortfall over the plan period of non-hazardous residual waste in Dorset of 234,000 tonnes per annum, which will need to be managed. The waste plan identifies that there is a need to make provision for facilities to manage the residual waste, and it proposes to do this through the allocation of sites for intensification or for development. The 4 sites are shown as insets 7 to 10 in the plan, and they are all situated over towards the east side of the plan area. The capacity of the 4 allocated sites totals 385,000 tonnes per annum, which allows for a degree of flexibility and is in excess of the identified shortfall. So the main source of Dorset's residual waste is from the eastern part of the plan area, obviously the larger population areas. Proximity principle and self-sufficiency is key. There is support in the plan for sites that would have co-location of waste management uses, which would encourage complementary activities and minimise road trips. So, over at Camford Magna, there is an MBT plant, and that is the land adjacent to that is part of one of the allocated sites. And if there was a suitable waste management application submitted there, then that would be an example of co-location where it could go from effectively on the same site or adjacent to it, could go from one to the other. The waste plan says that facilities should be located in appropriate locations as close as practicable to the origin of waste in order to reduce the total mileage that waste is transported. The main policy that is relevant is policy 4 in the waste plan, which is about non-allocated sites. And looking at A to D criteria, within category A, there are 4 allocated sites available, and although there are advantages of this site, which namely to do with its port location, on balance it's considered that this site does not have advantages over the allocated sites. So effectively the proposal is considered contrary to A, and also C and D. C, where it doesn't adhere to the proximity principle when compared to the allocated sites. So in terms of the allocated sites being nearer to the main source of the waste, then it's considered that they would be more likely to adhere to the proximity principle. And then D, of course, is that the proposal doesn't comply, that should comply in policy 4 with the relevant policies in the plan. So if we move on to the relevant policies, so looking at those items again, this site is not adjacent to other waste management uses or complementary facilities, although it is on previously developed land that is allocated for employment purposes. So it partially complies with that. The site is located at a port, and as we've said, it could be possible that RDF could be brought in by ship. But the likelihood of meeting Dorset's waste needs is uncertain because it's not likely to come from Poole to Portland, and it's not completely clear where it would come from if it was brought in by ship. The shipping of our RDF and possibly IBA is possible, but in the application it has not been able to be guaranteed, and therefore, as the HGV movements that I referred to earlier are taken account of, all of the RDF and the shipping out of the IBA could be by road. Energy recovery is above disposal in the waste hierarchy, but then if you compare it to other energy recovery facilities, it's considered that this issue would be neutral in the planning balance. So to conclude on waste, on that other requirement of Policy 4 was that the proposal should comply with the relevant policies of the plan. So then we turn to look at the other relevant policies of the plan, and there are a number that are referred to in the report that are relevant, but the key ones are Policy 6, recovery facilities, and that policy states that processing facilities for incinerator bottom ash must be located at or close to the source of the waste arising. In this application, that wouldn't happen. Policy 14, landscape and design quality. This policy states that proposals will be permitted where they are compatible with their setting and would conserve and or enhance the character and quality of the landscape. This proposal wouldn't comply with that. Policy 19, historic environment. This policy states that proposals will be permitted where it is demonstrated that heritage assets and their settings will be conserved and or enhanced in a manner appropriate to their significance. And it's considered that this proposal does not comply with that. It can therefore be concluded that the proposal doesn't comply with the above relevant policies, and therefore it doesn't comply with that part of Policy 4 in the waste plan. So, turning to heritage, statute requires that in considering whether to grant planning permission for any works or development, special regard shall be had to the desirability of preserving the listed building or its setting or any features of special architectural or historic interest which it possesses. There is also the statutory duty arising under Section 71(1) of the Planning, Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act 1990 to pay special attention to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of the conservation area, and this would also include its setting. So the nearest, I'll move on to a map in a minute to show you, but the nearest conservation area is Underhill Conservation Area, which covers the route of the application site at Castletown. I haven't quite finished that one. To assess the application from a heritage point of view, it is first necessary to understand the significance of and the settings of the nearby heritage assets. There is a range of heritage assets around the application site: the inner and outer breakwater, the dockyard engineer's office, East Weir Batteries A to E, and Battery E is a scheduled monument as well as a listed building, and the Verne Citadel. See paragraph 14.58 in the report for the full list of heritage assets. The historical and architectural interest of these assets, together with their relationship and their group value, contributes to the understanding of Portland as an important strategic military site. These elements are key historic features, and the batteries, by their very nature, were designed to be open so that they had views through the port and out to sea, and the landscape could be observed. The development would cause less than substantial harm to the settings of and the significance of a range of heritage assets. The report explains about what less than substantial harm means and how it should be assessed. And that this would be both individually and cumulatively. These assets also have associative value, and Historic England refer to there being a particular sensitivity where the imposition of a large new development would diminish their defensive context and bring a degree of harm. The submitted heritage mitigation in the application aims to remove battery E from the at-risk register by clearing scrub and repairing stonework. This would be classed as a public benefit and would be accessible by a public footpath. So if we just look at the map there, you can see in blue where the listed buildings are. You can see the inner and outer breakwaters that come up away from the main triangular part of the site, and how part of that blue area going south in the middle goes right down next to the red line of the application site. And that's because the land level is lower. The land level that the application site is on is at a higher level than the level, there's a level below, and where that land level has been built up as part of the listing, there are a number of caverns that are built in the stone that were part of the inner breakwater, and where the piece of blue area is marked on the map as coaling shed, the coaling sheds, they are also part of the listing. And then there's the dockyard engineer's office, which is a listed building, which is also very close to that triangle. Up the hill on Portland, straight up the hill, directly in front of where the building is the brown area there, which is the scheduled monument, and it's also a listed building. That's why it's got the blue bit in the middle. And that is Battery E, which is currently on the Historic England at-risk register, and it is hoped that through the mitigation put forward that it would be removed from the at-risk register. Further south, there are the rest of the batteries that are marked in blue as listed buildings, and that brown area at the top of the hill that goes right round the prison is the Verne Citadel, which is also a scheduled monument, and is also where Jailhouse Cafe is, where you can stand and look out to sea directly in front of where Battery E and the application site where the ERF building would be built. And then there's a number of other heritage assets further round to the north, near to the application site. There are a couple of listed buildings in the Castletown Conservation Area, and also Portland Castle, which is Grade 1 listed and also a scheduled monument. So Historic England confirm that they have associative value, and considerable harm could occur. So if we move on. So in terms of the MPPF, paragraph 197 of the MPPF says that in determining applications, factors that local planning authorities should take into account are A, the desirability of sustaining and enhancing the significance of heritage assets and putting them to viable uses. B, the positive contribution that the conservation of heritage assets can make to sustainable communities. And C, the desirability of new development making a positive contribution to local character and distinctiveness. So the harm that would occur has been assessed as a result of this development as being less than substantial, this phrase less than substantial. But less than substantial harm doesn't mean there isn't much harm. It just means that it can be on a range, and the advice that we've had on this application is that because of the associative value and the interlinking of the heritage assets in the area that I've just shown you, that less than substantial harm would actually be at the high end of that range. So, yeah, quite bad. So paragraph 202 of the MPPF says that the harm that's identified should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including securing optimum viable use where appropriate. Effects on non-designated assets should also be taken into account. There is a non-designated asset that probably didn't really show up on that map, but is the old railway line that runs alongside the edge of the planning application site, and that also should be taken into account. MPPF paragraph 206 says that in determining planning applications, you should look for opportunities for new development within the setting of heritage assets, and those would need to enhance or better reveal their significance. Following an assessment in accordance with the above, officers have concluded that the conclusions of the submitted assessment were understated in the application, and as a result, the initial assessment in the application indicated that no further mitigation was required. Although some heritage mitigation remains in the planning application, as proposed, as I've said, in relation to Battery E, even taking this into account, it has been assessed that this fails to address the substantive adverse impact on the adjacent heritage assets that would arise from the introduction of a very large building and stack in this sensitive location. The ERF itself would not make any positive contribution to local character and distinctiveness, and no other mitigation has been put forward, including nothing in relation to the nearest listed buildings of the Dockyard Engineer's Office or the inner and outer breakwater and the commemorative stone. The proposal would have such an adverse effect on the heritage assets that they cannot be considered to be acceptable in terms of their impact. And that is the case in relation to all relevant policies, both local and national. So the policy does say that the public benefits should be considered. So the public benefits that could be considered to arise from this proposal are in relation to electricity generation, shore power, provision of shore power, and the associated economic benefits, including job creation, the potential for heat to be generated and used locally, and the additional capacity of the potential for additional capacity of waste disposal in Dorset. However, it is the officer's opinion that these public benefits would not outweigh the serious harm that would arise to a range of important heritage assets. This is because the harm, the less than substantial harm, would be at the upper end of the scale. The landscape impacts, which I'll go on to in a bit, would also not be able to be sufficiently mitigated. And when combined with the availability of other allocated waste sites in the plan, and the proposal not complying with the policies in the waste plan, but taking into account, even taking into account the locational advantages of the port location, it's considered that the proposed development overall would have a cumulative adverse effect, causing harm to a range of heritage assets, which would be neither conserved nor enhanced in their settings. So I've got some few pictures here. So that's an aerial view of the site looking north with the stone pile that I mentioned earlier, which is pretty much gone now. But the stone pile is the location of the proposed buildings. And that's looking down the hill, the cliff, down to the port. In the foreground there, just in the little bit of sunshine in the middle, you can see the dock engineers and the dock engineer's office. And the buildings behind, the long buildings behind, are the coaling sheds, which are part of the listing of the inner and outer breakwater. That's a view from what would be the application site of the Dockyard Engineer's Office, as it is currently. And that's a view of the commemorative stone, which is just abuts the end of the site on the eastern side of the triangle. And that's a view of the railway tracks. That's the non-designated heritage asset that runs along, that used to run along the pier. This is a view from East Weir Battery E, as it is now covered in undergrowth. And if you stood in the middle and looked out directly in front of you at the bottom of the hill is where the ERF building and the stack would be. So in terms of landscape now, Chapter 15 of the MPPF requires that planning policies and decisions should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment, The West Dorset, Weymouth and Portland local plan requires that development should protect and enhance the natural environment, its landscape and seascapes. Policy EMV1 aims to protect the area's exceptional landscapes and seascapes, taking into account the objectives of the Dorset AONB Management Plan and the World Heritage Site Management Plan. Although this site is some 7.5 kilometres away from the AONB, which is to the north, this new large-scale development at the port area would be visible in distant views from the AONB. On occasions when a plume would be visible from the ERF building, then the sensitive views out from the AONB would be affected as it would be visible. In landscape terms, the main concerns are over the scale of the buildings and their particular location, located at the very edge of the Portland Peninsula landform. The Isle of Portland is a distinctive feature in the Dorset landscape and is highly visible from large areas of the Dorset coast. And the landscape and visual impacts of the proposal would be at their most significant in views from the northwest, where they would create a new skyline rising up vertically from the flat base to the side of the Portland landmass. The very large scale of the building and the height of the stack is such that they would create significant adverse impacts. There's another aerial view, so you can see the hill rising up to the top of Portland, and at the bottom of the hill, there is that pile of stone again, over on the left, where the building would be. So, views from along the southwest coast path are considered to be important, and there are views from there that look out over Portland Harbour, and they would be impacted because the building and the stack would be visible across that relatively short distance of Portland Harbour. It would be visible and appear as, which is what it is, a large-scale industrial development. The World Heritage Site designation along that coast includes publicly accessible areas along that northern shore of Portland Harbour, and therefore the area of Portland Harbour forms its setting. The Dorset and East Devon Coast World Heritage Site, otherwise known as the Jurassic Coast, is also otherwise known as the Jurassic Coast. World Heritage Sites are referred to in the MPPF as being of the highest significance and also as designated heritage assets of the greatest importance. Although the application site is on the other side of the harbour, and is not within the World Heritage Site itself, it is located in close proximity to it, and any impacts from the proposed development would affect the site's setting. The Jurassic Coast Trust considers that the proposed development will negatively impact on the setting of the World Heritage Site, and considers that the best mitigation for this proposal would be to build the facility on an alternative site. It is concluded that the proposal is not acceptable in landscape terms due to the significance of the impacts on a number of sensitive viewpoints in the area. Policy 14 of the Waste Plan says that proposals for waste management facilities, they will be permitted where they are compatible with their setting and where they would conserve and or enhance the character and quality of the landscape. This proposal would not do that. So there's a view from the Noath Fort across to Portland. And moving further along, walking eastwards along the coast path, looking across to Portland, it's this view that was described earlier where the shape of Portland comes down the hill, and at the bottom of the hill there is a piece of flat land which is where the ERF would be built and the stack would be in front of it. So it would, the further west that you go along the coast path and round to the start of Portland Beach Road and down towards Portland Marina, the more visible it would become as a standalone feature separated from the landmass of Portland. And there again, you can see from Castle Cove Beach looking across and would be a similar situation. So in summary, the starting... Okay. Yeah. That's because we cut that one out.
Yeah, thank you, Felicity. Yes, I'm just going to sort of sum up and bring things together at the end of this presentation now. So, as you'll see from that, the starting point for us has been the consideration of the development plan context to understand what that is and how that establishes the strategy for how we deal with waste in the plan. The waste plan itself identifies the need for non-hazardous residual waste treatment. So we know there is a need for waste treatment facilities in Dorset. We've quantified that at around 234,000 tonnes per annum. This facility would undoubtedly be able to meet some of that in terms of the overall principle of providing capacity within Dorset. But it's not allocated, and therefore we have to consider it against the policies in the plan, and we do have other sites that we have allocated. We have referred to one at Canford, and I think it would be fair to say that officers have reasonable confidence that those sites would be capable of coming forward to deliver waste need, and we haven't seen any evidence to the contrary on that particular point. And also just to make the point that non-allocated sites will only be permitted as far as the policy is concerned where they meet specific criteria set out in the plan. Now, I'd quite like to just take you through the next slide, please. Thank you. There are some important benefits here that committee do need to take into consideration in this application because I would say they are significant and they shouldn't be underestimated. So I think you do need to make sure you're taking account of these issues. So the port location does provide a unique opportunity the other sites don't provide of providing shore power. And that's something that specifically the Port Authority are very keen to secure. It actually assists in them in terms of competition for the cruise liner market. And increasingly across Europe and elsewhere, shore power is on the list of what cruise companies are actually after. That helps them when they're in port. It potentially reduces costs, and it also helps them to reduce their emissions when they're actually berthed up in port. So that is something that is an undoubted and clear benefit, and I would say that the applicant has gone to considerable lengths to enable and facilitate this happening. So we would have every confidence that that wouldn't be a problem in terms of it being delivered. There would be no realistic impediment to that coming forward. So the shore power argument, I think, is one of the most compelling justifications for this application. I think there are associated economic benefits that go with that, because if you're bringing in cruise ships, then a significant proportion of day visitors will spend time in the local area. They will visit Weymouth, they might visit Portland. There are opportunities for local companies to take advantage of that, to promote their businesses. Not all the visitors head off to Stonehenge. Not all the visitors stay on the ship. Some of them want to actually get a seaside town experience in Dorset, and this is a real opportunity. So I think we just need to bear that in mind. We know that we can export some of the residues by ship, and again, the applicant has gone to significant lengths to facilitate this in terms of potential source for the incinerator bottom ash. That makes up a reasonable proportion of the total volume of what the plant is handling. The fact that it can go straight to a ship and be taken to a known potential marketplace by ship is a benefit to us, and that would also facilitate reducing lorry loads on the road itself. And whilst the work has been done to look at the overall traffic volumes accounting for that, that would still be a benefit to us if we could achieve that. The thing that we also know is that the applicant has gone to a lot of lengths to explore the potential for combined heat and power and district heating systems. And we have a likely sort of take-up of that with the Verne Prison, and the Ministry of Justice is keen to make use of that. That, again, is something that helps comply with the policy requirements, because where we can try and improve energy recovery and make a local use for that, that's actually a really good thing, because it helps to reduce the overall carbon footprint of the development. It makes better use of that waste. It helps move it up the waste hierarchy in terms of energy recovery. So I think those are really, really important things. And and the fact that we've got a likely uptake of that is good. There would be the potential for future district heating benefits as well, although there is some uncertainty over that. But nevertheless, the fact that the plant is CHP ready gives that opportunity. The other thing to bear in mind is grid capacity. This is an ongoing issue for Dorset generally, but we know that for Portland, there's not really much of a prospect of increasing grid capacity from the national grid. So if you want resilience in local energy generation, then having something local in Portland improves that energy resilience, and we're all conscious of what's been happening with energy over the last couple of years or so. That comes into stark focus when you think of the benefits that the port will get from that, because they actually have that opportunity as well, and with cruise liners. So it would assist in moving waste up the waste hierarchy, in theory, by providing additional capacity as well. And I'd say as well, our own waste authority, which I'd make the point they're distinct from the planning authority, but Dorset Council as a waste authority does support in principle the provision of competition in the marketplace for waste management and facilities such as that, because it can help drive down the cost of waste. And provides other options. So, for instance, when contracts are being renegotiated, it would give an opportunity for another potential bidder to bid for those, and then there's an opportunity to keep those costs low. I would mention that in the report, you may have picked up that there were mention of a couple of other things as well that the applicant was keen to do. One was to provide a carbon offsetting fund, and the other was also some commitment to local employment schemes. Now, for the purposes of planning, those things are perfectly beneficial, and we would accept they have benefits, but they're not actually necessary to offset the impact of the development. So from our point of view, it would be difficult for us to justify putting them into a Section 106 agreement or give them weight. But nevertheless, the applicant is willing to offer those, and as I understand it, would be willing to sign a unilateral undertaking to those effects. So I wanted to just make sure that members are fully aware of the benefits that this scheme will offer as a proposal. And there are some aspects in there which are locationally advantageous because of its port location. But as you've heard from the presentation, there are concerns about this location when compared to the other sites. And when we take a view of waste management in Dorset, our waste plan starts from the position of what are the waste generated needs of Dorset and how would we manage that. And our waste plan went through an exercise of finding sites that we considered would be suitable for actually allocating sufficient capacity to deal with residual waste in Dorset through the life of the plan. We actually have 4 allocated sites. Those are in locations which we believe are actually very well placed to actually take advantage of where the main arisings of waste are going to be in Dorset. They have a degree of flexibility about how they can handle waste as well. Co-location is an opportunity for them there. So there are things about that which, in our view, make those sites better placed and more advantageous in the whole to deal with waste as far as Dorset's arisings are concerned. They could also potentially offer certain opportunities for energy, use of the energy and combined heat and power as well. That obviously that would be something that would have to be explored through any applications that come forward. They wouldn't be able to offer the benefit of shore power. That is a key advantage that this particular proposal has. But when we consider that, and then we also consider the impacts that we've identified as far as heritage and landscape, and the fact that we consider we've got more than enough capacity within our allocated sites, we don't believe this site does enough to overcome the impacts that have been outlined in detail in the presentation and in the report. So in particular on the heritage and the landscape. So the balance of our opinion is that those outweigh the advantages that the scheme would offer. So if we could just move on to the last slide. I won't go through those reasons for refusal, but that in effect summarises what I've said. Those are in the report, and so there are 3 proposed reasons for refusal for members to consider. And I would also add, to round the whole thing off, if members are minded to approve this scheme, we have had detailed discussions with the applicant over planning conditions and heads of terms on Section 106 in the event that the application were to be approved. So there's been a lot of work that's gone into that. So we have a framework there. So we would not in any case be able to issue a decision until the Section 106 was completed. Hilary has already mentioned the issue of the appropriate assessment as well, that assuming the Environment Agency comes back with a clean bill of health and we conclude that element of our appropriate assessment, I have no reason to suspect there would be any reason that wouldn't be a problem, but that would just need to be concluded, which would take place while we were completing things like the heads of terms on the Section 106. But on balance, our view is that the impacts and the availability of other sites mean that we've recommended that the scheme should be refused. And I believe that's the end of our presentation. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mike, and officers for your detailed report. And I would just add, apart from that, members, it's not overload, but we've had a 188-page written report, which we've all read, I know, in detail. But we also had, just as importantly, a very detailed site visit, all of us, very detailed and very, very informative, I will say. It was something that I felt I got a lot out of by going along there, and I'm sure the feedback I got from you was the same. So we've had all that in the mix to help us towards our consideration and decision. So we've had a lot to absorb. On that basis, there'll be more to come today, but I was going to suggest that we have a break now. It's 10:24. I suggest we have a break now until 10:45, if that's okay with everybody here. So we'll convene back to kick off at 10:45. Okay? Thank you very much. Just before we go into this second phase of today's proceedings, can I just remind everybody here, including those in the public gallery, please to keep any conversations down. If you want to have a conversation with a neighbour, then please leave the chamber and do it outside, because it is distracting and we have got a lot of information as members to take on board. And I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. So now we're going to move into the first stage of public speaking. And the first group presenting is the Stop Portland Waste Incinerator campaign. And my first speaker is Paul Cottrell. And Mr. Cottrell, you have 5 minutes from the moment you press the button. When you finish speaking, would you please press again so that we can carry on the meeting? Thank you. So when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Paul Cottrell. I'm a retired engineer that spent most of my working life building industrial manufacturing plants around the world. In all cases, when deciding where to locate these plants, 2 key criteria were used. 1, access to the raw material, and 2, access to a major road network. By choosing Portland to locate this waste incinerator, neither of these key criteria have been met. The raw material, in this case RDF, is being produced some 37 miles away. And 2, the site is 12 miles from the nearest trunk road. This inevitably means transporting the waste for long distances on unsuitable roads with all the adverse effects on public health and safety and the environment. Access to Portland from the nearest trunk road requires using one of 2 routes. The A354, which at Boot Hill has been identified as being among Dorset's most polluted roads, or the B3156, which has a difficult corner by All Saints Church, leading to a canyon of houses already blackened by grime. Both routes pass primary and secondary schools, health centres and local shops. The only road on and off the island, known as the Causeway, runs parallel to the world-famous Chesil Beach, which is a special conservation area, with National Cycle Route 26 running alongside. The Causeway, which was submerged in 2014, is threatened by rising sea levels and cannot be widened. Portland Port itself already generates multiple cruise ship coaches, and grain and cement trucks add to the Portland Stone Quarry traffic. The port also has high-risk fuel bunkering and Navy armaments which require rapid emergency service access. So why does Portland have such a sluggish economy? Far too frequently, when joining traffic at the top of Beacon Hill, you see the standing vehicles all the way over to the mainland. Time is money, and local businesses have genuine concerns by the proposed increase in traffic and delays. Dorset Council Highways Officer advised the 80 HGV movements a day will be spread over 12 hours, which means 1 HGV every 9 minutes. Highways engineers seem inured to the effects on the community of death on our roads, to the noise and vibration, and the cumulative pollution and health impacts. Dorset Council air quality habitat assessments only consider the effects of the proposed 80 HGV movements a day and do not include emissions from the waste incinerator itself. These have not been included, assuming they will be covered in a best available technology assessment by the Environment Agency, which is still to be resolved. The National Policy Framework, paragraph 105, looks to reduce congestion and emissions and improve air quality and public health. The proposed 80 HGV movements a day will only increase congestion and emissions and diminish air quality and public health. Finally, the Dorset Waste Plan, paragraph 4.1 on waste management facilities, requires them to be located, designed and operated to minimise adverse impacts on the local road network, climate change and to seek and enhance local amenity. Well, the proposed 80 HGV movements a day will only bring adverse impacts onto the local road network and no enhancement to local amenity. To sum up, In my experience, locating an incinerator that requires transporting waste for long distances onto an island with only one road on and off makes no sense. If there is a need for a waste incinerator, it should be located close to the source of the waste with access to a major road network and not on the island of Portland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cottrell. Our next speaker is Tony Dobbs. Again, when you're ready, Mr. Dobbs, press the button and you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm a retired environmental chemist, and I want to persuade you today that the proposed plant is simply the wrong technology in the wrong place, and if it is approved and installed, will be a source of deep regret for several decades to come. The proposal is primarily about waste disposal. Its credentials on energy production are not impressive. It'll bring over 200,000 tonnes of waste per year and yet generate around 15.2 megawatts of energy. The same amount of energy could be generated from just one modern offshore wind turbine. And taken as a whole, the capital and embodied energy in this proposed waste incinerator would be equivalent to about 6 offshore wind turbines of this type. At present, the national grid is actively decarbonising and is already 4 times better than this incinerator would be in terms of CO2 release. It's worth noting that the British Energy Security Strategy of 2022 has not a single mention of energy from waste. I'd like to consider some short-term and local aspects of this proposal. I admit that the energy produced could produce power for crews and other ships in Portland Port, but I'd like you to consider some details and practicalities of this, which make it seem much less attractive. Cruise ships at berth are quite power intensive, and with more than one ship berthed in Portland, 15 megawatts may well not be sufficient, and additional power is going to be needed anyway. Also, please just take a moment and consider the practicalities of cruise ships berthing in Portland after this is built. The Ada Bell cruise ship, which arrived recently, has a top deck that's 51 metres above sea level. Cruise ships will be alongside a noisy incinerator with a chimney emitting gases that will on occasion be trapped by an atmospheric inversion, and on others will be eddying wildly all over the place as wind gusts around the massive rock that is Portland Island, very likely carrying a quite unpleasant odour. This is hardly an attractive prospect for holidaymakers. Looking at some of the longer-term aspects, the proposal will produce a maximum of 15 megawatts. It cannot extend its output. It's not future-proof. Neither is it consistent with the government's Clean Maritime Plan of 2019, which is entitled UK's Pathways to Zero Emission Shipping. It's worth considering what other ports are doing. In Southampton, for example, it has received local enterprise funding and now provides national grid supply to 2 of its berths. A bit further afield, Zeebrugge Port uses onshore wind turbines for power, and Denmark's Esbjerg Port has signed a contract for hydrogen, which is produced by a nearby wind farm for its power. The UK has a zero-emission vessel and infrastructure innovation fund. It is targeted at shore power technologies, shoreside and vesselside funding to develop, deploy, and operate clean, innovative maritime solutions to protect our environment. This is precisely what Portland Port should be seeking at the moment. The incinerator is by no means an instant product. It could take years before it's up and running. I contend that the right solution for power to Portland Port should be future-proof and extendable, as would be provided by the national grid. And this could be achievable within or possibly even sooner than incinerator construction, completion, commissioning and operation. I believe that Dorset Council can hasten and promote infrastructure investment for the benefit of the wider local community by rejecting this out-of-date retrograde proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Next speaker is Paula Kleczynski. Have I pronounced that right? Do forgive me. Kleczynski. Once again, 5 minutes, and press the button when you're ready, and we'll time you. Thank you.
My name is Paula Kleczynski. I'm a retired architect. My working life has ingrained a duty of care, a diligence, an ability to consider the big picture with attention to precise detail and what is practically achievable. What can be put on paper often cannot be built, and if built without proper experience, very big regrets may follow. The review of the drawings by comparison to similar-sized UK operational ones shows that this proposed layout differs in several key respects to industry norms. Powerfuel have ignored questions. Being a shell company who are not building or operating this plant, this silence is not surprising. Given the location, what is surprising is the proposed design gets scant attention. On this constrained site, what goes inside the building envelope needs to work commercially, or the design will have to be revised. We should be sure that what we are considering is the actual design, not the first solution, simply to sell on with inevitable future changes. The argument the Portland ERF is the only potential near-term pre-2036 source of electricity to enable Portland Port to provide electrical shore power to visiting cruise ships with threats to Dorset's economy is misdirection. The applicants have not been candid about the real time it takes to complete and generate electricity. I understand the construction industry well enough to suggest 2036 will come around with this project not completed. First, you must achieve a full planning permission with completed signed-off conditions, fulfilled Section 106 obligations, and achieved an environmental permit to operate. The applicant must acknowledge, should you indicate you are minded to approve this application, that the objectors will seek to get the Secretary of State to intervene. A judicial review is possible too. Beyond that, should this eventually be approved, the development phase commences to achieve financial close. Financial close has many interlocking arrangements and takes time, and the project may fail. Financial close requires securing an EPC, an engineering procurement construction contract, forming operating maintenance agreements, contracts for establishing feedstocks, power offtake, grid connection, all with due diligence and oversight from the money men. Otherwise, the financial close will not be achieved. The project fails. Today in the UK, there is a shortage of engineering, procurement and construction contractors. The Bridgewater incinerator is being built by Italians and is coming up to 10 years since the development stage commenced. Development starts with a design review where the original planning consent is flexed. This is to marry the requirements of building regulations, environmental permit obligations, even what the EPC contractor is prepared to do. All is governed by the reality of the site. This takes time. With this application in this exposed location, this might involve the design of the chimney, the unusual bunker design, ground issues, adjoining cliff instability, or might change or flex the design. Any future flexing on our World Heritage Jurassic Coast should have public scrutiny. The applicants tell us of a hitch-free 30 months to build, but with this tricky site, the complexity of subcontracts, Brexit, procurement of material and skill shortages, Hold-ups lead to potential renegotiations with cost implications. This development process could go round and round in circles and often depends on the investor's view of the risks involved. Financial close may fail, no build-out ever started, just like the palm oil proposal. The final stage is commissioning and handover, a time-consuming.
Can I ask you to sum up, please? Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker is Diane Fowler. Again, 5 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. My name is Diane Fowler. Are there any socio-economic benefits at all if the incinerator goes ahead? The applicant's economic impact assessment report is very self-congratulatory for obvious reasons, yet I find it full of empty persuasions. District heating, which Powerfuel states does not intend to be the installer or the operator, private wire arrangements, even offering reduced gate fees to Dorset Waste Partnership. These are all jam tomorrow ideas. This planning application will not ensure any of this will be achieved. Repeated threats saying that if this incinerator is not built, the cruise ship arrivals will dry up are empty. This is clearly not what is happening. Clean, national grid shore power is what is needed. It is the venture capitalists and shareholders who stand to profit at the expense of others in our local and community economy. Do not be seduced by this application, which came with the mindset of fallback, the applicant's term, to burn vegetable oil and rubber crumbs. This, however, has no EA permit. Powerfuel's EA permit may still be refused. With the renewable energy industry truly taking off with profound speed, this greenwashed application does not make any sense. Government impetus and investment funds will need exactly locations like this to secure our offshore industries. These future uses will bring equally large constructions and skilled jobs too. The future is all about resources. The circular economy is about restructuring manufacturing, redesigning production and products, and the new market, all very skilled jobs. Portland already has many engineering businesses with skills well placed to support engineering offshore. It is very important not to exhaust the capacity of finite land resources on the wrong use. Any future approved use could be of the same local spend or more without the downsides. We should expect far more than 30 jobs on a 2.14 hectare site. There is now a government-led natural capital approach to policy and decision-making. The value of the natural environment for people and the economy is the foundation that we rely on. The custodians of our environment have identified many reasons why the waste incinerator is problematic. Economic growth and regeneration is built on our natural and heritage capital of Dorset, built on the clean, green and beautiful foundations, land and sea. To put this at risk does not make any sense. We need to attract skilled people to come and live here, not to drive them away with a waste incinerator. Dorset's income is derived from years of experience and dedication and comes from highly skilled people, each a specialist in their own field, be it agriculture, the arts, heritage, hospitality, engineering, sports or adventure. All businesses wish to thrive. Each and every person working in Dorset is essential to their business. A wide range of local businesses together with all town councils have asked for this application to be refused. There is no need to bring waste on Portland. Shore power can be provided within the same or shorter time frame by far better solutions. A waste incinerator does not support growth. It is a disamenity. The waste incinerator power output is restricted, and the wrong investment will be stranded, unable to complete the full need for shore power in the future. To propose one is to create problems for existing businesses and does not solve long-term needs for shipping. This island already suffers from impactful advertising, hump and dump, as you arrive at the island's first public space, Victoria Squares. Add in the consequential additional 80 HGV lorry journeys. A day is a depressing prospect, especially in Castletown, where the regeneration is strongly taking hold. This is not the upbeat message you expect at the entrance to a most beautiful of islands, a tourist and a natural honeypot destination. Please support the recommendation to refuse this application.
Thank you both very much. Thank you. Now, next speaker is Barry Walsh. Mr. Walsh, again, when you're ready to speak, press the button on the mic, and you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Barry Walsh. I've been a Fellow of the Royal Meteorological Society for over 25 years and have real-life practical experience in the environment. During a long career in the Fleet Air Arm's Meteorological and Oceanographic branch, I often worked in and later managed the Met Office on Portland Air Station, which is adjacent to the proposed incinerator site. As concerns over pollution and air quality are central to this objection, I wish to briefly emphasise a couple of important meteorological points affecting these as they affect the local area. The first thing is the wind. Locals that I've talked to about the wind in the area have said it mainly blows from the west or the southwest. So what's the problem? Any nasty stuff will blow away to the northeast. If only it were that simple. If you look at a boulder in a river, the water passing downstream of the rock will eddy into 1 or 2 more pools. The same is true of the winds blowing around the Isle of Portland. Winds from the southwest will form eddies in the lee, that is downwind of the island, keeping pollutants in the air nearby, that is over Portland Harbour. Naturally, vertical changes in wind speed and direction will also have variable effects. The wind data used in downwind dispersal calculations for this proposal is taken from Portland Bill, which is a completely different kettle of fish regarding topography and siting for the proposed site. The topographical data used in the downwind dispersal calculation for this proposals were taken from the American Lovell Power Plant on the Hudson River, with rolling terrain behind. To make accurate downwind dispersal projections, wind data must be gathered by anemometers positioned at relevant locations and levels to the site. During easterly winds, any trapped emissions will be blown into Castletown. Northerly winds will drive emissions onto the top of the island, and southwesterlies will affect Weymouth and Preston. In periods of high pressure, that is, in settled weather, the air is descending. Descending air is heated from above by compression. This gives rise to a phenomenon called an inversion. An inversion exists when temperature increases with height, forming a lid that effectively prevents rising air from the surface from escaping upwards. Any pollutants caught below such an inversion remain trapped. In settled conditions, an inversion can be seen as a reddish-brown line in the sky around sunset, where pollutants from many sources are held. With time, an inversion will drop closer to the surface, resulting in even higher concentrations of pollutants. The longer any inversion lasts, the worse the air quality in the local area below it becomes. High pressure conditions will therefore trap and concentrate pollutants, which when combined with onshore sea breezes in summer, will make surface pollution levels locally high to extremely high along the Dorset coast. The resultant air quality may become extremely poor, sometimes becoming a serious health hazard to those within the local community, especially those with pre-existing health conditions. And to conclude, these brief points explain our local weather and why such an incinerator should not be located here, with people living and working so close by and at elevations above that of the chimney. Finally, this can be an extremely windy location where once litter becomes loose, it is quickly lost into the sea. Bringing waste here and generating 40,000 tonnes of ash here every year would create unnecessary problems that we could well do without. This is understood by those who understand our winds. Wind-blown noise, pollution, toxic ash, dust and escape litter blown about from the port are unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is John Orrell. Before you start, John, can I just say that most of you here know John. He's a retired GP. He's a Weymouth Town Councillor and he's also a Dorset Councillor. But he has assured me that he's only going to speak once today and want the same speech 3 times. So you've still got your 5 minutes, John. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Fellow councillors, I come as a town and a Dorset councillor. My ward, Melcombe Regis, is the Weymouth Town Centre, which is downwind when it comes from the southwest. But I'm here today at this point in the proceedings to speak as a doctor. I've been a local doctor in Weymouth most of my working life, 35 years. I can legitimately claim to be an expert in the health of the people of Weymouth and Portland. I was on the Health Authority for years, at times chair of the authority that governed West Dorset. I studied public health statistics, and I know from many metrics that the health of the people in Weymouth and Portland is worse than the rest of Dorset. The average life expectancy in my ward is 10 years less than it is over in Ferndown. And the reason for that is heart disease, lung disease principally, but also forms of cancer. There is a temptation in looking at health to blame the individual for the health outcomes. It's their bad behaviour. But it's actually more than that. It's actually the context of where people live as to why they become ill. We need good food, clean water, but principally for today, we need clean air. And that's one of the criteria we're looking at today, air quality. It was one of the criteria that was mentioned at the start of this presentation. So air, why does it matter? Is it just a bad smell as a lorry goes past that just blows away? No. What we're talking about here is particulates, tiny particles you can't see. It's not like the London smogs of the 50s. These are tiny 10 micron or 2.5 micron. You can't see them. But as they come out of a lorry's exhaust, these lorries coming past every 7 minutes, or blown out from the chimney or coming out when they clear out the ash, these particles getting through your nose into your lungs, you'll understand asthma, lung cancer. That's the obvious stuff. What it also does, it goes within less than a minute, it's in your circulation, it's in your coronary arteries, it goes to your brain. So this affects the learning of children. It causes strokes. It increases the risk of dementia. And we know from a World Health Organization report that poor people who are already ill are more vulnerable to air pollution than people in affluent areas. So our area, the people living in Weymouth and Portland, Melcombe Regis, Littlemore, Westham, and most particularly Underhill on Portland, they are measurably the worst health, the worst deprivation in Dorset. And it's outrageous that this power station would be right in the middle of that. It's just wrong. And I really hope I can convince the committee of that. The pollution that will come out, and it will come out, it will come from the lorries on the way in. Best will in the world, we're told that there's going to be an assessment from the Environment Agency of when it's operating really well, how much pollution will leak out. But we know that planes crash, ships sink, rockets blow up. So when things are working in real life, there will be emissions coming out. Some of this dust will be coming out when they clear the flues and when it's taken away. So it is really important. I've done a whole list of the material planning conditions from the NPPF. So if you look in health, there's a whole list of them. but I'll pick out 185. It looks at the cumulative effect of pollution on a population, and we must prevent that happening, and it's a material planning consideration. There's a principle in medicine, primum non nocere, above all do no harm. And if we are at all tempted to pass this proposal, it will do immense harm to our poor population. The most deprived people in Dorset will be directly harmed by this proposal if it were passed. So I urge you, fellow councillors, to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got one more speaker coming from that group, I believe. This is Eleanor Fitzgeorge Parker. And when you're ready, if you press the speech button and you have the 5 minutes, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Eleanor Fitzgeorge Parker, local resident, an ex-Wren, and trained Eyes Along the Coast watcher at Portland Bill for 10 years. Dorset welcomes over 12 million day visitors a year and 1.5 million staying visitors. And why? Most of Dorset's beautiful countryside comes into the area of outstanding natural beauty, and the stunning coastline from East Devon to Poole constitutes the World Heritage Jurassic Coast, which brings visitors from around the world. And the AANB is concerned with both the landscape and the seascape. From any vantage point, from Golden Cap to St Albans Head, either along the southwest coast path or inland, the eye automatically travels along the coastline to Portland Port, where the focus would be a large waste incinerator with an 80-metre high chimney stack topped with a plume and a flashing red light. At the heart of this decision are Weymouth and Portland, a unique location that it is impossible to appreciate fully from one site visit. Hosts for the 2012 Sailing Olympics, the Weymouth and Portland National Sailing Academy, Portland Marina and Castle Cove Sailing Club all bring big numbers of national and international athletes to train and event throughout the year. Boat traffic and yachts come here from overseas. Charter boats, sailing, angling and diving, kite and windsurfing, paddleboarders, and families out for a day by the sea all add vigour to the scenery and money to our economy. Portland is on a main bird and butterfly migration route, which brings in yet more visitors. And the Wild Chesil Centre and the magnificent Chesil Bank are also very popular and significant of note. Coachloads of school children visit the D-Day Museum and other sites of historic interest in Castletown and enjoy the Sailing for a Fiver scheme at the Sailing Academy. Across the harbour are Sandsfoot Gardens with Henry VIII's ruined castle, an ancient scheduled monument, and several beaches, all very popular with visitors and locals, both during the day and in the evening. Sound travels on the wind and very clearly across calm water. Everyone enjoying these amenities will be adversely affected by the 24/7 noise from the plant, the increase in the constant grind of HGVs along the beach road, and the considerable increase in diesel pollution. Visiting Weymouth's award-winning Nothforton Gardens, your eye will follow the breakwater direct to the site, where a massive bulk and chimney, even without a plume, would be horrible to see. On the Isle of Portland itself are yet more places of interest enjoyed by visitors and locals alike. Go to the Jailhouse Cafe above the Verne Citadel. From up here, the panoramic views east and west are outstanding, and you will be looking down 60 metres into the top of the chimney close by and potentially through the plume itself. Cruise ships come to Portland because of what Dorset has to offer. Day trips to St Abbas, Hardy's Cottage, Stonehenge, Bath, as well as the opportunity to join in local activities, not because of shore power. The famous views of Portland from Hardy's Monument and from the Abbotsbury Hill beauty spot, with St Catherine's Chapel in the foreground, will of course be impacted. Beautiful Dorset, pleased to be kept plume-free. UNESCO Paris, UNESCO London, and World Heritage Watch are monitoring this application. Historic England have concerns. The National Trust have objected. Dorset Wildlife Trust, the CPRE, and the Civic Trust have all objected, as have Portland Town Council, Weymouth Town Council, and Swanage Town Council, and all for sound planning reasons. This wonderful place, enjoyed by so many, is not the place for an enormous waste incinerator. If this development goes ahead, future generations will be saying, who on earth allowed that to be built here? Please uphold Dorset Council's recommendation to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next block of speakers are from the Portland Association. And the first name on my list is Debbie Tullett. You've got 5 minutes, and if you press the button when you're ready to start, thank you.
Hi, I'm Debbie, and I live on Portland, and I'm going to talk about the need for a waste incinerator to be located at Portland Port, as the National Planning Policy Framework and the Dorset Waste Plan require proposals for any major development in an ANOV or World Heritage Site to only be permitted in exceptional circumstances and where it can be demonstrated that they are in the public interest and that there is the need for the development. The Powerfuel Waste Incinerator breaches these fundamental planning policies.
Could I ask you just, sorry, to either bring the mic a bit closer or speak into the mic? Some are finding it a little difficult to hear. That's probably it. And then if you need to press the button again.
Hold on, let me... This proposal does not demonstrate a need for a waste incinerator at a site where, according to the MPPF and the DWP, great weight should be given to conserving and enhancing the landscape and scenic beauty of the Dorset AONB and the Jurassic Coast World Heritage Site and their settings. There appears to be no exceptional circumstances that justify a waste incinerator being located at the end of a cul-de-sac, stuck out on a limb, with no proximity to Dorset's existing network of waste disposal and recovery installations, on a site that is not strategically placed in Dorset, and as such cannot be part of an integrated and adequate waste network. Portland Port is only strategically placed to network with overseas waste offloaders. This location is an unallocated site with 4 better placed alternative allocated sites within Dorset's strategic network, much nearer to the more dense urban populations of East Dorset where most of Dorset's waste arises. One of these allocated waste incinerator sites has now been granted planning permission. A second allocated site has recently come forward and is at the pre-planning stages. This site is strategically well located at Dorset's main waste management centre at Camford. Powerfuel's second need, and apparently their key driver, is for the incinerator to supply onshore power for cruise ships to meet the government's Clean Maritime Plan. However, to fulfil this UK strategy, any onshore power has to be provided by zero-emissions power source, such as wind, solar, or the national grid. As the overriding reason for an onshore power supply is to improve the air quality in the port. A waste incinerator in the port cannot supply the clean energy required, nor decarbonise the port. Powerfuel's third need is the socio-economic benefits, and although the site will create jobs for 11 operators for the 3 daily shifts, these will be mainly skilled workers requiring specialist training, and Powerfuel cannot guarantee there will be the right skill set on Portland. It should also be noted that only 33 full-time jobs on 2.4 hectares of land is poor use of valuable employment land. The planning application also states that construction crews will be bussed in, indicating that few local construction jobs will be available. Powerfuel claims that the cruise operators will pull out of Portland Port without onshore power provision by 2027. However, cruise ships' itinerary is focused on what excursions are available, such as the Jurassic Coast, Stonehenge. They do not organise their cruises according to the available onshore power ports, particularly with only 2% of cruise ship berths worldwide supplying onshore power. That's 29 ports worldwide. Various government initiatives are being put forward, funding streams to help fund UK ports, and these should be investigated. Finally, the Powerfuel claim that the Portland Port waste incinerator will reduce Dorset's landfill is unfounded. The plant is designed to treat RDF, a processed, dried and shredded waste fuel stock, which is not destined to go to landfill. A Portland incinerator would merely divert RDF from another waste incinerator. Powerfuel acknowledges this, stating that residual waste produced in Dorset does not all go to landfill at present, and so the specific waste which would be processed at the Portland ERF might not currently go to landfill. Powerfuel do not demonstrate any exceptional circumstances as to why they should be permitted to breach policies in both the NPPF and the DWP, as well as other local plans, by building a waste incinerator, which will negatively impact on this important landscape setting, as well as affecting a number of cultural heritage assets, with other potential impacts on the integrity of our European conservation sites, our residents' health, the health of our environment, and the impact on our tourist and leisure economy. A waste incinerator at Portland Port would be the wrong technology in the wrong location. So please refuse this application.
Fine, thank you very much. And next we have Helena Berry. When you're
Thank you. Hello, my name is Helena Berry. I live on Portland, and I'd like to highlight the impact on the heritage assets of our island, which include both designated and non-designated assets. The Portland Neighbourhood Plan states, we want to ensure that our history and heritage is recognised and respected. However, this proposal does not appear to have paid this attention. Historic England has concerns regarding the potential impact of this proposal on the setting and significance of several nationally important scheduled monuments that form a key component of the historic port, as well as a number of listed buildings, including the inner and outer breakwater, and several undesignated heritage assets. They also state that we consider that the proposal will cause considerable harm to the significance of several heritage assets from such a large and dominant development within their setting. The Council's case officer has reported that the public benefits of the scheme have been assessed, taking account of the mitigation proposed, but are not considered sufficient to outweigh the cumulative harm that would occur to the individual assets and group of heritage assets, which means that the proposal does not comply with several plans and policies. For example, Dorset Waste Policy 19 states proposals resulting in harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset will only be permitted if this is justified, having regard to the public benefits. So the incinerator proposal is non-compliant with this, as well as with the West Dorset, Weymouth and Portland local plan, which states that any harm to the significance of a designated or non-designated heritage asset must be justified. And also the Portland Neighbourhood Plan, which reports that 8 locations on the island are scheduled as ancient monuments. Beyond these, there are many other buildings, structures and locations that we regard as being an essential and important part of our history and heritage. And the National Planning Policy Framework, which states that where a development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. And with insufficient public benefits to outweigh the harm, this proposal does not comply. The Council's Conservation Officer has highlighted the impact of the scale of the proposal as a concern in relation to the scheduled monuments of the East Weir Battery and Verne Citadel above, both of which depend partly for their significance on unbroken views out from Portland, and in the case of the Verne Citadel, on visual dominance in long views. And further reported that the batteries have substantial group importance and historic importance in British naval history by virtue of architectural design, setting and position. These elements are key elements to the significance of these assets and wider grouping of structures. And they concluded that the proposed mitigation to E-battery will not outweigh the harm to the heritage assets identified in the setting of the proposed development. This harm will be less than substantial. However, the level of harm to the setting of the heritage assets will be considerable. As per NPPF paragraph 199, great weight needs to be given to the conservation of heritage assets, and this is not apparent in the proposed development. The previous conservation officer agrees that there would be less than substantial harm to the significance of 10 designated heritage assets, and that without mitigation, it is not considered that the proposals meet the requirements of national and local plan policies. This officer also identified substantial harm to the significance of the Breakwater Branch Railway, a non-designated asset. He also states that the scheme will also result in harm to a number of heritage assets of considerable national importance, attracting the greatest level of weight in favour of their conservation. NPPF Policy 200 states that any harm to or loss of the significance of a designated heritage asset from its alteration or destruction or from development within its setting should require clear and convincing justification. With E-battery the only heritage mitigation offering, the Conservation Officer concluded E-battery is situated outside of the development boundary and the proposed works will not mitigate any harm to the setting of the surrounding heritage assets affected by the proposed development. As a final note, the Conservation Officer states that given the monument has been allowed to fall into disrepair due to lack of any maintenance, the works could be considered as urgent rather than mitigation. And Historic England, in their most recent response, while supportive of improved management of the proposed mitigation site, pointed out that these are works that could have been undertaken by the Port Authority at any point in the last 10 years. Please refuse this application.
Thank you very much. And next to speak will be Jonathan Tweedle. Once again, you've got 5 minutes, Mr. Tweedle, when you press the button.
Sirs, Ma'ams, I'm Master Aircrew John Tweedle, currently posted to RAF Air Commanders Warrant Officer Total Safety and Environmental Protection. I'm also a resident of Portland and I'll be addressing the landscape issue. The case officer has stated that the proposed development, as a result of its scale, massing and height in the proposed location, would have a significant adverse effect on the quality of the landscape and views of the iconic landform shape of the Isle of Portland within the setting of the Dorset and East Devon Coast World Heritage Site. The Dorset Council Local Character Assessment defines Portland as one of the iconic and unique coastal landmarks of the county, if not the country, with extensive sweeping views up and down the coastline and very different to all other parts of Dorset. The key land management guidance being the need to maintain sensitive skyline from inappropriate development by ensuring any new development is sited off the skyline when viewed from key locations such as rights of way. However, the proposed incinerator cannot comply with this guidance, as highlighted by the DC senior landscape architect who stated the separation of the buildings slightly away from the bottom of the sloping Portland landform means that in some views they will be seen against a backdrop of completely open sky. From these viewpoints, the profile of the new build structures will create their own entirely new skyline sitting alongside the Isle of Portland skyline. Indeed, the previous conservation officer concurs, stating the stack remains a prominent visual element in views from the west and northwest where it's seen against the skyline. Senior landscape architect states, the combination of the scale of the proposed buildings and stack at this very exposed location at the base of the Portland landform leads to significant landscape concerns with this development, and that there are numerous sensitive viewpoints around the edge of the harbour where the changes created by these proposals would be at their most apparent. The new buildings would create substantial new build form sitting alongside and detracting from the very distinctive form of the Isle of Portland. According to ENV1 of the West Dorset, Weymouth and Portland local plan, this proposal should be refused as the area's exceptional landscape and seascapes and geological interests will be protected, taking into account the objectives of the Dorset AONB Management Plan and World Heritage Site Management Plan. Development which would harm the character, special qualities and natural beauty of the Dorset area of outstanding beauty, including their characteristic landscape quality and diversity, uninterrupted panoramic views, individual landmarks and sense of tranquility and remoteness will not be permitted. The AONB management plan states proposals should avoid creating new features which are detrimental to landscape character, tranquility and the AONB's special qualities, and protect where possible, enhance the quality of views into, within and out of the AONB. However, the introduction of a structure 201 metres long, 51 metres wide, 47 metres high, with an 80-metre high chimney stack being served by 80 HGVs trips a day, does not comply with this management plan. The proposal also does not comply with NPPF paragraph 176, nor DWP policy 14, which states great weight will be given to conserving the landscape and scenic beauty of areas of outstanding natural beauty and the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site and their settings. It will be set in a landscape surrounded by SSSIs and SACs in the midst of the setting of the Jurassic Coast World Heritage Site and in the setting of and a focal point of the Dorset area of natural beauty. The sheer mass of the buildings is totally incongruous within this prominent and sensitive location. The previous DC landscape officer had serious concerns how this will affect the landscape and the visual impact. A plume will draw the eye to the proposed ERF building and will create an industrial character in the wider landscape currently not associated with industrial activity. And also stated that the ERF breaks the natural end profile of the peninsula. The current DC landscape officer agrees. I object to these development proposals due to their resulting significant landscape and visual impacts. The main concerns are due to the scale of the building and their location at the very edge of the exposed and highly distinctive Portland Peninsula landform, and concludes, I do not believe these proposals are acceptable in landscape terms. The Jurassic Coast Trust stated that this development will negatively impact the setting of the World Heritage Site, suggesting that the best mitigation is to build the facility at an alternative site. I urge you in the strongest possible terms to refuse this incinerator proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And before I bring in the next speaker, can I just remind you again in the gallery and in the chamber that please keep your conversations, unless you're speaking at the meeting, to nil. Thank you. Steve Christmas, I think it's your turn, isn't it? When you're ready.
I'm Steve, I'm a resident of Portland, and I would like to touch upon... Sorry. Good morning, I'm Steve, a resident of Portland. I would like to touch upon Portland's biodiversity. Paragraph 180 of the current National Planning Policy Framework states that development on land within or outside a site of special scientific interest, which is likely to have an adverse effect on it, either individually or in combination with other developments, should not normally be permitted. The only exception is where the benefits of the development in the location proposed clearly outweighs its likely impact on the key features that make it of special scientific interest. Powerfuel have not provided any robust case that there is a need for a waste incinerator in such close proximity to these uniquely sensitive national and internationally important sites of scientific interest. Dorset Council's own appropriate assessment into the impact of increased traffic emissions reinforces the importance of these designated sites as one of the richest coastal limestone lichen sites in the British Isles. They include 16 Red Data Book, 2 nationally rare, 39 nationally scarce species. Dorset Waste Plan Policy 18 states that proposals for waste management facilities must not adversely affect the integrity of European designated sites, either alone or in combination with other plans and projects. Natural England have stated that it is understood that the Environment Agency is still in the process of carrying out its element of the appropriate assessment into the air pollution effects of the ERF incineration process. At this time, therefore, Natural England maintain a holding objection subject to the statutory consultation. This is important. The lack of an appropriate assessment into the impacts of emissions from the facility have not been independently corroborated. Consequently, the requirements of Policy 18 have not been demonstrated and the development should not be approved. The impact of air pollution on these sensitive sites cannot be understated. The open scrub, boulder, scree areas of the undercliffs, especially on the East Wears, have no equal anywhere on the south coast and are perhaps unique with a combination of southern oceanic, Mediterranean, Atlantic bryophytes and lichens not known elsewhere in Britain. Consequently, great weight should be given to the importance of this habitat because of these well-developed lower plant communities. These lower plants take up essential elements directly from the air and have strong absorption capacities. They are recognised as biomonitors, our canaries in the coal mine, because of their susceptibility to air pollutants. They are especially vulnerable to increases in atmospheric nitrogen. The waste incinerator would emit just under 3 tonnes of oxides of nitrogen weekly over Unit 33, a level with other parts of the SAC surrounding the Verne. There is a high potential for this development to have adverse effects, as only a small exposure to these pollutants is needed to have a deleterious impact. These species and their populations are genetically unique, irreplaceable, their loss is irreversible. A further concern is the SAC's calcareous grassland habitat. This supports the rare Cretaceous form of the silver-studded blue, a priority species, now unique to Portland, having evolved to fill a unique ecological niche here, which together with the Adonis blue and chalk-hill blue butterflies are reliant upon our calcareous grasslands for their complex life cycle, which depend on specific larval food plants and symbiotic relationships with specific ant species. Increased air pollution can have a devastating impact on this habitat. The pollutants released by the incinerator could lead to increased soil enrichment, increasing the likelihood that more competitive rankered grasses will dominate the food plants and the butterflies and other invertebrates rely on. With the loss of their food plants, they will die out. Research also shows that many Lepidoptera species rely on scent plumes to find mates and food. Chemicals released when burning RDF can mask these scent plumes, resulting in butterflies and moths being unable to breed or locate food. Portland has a very special and unique biodiversity. It relies on its pristine air quality. The emissions from this development will likely damage these features, and in the ecological emergency we are currently experiencing, we can ill afford to increase the pressures on the sensitive flora and fauna. Please refuse this application.
Thank you. Next we have Laura Baldwin. And when you're ready, again, switch the mic on and you've got your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm an Olympic sailor, mother, and I live on Portland. And I'm going to be speaking about onshore power. So Dorset Waste Plan Policy 14 states that within the setting of a World Heritage Site and the Dorset AONB, proposals for major developments may only be permitted in exceptional circumstances with an identified need. It appears Powerfuel's identified need is onshore power, as stated as the key driver for locating the incinerator at the port. However, the reason that ports are installing onshore power is to fulfill the UK's requirement of the Clean Air Maritime Plan, the EU directives, and the International Maritime Organization to ensure that shoreside electricity is provided via a clean power supply that contributes to reducing the environmental impact in ports in terms of both air quality and noise levels. To comply with these regulations, Powerfuel's modelling results should show a significant improvement in air quality. But in reality, their assessment only shows what Powerfuel themselves describe as an extremely small change in particulate matter. That's the sulfur oxides and nitrogen oxides. No other emissions are analysed in respect to onshore power provision, including no reference to carbon dioxide, which is reprehensible when there are pressing targets to decarbonise all our ports globally. On average, a cruise ship engine without onshore power has a carbon emission factor of 695 grams per kilowatt hour. And the predicted carbon intensity based on Power Fuels incinerator data will be around 738 grams per kilowatt hour. An incinerator is more carbon intensive than a cruise ship. Therefore, it is not feasible to decarbonise a port by providing waste incinerator generated power. And as such, Power Fuels' provision of onshore power can hold no weight in the planning balance. A waste incinerator located at the port, installed to meet the power needs of the port, is unsustainable. The port will provide 2 onshore power berths. Cruise ships on average require 8 megawatts of power. It will not be feasible for 2 cruise ships to use onshore power concurrently without drawing from the national grid. And the Clean Maritime Plan estimates the demand for onshore power is expected to increase significantly. If from day one the incinerator is not capable of providing 2 cruise ships simultaneously, then going forward with global ambitions for zero emission shipping, increasing the power needs, it indicates that onshore power for the port's future needs provided by a 15.2 megawatt waste incinerator is unrealistic and unsustainable. The government's Clean Maritime Plan sees zero emission shipping as a future whereby no greenhouse gases or air quality pollutants are emitted by vessels operating in UK waters or in the ship-to-shore activities required to facilitate those operations. Providing renewable energy onshore makes a firm commitment to decarbonising a port's activities, but planting trees on the other side of the world to offset the incinerator's carbon dioxide does not. Port decarbonisation cannot be achieved using the energy from a waste incinerator, emitting 3,850 tonnes of carbon dioxide weekly. And this begs the question, will Portland Port become a no-go destination for cruise operators who wish to reduce their carbon footprint whilst in port, but cannot do so using a carbon-intensive Portland Port incinerator onshore power source? The cruise ship industry is in a state of flux, with cleaner technologies being deployed. By the time this incinerator produces power, with cruise ships improving energy efficiency and using cleaner power sources, cruise ships' emissions will decrease. However, waste incinerator technology to reduce emissions has already peaked. For planning purposes, the carbon content may be greenwashed and offset, but in respect of onshore power supply within the port, it cannot be offset, which questions the validity of this proposal. Portland Port needs to think carefully about welcoming a carbon-intensive onshore power supply to facilitate decarbonisation. It cannot claim that there is exceptional need for a non-compliant waste incinerator to be built at this port. This incinerator is not fit for purpose, and in respect of onshore power, I ask you to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we go on to Hilary Breakwell.
Hello, my name is Hilary and I live on Portland and I'm covering waste management. The Council's senior landscape architect objects to these development proposals due to their resulting significant landscape and visual impacts. Therefore, the proposal does not comply with Dorset Waste Plan 2019 Policy 14, which states that proposals for waste management facilities will be permitted where they are compatible with their setting and would conserve and/or enhance the character and quality of the landscape. The DWP states proposals for major development in settings such as both the Dorset AONB and the Jurassic Coast WHS requires there to be a need and for the developer to show that there are no suitable alternatives for meeting that need. However, there are 4 alternative waste management sites allocated which comply with DWP 2019 Policy 3. One of which has recently been given planning permission to go ahead, and a second one has come forward and is at the pre-planning stage for a 260,000 tonne waste incinerator to be built on the waste management site where Dorset's RDF fuel stock for waste incineration is produced. These allocated sites are better placed to meet the need for waste management of residual waste in accordance with the policies, criteria and strategies of the Dorset Waste Plan. The planning application has been reviewed by Freeth's environmental lawyers, who concluded that the proposed application is contrary to the waste plan. It is an unallocated site proposing development that causes substantial harm to the spatial strategy of a recently adopted plan. It prejudices the delivery of allocated sites for managing residual waste by virtue of its scale, size, and that it is proposed less than a year from the adoption of the development plan. The scheme does not adhere to the proximity principle, and that the application does not meet the required tests of Policy 4 that would permit an unallocated site being granted planning permission. The proposal is contrary to the development plan, and there are no material considerations presented that would justify an approval. The Place and Resources Scrutiny Committee in May 2022 discussed helping Dorset to become carbon neutral by 2050 by encouraging waste reduction and support transition to a circular economy. The committee quite rightly praised our 60% recycling achieved, making Dorset Council the third best unitary council in England for recycling and composting. Yet more improvements are planned, predicted to save £125,000 through increased recycling, less rubbish, and less recycling contamination, with the next steps plan being to continue to improve waste facilities and schemes to encourage greater waste reduction, reuse, and recycling. These initiatives are aimed at reducing Dorset's residual waste, therefore reducing the Dorset processed RDF available for incineration. Powerfuel's figures, which show an increased need for capacity, are based on Dorset Council's now outdated predictions that waste arisings will increase in the future. However, the council projections need revisiting and updating in line with government policies for decreasing the waste produced and increasing recycling and reuse, and indeed in line with the council's own waste reduction strategies. An industry report, UK Energy from Waste Statistics 2021, published in May 2022, stated that the UK has a waste incinerator total capacity of 16.13 million tonnes, and that in 2020-21, 12.5 million tonnes of waste was sent to incineration, showing a current overcapacity in the UK of 3.63 million tonnes. There is also a misconception about this waste incinerator being the answer to Dorset's landfill waste, which is encouraged by the applicant throughout their documents. But waste incinerators like the incinerator proposed, which will use refuse-derived fuel, do not prevent waste being sent to the county for landfill, as in reality the RDF is pre-processed specifically for waste incinerators and would not get sent to landfill, only diverted from an existing incinerator. It is very clear that Powerfuel's waste incinerator proposal conflicts with various national policies, as well as Dorset's waste policies, and exceeds the future waste management demands of Dorset, making it unsustainable. And I would ask that you please refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Just while the other speakers are sorting themselves out here, I've just been reminded, I didn't need it really, but we're approaching the 3 hour.
Urban Conservation Centre, past Redipole Lake Nature Reserve and through to the built-up areas of Weymouth. Passing Weymouth Marina Inner Harbour, up Boot Hill, past the AQM, automatic analyser, constantly monitored as it is close to being above the permitted levels for emissions. Past the dense housing along near Buxton Road, passing the 112 local allotment sites, that stands for allotments, passing All Saints School, Ford Corner Roundabout, congestion pinch point also, leading to White Regis Infant School, the nursery schools, White Regis C of E Junior School, White Regis Health Centre and Library, White Regis Methodist Church play area, and close to the tennis courts. You're starting to get the idea. Stopping at the pedestrian traffic lights as the children cross the road for school, causing more congestion. Past various food shops, white smugglers, and other eating outlets, along the very residential Portland Road, where children walk along the pavements to school, through the traffic lights, another congestion point, and on then to Chesil Vista Holiday Park. Then from Ferry Bridge along the causeway, the HGVs will pass Chesil Beach with the breeding of little terns, an international site, an associated feature of the Chesil Beach and Fleet SPA, both part of the Jurassic Coast and UNESCO World Heritage Site. Over the mouth of the Fleet, which is a special area of conservation and special protection area, a Ramsar site and a site of special scientific interest. Past the Dorset Wildlife Trust Chesil Beach Centre, an information centre for wildlife and environmental exhibitions. Past the Portland Harbour Shore, SSI, where kite surfers, paddleboarders, windsurfers, dinghy sailors, yacht sailors, beachcombers, dog walkers, kite flyers, holiday makers, and fishermen that use that area. Past Portland Harbour's sensitive marine area, then on towards Castletown, a conservation area, which has been subject to regeneration in recent years and is fast becoming a tourist hotspot. Passing all the young people on the skate park, past the what will soon be a special education or needs school, down Castle Road and the main only access to the port, and past the current 206 flats at the Atlantic House and in the old Hardy complex, which is supposed to be developed into another 348 homes. We go past Portland Castle, a 16th century coastal fort and gardens. Then past Osprey Leisure Centre and swimming pool, trundle within feet of houses in the conservation area of Castletown, passing the D-Day Centre, a tourist attraction, Hotel Aqua, Crabbers Wharf holiday lets, the Green Shutters pub and a grocery shop. Then in through the gates of Portland Port to unload, and then return the 39 miles to Canford. An objection from the manager of Portland Bunkering states, that's in the port, we would also like to raise the problem of the road through Castletown leading to the port main gate. This narrow road regularly gets blocked and heavily congested with the current HGV use from other tenants and moves products in and out of the port. Adding another 50 HGV movements, we now know 80, a day to this would be ridiculous and massively hinder emergency service response time in the event of emergency, such as the recent fires at the port in the grain store area. Those living along Castletown will be impacted upon the most by the HGV lorries, toing and froing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they will rumble past their doors, emitting airborne toxins, dust, odour, and their houses will shake as the massive lorries pass within a couple of metres of their doors. This is in contravention of DWP Policy 12, amenity and quality of life. This road, which passes so close to the doors of residential properties providing accommodation for young families, should not be considered a safe access to the proposed site, which is in contravention of DWP Policy 13, transport and access. Please refuse this application.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to the other public speakers, and the first on my list is Michael Kelly. Is that correct? Mr. Kelly, again, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I speak on behalf of Weymouth and Portland Access Group. The group has worked with the local authorities and others since 1989. Our efforts are to make Weymouth, Portland and Chickerell more accessible for people with disabilities, for those caring for young children, and indeed for the public in general. We use a wider definition of disability, which includes people with mobility or sensory impairment, people with mental health problems, people with permanent or temporary disabling health or injury, and people with learning difficulties. For the most part, Weymouth, Portland and Chickerell enjoy high standards of air and water quality. This is of great benefit to residents, people employed locally and to visitors alike, including those enjoying the walking, water sports, the landscape, ecological and historic character of the area. These qualities should be treasured. Although recommended for refusal, the report before you does not recommend refusal on the basis of its effects upon air or water quality or its impact on noise or light pollution. It sets this subject aside, saying that substantial harm would not be caused. We need to tell that to those who are particularly vulnerable to such pollution. It's widely understood that respiratory problems are growing in prevalence and that young people and the elderly are particularly affected. The effects would also be greater upon people with disabilities and upon the poorer and less mobile members of the local community. As the report notes, Portland and Weymouth have high levels of deprivation. Portland's topography has resulted in residential and prison development at a higher level equivalent to and higher than the top of the proposed flue. The topography of Portland jutting out into the English Channel means that the weather around the northeast corner of the island often differs from that elsewhere in the area, including that at Portland Bill. The results include periods of relative calm, which may result in mist or low cloud trapping the exhaust gases from the flue, which would otherwise have been dispersed more widely. As regards the impacts of traffic noise and pollution, you will be aware that the A354, B3156 and B3157 pass through heavily populated areas with 3 medical centres, 4 schools on the route, 4 further schools nearby, plus another which is currently closed, whom my colleague here just referred to. The area enjoys low nighttime light pollution, especially in seaward views. Such qualities of ecological and environmental benefit, but are also of benefit to human health and well-being. Please refuse the application for reasons recommended, but also on its conflicts with Dorset Council's declaration on the climate change and ecological emergency. This overarching international concern and the rapidly emerging knowledge and efforts to address these concerns extend beyond the development plan policies, including the Minerals and Waste Local Plan of 2019. Increasing emphasis is being placed on minimising waste beyond recycling, incineration and landfill. Related to the environmental emergency, a more cautious approach is required. Biodiversity loss and soil deterioration and acidification are increasing. Much effort continues to be made to restore Portland's rich biodiversity, but such efforts will be outweighed by the proposed development. A more cautionary approach is needed regarding the likely effects upon human health and well-being. As President of Weymouth and Portland Access Group, I am disappointed that the report, whilst containing reference to the public sector's equalities duty, does not recognise that people with disabilities, together with young people, will be proportionally more affected by the emissions and pollution from the proposals. For reasons set out, I ask that planning permission should be refused on a wider subject range than the 3 reasons stated in the report. Thank you.
Fine, thank you very much. Thank you both. Now we come to Jerry Hind, and you have again 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jerry Hind. I'm a retired IBM and Philips executive, and I'm a Portlander. And I'd first like to thank this council for your consideration and analysis today. Clearly, a lot of thought's been given to this, and I'm especially glad, as you mentioned, that you've spent a lot of time on site, because I think with artist impressions and PowerPoint charts, you only get one part of the picture. Now, speaking as an individual, the head tells you, the heart tells you, and the gut tells you that this incinerator is the wrong idea in the wrong place at the wrong time. Portland's a cul-de-sac. I only need to mention Boot Hill, Lanehouse Rocks, Portland Road. How many collective hours of each of us, every one of us, idled there? And now we propose lorry loads of garbage to be burned here. Weymouth and Portland are right on the edge of a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Sites of special scientific interest account for nearly 1,000 acres on Portland alone. That's incredible for an island 4 miles long and 2 miles wide. Weymouth Beach is one of our greatest assets. These will all be polluted by the plume. Look at the plans and the ugly chimney looms high, but you know what? The island stands higher than the chimney, which means there will be families living literally at the eye level and above, and they will see the plume drift out, catch the wind, and head straight for them. Who would design a plan for a smokestack that impacts other human beings in this way? It's staggering. Developing nations, China, India, Brazil, continue to build ugly smokestacks. Progressive nations are hauling them down. What do we want to be? I'm mindful of the advice that this is not a referendum, but sometimes you have to consider people power. I understand 7,000 people signed the petition, and I counted around 500 protesters at the public protest in October 2021. That's 500 people from a population of 13,000. Think about this. When else in Dorset have we seen anything like 3.5% of the population mobilised? I remember one national example. On a cold and grey day in February 2003, 1 million people, 1.5% of the UK population, tramped across London to protest against the Iraq war. Tony Blair ignored the protests. Look what happened to him. Look what happened to Iraq. The political atmosphere in Britain feels febrile right now. Plymouth Council fells 100 trees at midnight so it doesn't have to face up to public scrutiny. Cambridge looks set to tear down 1,000 trees in an ancient orchard despite protests. Many MPs, even one or two decent ones, are turning a blind eye to sewage in rivers and the sea. With this in mind, I'm grateful for the Council's consideration, and I'm impressed by what I've heard today and the conclusions you seem to be coming to. This is the wrong idea in the wrong place at the wrong time. Please, let's keep Portland and Weymouth, Dorset Council, and the county itself on the right side of history. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Now we go to Chris Moyle. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm speaking today on behalf of Weymouth and Portland Civic Society. The proposed incinerator would be in the middle of the Jurassic World Heritage Site, which is England's only natural World Heritage Site. It will be directly below the England Coast Path, ironically, just above the first section that opened in 2012. It's difficult to believe that the opening walk for the England Coast Path would have started from Portland if the incinerator had been built then. I'll now move on to our planning objections, all based on the Waste Management Plan 2013. Policy 1 and Objective 2 focus, amongst other things, on the proximity principle, which means that facilities to handle waste should be near to the sources of waste and travel miles should be minimised. The application clearly conflicts with that policy. Portland and Weymouth together only make up 7% of the population of our area. Portland is actually further from BCP, where most of the waste is actually generated and where the planned extra facilities would be, than their out-of-area facility that they currently use in Marchwood in Hampshire. And I can assure you the roads to get there are significantly worse. Your policy 2 is integrated waste facilities. And it says that co-location of waste facilities should be supported. However, this application is for a standalone facility, and even its own waste will need to be transported nearly 100 miles to Avonmouth for onward processing. Policy 13 is about amenity and quality of life. There's a requirement for the developer to address any noise, vibration, litter, and visual impact. The application's ignored the emission, noise, and vibration from additional traffic that will pass along Boot Hill and or Portland Road, Wyke, and then through Castletown in, as was previously said, very busy areas. And there's no effective mitigation for the additional litter that will be generated in Portland and along the route, including the Ramsar site of Chesil Beach and the Fleet. Policy 14 is about landscape and design quality, and it says that great weight will be given to conserving the landscape and beauty of areas of outstanding natural beauty and the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site and their settings. Applications will only be permitted where it is in the public interest. This application is incompatible with the policy, and it's clear from the sheer level of outcry, almost unanimous, that it's not seen to be in the public interest in any way. The application also conflicts with Objective 4 of the plan to safeguard local amenity, landscape, environmental assets, tourism, health and well-being. As an example, the Jurassic Trust says that the best way to see the fascinating island of Portland is on foot. The Southwest Coast Path loops around and there's an excellent network of internal footpaths. I think it's going to be a big challenge for them to write positively about the view of an incinerator from the cliffs. So, in conclusion, the Jurassic Coast is Dorset's jewel in the crown, and we need to do everything possible to protect and enhance it. Tourism is worth more than £1 billion a year to the local economy, and the beauty of our coastline and countryside is why most of us live here. Liverpool lost its UNESCO World Heritage Site designation in 2021 because of inappropriate development, and it's essential that we don't follow it down that route of shame. I believe that there are good planning reasons to uphold the recommendation to reject the application because of the impact on our environment, our people, and the conflicts with our approved waste management plan. And I urge you to reject it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. And next to speak, we have the Reverend Brother Alasdair Kay. When you're ready again, you switch on, you have 5 minutes.
Hello, councillors. It's a real privilege to be here in front of you. I want to begin, first of all, with an appeal to the Conservatives to be conservative in this particular matter, to the Lib Dems to listen to the voice of democracy, to members of the Labour Party to consider the poor, and members of the Green Party to remember why you are here. I never imagined for one moment that when I was ordained to the priesthood, I would have to do this twice. I went through the whole process in Allenton in Derby, where they decided to plonk an energy recovering facility in the midst of the poor. I stood and prayed with Susan Boone as she died as a result of emphysema. I conducted her funeral amongst the smell that came from that place. Today, that incinerator is closed. It failed. Millions of pounds, goodness knows how much ink spilled, goodness knows how much money spent. It was a failure. So when I moved to Weymouth to become the rector of White Regis, I was given a rather beautiful, the keys were handed to me, of a 550-year-old Grade 1 listed building, which was, and I'm claiming it, the first church ever built in Weymouth. And it's right on the corner where the 80 trucks will rumble past every single day. When I was made rector, I was also made the ex officio foundation governor of White Federation Primary School, a school of 600 children who have to negotiate and engage their way up and down the Portland Road, across Ford's Corner, and we know well that in the past a child was killed on that particular road. I'm the chaplain to All Saints School, and time again, when I talk to children of that school as to what is their primary concern for the future, they come back with one word, and one word only: the environment. It's the same in the junior school when I talk to the children there. I calculated that nearly 2,000 children between White Federation School, All Saints School, and Holy Trinity School will use the road that these road movements will take place on a daily basis. But I also want to appeal to your consciences. Now, I know that necessarily planning is not decided on conscience. However, you are human beings. And so therefore we are having consciences. When we sit in this chamber, we do not just speak for ourselves, our political party, or our individual opinions, or even, dare I say it, planning law. We speak for the people we represent, the places we represent. And so I've come here today to ask you to do something very simple. I'm asking you because of these children, because of these places, because of actually we are looking to see a good place to live, the common well-being of all, that you refuse this application. If you weren't councillors, you would have the time to watch Location, Location, Location. I don't know if any of you ever watch it. But in essence, this application, this is what it's about. It's about location. This is the wrong place. We know it. And so I hope that when you come to make your decision, and I will be praying for you, that you make it about the right things. I almost want to finish in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. May God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much. And finally, we have got, is it Raina? Is it Summerson? Raina Summerson. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know how to follow that really, but excuse me, I'm reading from my phone. So my name is Raina Summerson. I'm representing B-Side Arts Organisation. It's a community interest company located in Portland, and I'm the non-executive chair. I also have extensive business and community networks across Portland and Dorset, and closely involved with aspects of regeneration, economic growth and tourism in the locality. B-Side support all of the other very articulate objections made and do not seek to replicate those in this statement. B-Side is an internationally recognised and locally loved arts organisation, and one key strand of our work is our annual festival, which attracts thousands of visitors to the area. We are a recognised national portfolio organisation with the Arts Council, with significant funds also received from Heritage Lottery and other such institutions. These funds are all focused on Portland, producing direct investment and economic activity in the community. And we believe these types of funding streams and the levels of them and the internationally respected artistic commissioning that they enable us to carry out would be at risk in the future if this development went ahead. As a result of this national funding and our requirements as a community interest company, we conduct extensive evaluation work and produce impact reports about visitor numbers, feedback on visitor behaviour, and feedback from them on the island, about Portland as an island. From the 2022 festival, our statistics showed around 6,000 visitors came to the festival. There were high levels of engagement with the community, strong economic contribution, and as always, very positive feedback about the natural beauty of the island. Importantly, a constant theme of people visiting Portland is that they wish to return and would recommend visiting to others. We are concerned that this development would severely impact this and the perception of Portland, with a devastating knock-on effect on the multitude of businesses and therefore the community. Underpinning all of B-Side's work streams are the principles of geotourism, an approach that benefits the economy whilst also sustaining or enhancing the distinctive geographical character of a place, its environment, its heritage, aesthetics, culture, and the well-being of its residents. Tourism, the arts, nature, and heritage all underpin our increasing visitor attraction and local business enterprise and development on Portland. Many businesses rely on its unique and protected environment. The obvious reputational damage to the island's image cannot be ignored. There has been evident and significant increase in tourism, visitor footfall, local business growth, inward investment, inward skilled professional relocation, national and even now international interest in Portland over recent years. As an example, B-Side recently advertised in what has been a difficult recruitment market for 3 non-exec directors to help us with our work. We drew 3 highly skilled professional non-exec directors who have been drawn to the island to live and contribute to it from other areas. They have been impressed by its natural beauty, its community, its focus on outdoor activity, and its cultural heritage. This development places at risk both this wonderful growing reputation and the current vibrant and diverse tourism and cultural business growth. With increased recognition of Portland's historical and environmental assets and associated recent investment, Portland is on the cusp of a greatly enhanced and forward-thinking cultural and environmentally sustainable tourism development. The proposed mitigation efforts in the application regarding business, heritage, and landscapes impact are not adequate to compensate for the associated loss or damage. In addition, we do not believe there is anywhere near sufficient evidence of or confidence in the purported benefits to other businesses in the community that this development would allegedly bring. This application is simply not in synergy with other current plans and ambitions for Portland's economy. The benefits for one, albeit large and important business, simply cannot and should not take priority over the risks and lost opportunity to numerous other local businesses. We all want economic success for Portland and for the local businesses and population. However, we believe there is a better way forward that better supports economic growth on Portland and for the port, but harmonises industrial development on Portland with tourism in a way that benefits residents, all businesses, and the environment. There are clearly alternatives to this proposal that would allow the port to work and develop its cruise ship, enhance the island and create a more sustainable future. The renewable energy industry is developing at speed and other options could be better sourced for a greener, more community-friendly and productive way forward. This last paragraph, sorry. We believe at best this application firmly places a single business interest above other local business interests, and at worst it places their future at real risk. We're confident that these other vital business collectively can produce more job creation and sustainable benefits for Portland, and that in this we will continue to achieve much stronger and cohesive economic growth for Portland in the future.
Good, thank you very much. So that is the complete list of first blocks of speakers. Can I just compliment them all to actually keeping within the time frame very, very well. We're keeping an eye on the clock here, and I hope that continues into this afternoon's session as well. I'm now going to propose that we actually, a little bit earlier than the timetable, we break for lunch, and we reconvene here at 1 p.m. if members are happy with that. Yes? 1 p.m. kick-off? Fine. So on that note, it's 12:25. So we'll reconvene 1 p.m. Thank you. the afternoon session. We're going to run in the next batch of speakers, which will be the applicant, agent, etc. Then we'll have the town and parish councillors, and then we'll have the ward members. Then again, I propose to have another break, short break, and then following that, we'll have the officer responses to what's been said, and then to round up the member debate. That's how it's going to run. And for absolute fairness, we had 2 groups represented speaking against this morning, and they had a total time of 1 hour, 10 minutes. I did time it. And the applicant agent have got, on my list, 6 speakers, and we can allow them up to 1 hour, 10 minutes total as well. Whatever order, gentlemen, you want to do it in is up to you, but you've got 1 hour and 10 minutes if you need it. So I'm going to go by my list here, call you forward on the names. I presume that's the order that's standing. Okay, good. So first, are you going to come down here? Do you want to come down and address? It's far easier. It has, I'm told, much better effect for the room. So we've got Bill Reeves and Stephen Othen. Is that correct? Othen. My apologies. First to speak will be Bill Reeves, and he's representing the Portland Port Group, and you've got 5 minutes from the time that you press that, or longer if you need it.
Good afternoon. The energy recovery facility is vital to the port, as without this project, the port will not be able to offer shore power to the cruise vessels that call at the port each year. The impact of losing the cruise business on the local area will be more than 100 million over a 10-year period. We're coming under increasing pressure from the cruise lines to give a date when we can offer shore power, and we've been told that they are already considering shore power as a factor when planning their itineraries. Note that Carnival, the largest cruise company in the world, has written a letter in support for the Energy Recovery Facility project. There is no other way in the next 10 years that the port can secure sufficient electrical energy to offer shore power because of local grid constraints. The impact on the cruise business without shore power will be a steady decline of a business that the port has worked hard to develop and which will deliver between 8 and 10 million in the current year in terms of financial benefit to the local area. And that loss would result in a loss of employment, both directly at the port and indirectly in the tourist sector. The objectors have cited a wide variety of reasons why they don't want the energy recovery facility built on the port. However, all the key regulatory bodies, including UK Health and Security Agency, previously called Public Health England, Natural England, the Environment Agency, and the Highways Agency, have raised no objections to the project. These are the government agencies, staffed with appropriate experts, that exist to protect the public interest. Ports are amongst the most highly regulated bodies in the UK, and Portland Port works closely with many of the bodies mentioned here, in addition to the Maritime Coast Guard Agency and the Marine Management Organisation. I put my trust in these organisations rather than the opinions quoted by the protest group. Pardon me. What we're left with, according to the officer's report, are objections on the grounds of visual impact, heritage impact, and the fact that, according to the officer, the project is not consistent with the Dorset Council Waste Plan. The evidence to support the visual impact objection is a landscape officer's report. This is a third report and was commissioned by the case officer in November 2022. The original landscape officer's report from October 2020 did not raise an objection, and the second opinion from the Council's independent specialists, Tetra Tech, in December 2021, also confirmed no objection. So we have two reports that state no objection, and following the case officer's recent activity, we have a late third report that appears to object. The same is true of the heritage report. The latest position, based on some woolly language from Historic England following an unexpected discussion with the case officer in January 2023, replaces an original detailed report from the Dorset Senior Conservation Officer in 2021, which confirmed support for the project subject to restoration of a local heritage asset. The report airbrushes out relevant facts in the site history. As far as the waste plan is concerned, the port was engaged in detailed discussions with Dorset Waste Partnership in 2017 and 2018 regarding establishing a waste processing site on the port. Those discussions only ended when Karen Punchard, the head of service at Dorset Waste Partnership at that time, wrote to say that unfortunately the uncertainties of Brexit meant that discussions had to be shelved, but that, and I quote her words written in an email, "The port and its facilities represent considerable potential for development for waste management and other industrial applications. Our work has concluded that the site could feasibly be developed to deliver a processing and export facility." Given these discussions, we expected the port to be included as an allocated site in the waste plan. Further, the site also had the benefit of a live but as yet unimplemented planning permission for a waste-fueled project with a similar scale of power production. Again, suggesting the port should have been an allocated site. Finally, as a further indication of the port's waste activities, at the time of the waste plan, the port held a permit for the receipt and storage of up to 144,000 tonnes of waste wood. The port should have been identified as an allocated site, or at least safeguarded in the waste plan. It is not clear why it was not. The process of dealing with this application has now taken much more time than anyone expected. Last summer, the case officer engaged by Dorset Council was close to finalising his report, or so we were told. That officer was dismissed for reasons that have not been confirmed by Dorset, and the current planning officer was given the case. The new case officer then commissioned a new landscape officer's report and subsequently a new heritage officer's report. Both these reports overturned the previous reports that raised no objection. The new reports provide the key support for the officer's conclusion to recommend refusal. In legal circles, this is known as opinion shopping. You keep asking the question of different lawyers until you get the answer you need. I've dealt with the planning department at Dorset Council over several years and have always found them to be professional and objective. Unfortunately, this has not been my experience here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Now we have Stephen Othen.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Othen of Fitchner Consulting Engineers. I'm a chartered chemical engineer with 25 years' experience in waste and energy. I and my team are responsible for the air quality and carbon assessments in this application, and also for the environmental permit application, which has been mentioned a couple of times. The Portland ERF will be designed to meet the latest emission standards from the UK and EU, and will use proven technology to safely combust waste and clean up the flue gases. In particular, given what was mentioned this morning, there will be a bag filter system, which is a very, very effective way of removing all sizes of particulates from flue gases, including the PM10s and PM2.5s, which were mentioned earlier. We've carried out a comprehensive air quality assessment, making conservative assumptions and taking full account of local weather data and topography. We're blessed with having a weather station on Portland, which gives us good local weather data. That's on the other side of Portland, and therefore the dispersion modelling software uses uses modelling of the flow fields to take account of how the wind flows above and around the island. There's also wind speed and direction data available in the harbour, which we've used to confirm that we're getting appropriate results. This air quality assessment has been verified by Tetra Tech, your consultants. That report was supported by your Environmental Protection Department, and it's also been verified by the Environment Agency. This shows the impact of emissions from the stack can be screened out as negligible for most emissions. And even where it's not screened out, when we look at background levels and the distribution of those emissions, again, the impact can be described as negligible. Similarly, the impact of emissions from traffic is negligible, including in the Boots Hill area of Weymouth, where I believe the highest levels of background pollution currently exist. We've also looked at the emergency generator, which is provided to ensure the plant can close down safely if there was a problem with the power supply. It will operate for a few hours a year, and again, this is not going to cause any concerns on air quality. For all these reasons, the UK Health Security Agency, formerly Public Health England, has informed you that it has no significant concerns regarding the risk to health of the local population from the proposed development. Everything I've said so far ignores the benefit of shore power. This will enable ships in ports to switch off their engines while they are in port, thereby reducing emissions to atmosphere from their diesel engines. As requested by your officers, we've assessed the impact of this benefit. Again, we've been conservative here. We've assumed a low number of ships connecting to shore power, and we've assumed that those ships are modern cruise ships and modern Royal Fleet auxiliary ships, which probably have lower emissions than are actually the case for some of the older cruise ships that come into the site. Despite this, the assessment has shown that across the whole of Weymouth and Portland, the result of the ERF and shore power would be a reduction in particulate concentrations. And across virtually the whole of Portland and Weymouth, there'll be a reduction in nitrogen dioxide concentrations as well. And again, this applies to the Boots Hill area of Weymouth, where we currently have higher levels due to traffic. I want to touch briefly on ecology. The assessment was accompanied by a shadow appropriate assessment which covered emissions from traffic and the stack and the emergency diesel generator. That concluded that the construction and operation of the ERF will not have an adverse effect on the integrity of the sites assessed, either alone or in combination with other plans and projects. Your consultants, DTA Ecology, agreed with this conclusion for traffic emissions, as reported in the Planning Officer's report. The Environment Agency has reviewed this, and we would expect it would agree with the conclusion. They have completed their work. It is currently with Natural England to be considered. Moving on to climate change. Climate change was considered quite recently at the public inquiry in Wiltshire, which was mentioned earlier. And at that inquiry, the inspector concluded the ERF would lead to a net decrease in climate emissions compared to the counterfactuals. This is relevant because he came to this conclusion having heard a carbon assessment presented by myself using essentially the same methodology and the same assumptions as had been used here, and also having heard a number of similar counter-arguments to those presented by objectors here. So we've carried out a detailed carbon assessment comparing the greenhouse gas emissions from the proposed development with a number of alternative waste treatment options, as well as looking at how it would displace alternative forms of power generation. The primary comparison is with landfill, in accordance with the government guidance on doing this type of assessment. This showed there would be a net decrease in greenhouse gas emissions initially. This benefit increases with shore power, as again we are displacing directly fossil fuel power generation. It further increases when heat is supplied to local users. But in the future, as the national grid decarbonises, the benefit may reduce. Therefore, we carried out a full assessment over the whole lifetime of the project, taking account of this. And this showed that there was a net benefit over the life of the project of about 60,000 tonnes of CO2. We've also compared this with other ERFs, on taking account of the argument that RDF may not go to landfill, it may go to an alternative ERF, which includes looking at an ERF at the Canford Magna site. Our assessment shows that the Canford Magna site would indeed have less transport emissions, about 550 tonnes of CO2 less in carbon emissions per year. But this is outweighed by the benefits of the shore power, which would be 10 times this at 5,500 tonnes of CO2, and heat export is a further 3,000 tonnes. What this shows is that in carbon terms, it is beneficial to move the waste to a location where it can be combusted to specifically displace fossil fuel generation. And finally, as requested by your planning officers, we compared the proposed development with the current waste management approach for Dorset's municipal and commercial waste, which is a mixture of landfill, other UK ERFs, and the export of RDF to Europe. We also compared with the future situation, which will be the RDF, instead of going to Europe, going to the Bridgewater plant, which is about 120 kilometres away from Canford, as opposed to 60 kilometres for Portland. Your planning officer considers that this is a more relevant scenario than the landfill scenario. And again, there is a net reduction in greenhouse gas emissions for both scenarios. And looking at a lifetime assessment, allowing for shore power and heat export, we continue to have a benefit in every single year, with a lifetime benefit of nearly 160,000 tonnes of CO2 compared to Dorset's current approach to waste management. Given that there is a clear benefit for the proposed development, we feel that, the scale of this benefit can only be delivered by displacing shore power and providing heats to the defined public sector heat users mentioned earlier. These are clear benefits that can only be delivered at this site as opposed to at the allocated sites. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. We now have Jane Davies and John Trehe from Terence O'Rourke Limited. Who's going first? Okay, when you're ready.
Hi, I am a Landscape Technical Director at Terence O'Rourke. I'm a chartered member of the Landscape Institute and have about 25 years' experience. I've worked on a number of ERFs throughout my career and write numerous landscape and visual impact assessments, and I'll refer to those as LVIAs. We've undertaken a thorough landscape and visual impact assessment in accordance with the Landscape Institute guidance. And at the start of the process, we met with the AONB team and the current, not the current landscape officer, the original landscape officer, and actually discussed options of the scheme and how it might actually fit within the landscape. We purposely designed the building to have its narrowest elevation facing towards Weymouth, and the building will be wrapped in this sort of camouflage. And actually, quite helpfully, the visual that was put up earlier by the case officer clearly showed that, in that it was quite difficult to actually identify where the building was. Some of the video footage that was shown earlier was taken from drones, which is actually not any of the views that you would get as a member of the public. Obviously, it's flying in the air, and it's not an actual view that you can get from either the footpaths or the fort. It's a little disappointing, actually, that some of the photographs that were shown weren't actually the photomontages that we produced. We produced photomontages that have all been done strictly in accordance with the Landscape Institute guidance. They should be sort of printed out at A1 size, and you could actually take them out into the landscape and hold them there and actually see what it would actually look like in the landscape. If those had actually been used, instead of trying to explain where the building was, it would have actually been visible in the photographs. The landscape and visual impact assessment assessed that there would be beneficial effects on the site itself and no significant landscape effects on the surrounding character areas and 12 of the 16 visual receptors. It's important that you understand that there are degrees of visual effect, and these range through from slight all the way up to very substantial. The committee report states that the proposal is contrary to the landscape policies in the development plan. However, from the Dorset A1B, the South West Coast Path and the World Heritage Site, the visual effects are slight and not significant. This was accepted by the first two landscape officers that had no objection to the proposals, thereby accepting that the potential harm was not significant enough to be contrary to the landscape policies. On this basis, I believe that the ERF is in accordance with policy. Even if there's judged to be a degree of policy conflict, this is not deemed to be sufficient to refuse when considered in the wider planning balance. And my colleague Tim Hancock will cover that. The concluding paragraph within the committee report is entirely misleading. It states that there would be a significant adverse impact upon the landscape of the A1B. This is not the case, and actually none of the three landscape officers that have looked at this have ever said that there's a significant impact on the A1B, including the Dorset A1B team themselves. Much has been said within the committee report and by the opposition groups on the visual impact of the plume. I'd just like to explain that actually the plume would only be visible for 24.2 hours over a whole year, with the majority of occurrences typically between February and April, which is outside the main tourist season. The photomontages that have been produced that illustrate the plume show the potential worst case, which would have been visible for 1 hour within the last 5 years, and that was actually the beast from the east, so an abnormal weather event. The committee report completely fails to mention that they commissioned Tetra Tech's landscape specialist to assess the visual effects of the plume, and Tetra Tech concluded that they agreed with the landscape and visual impact assessment, that there was no objection on landscape grounds. I'd like to just sort of run quickly through the sort of process from 2020 to now so that everybody understands the sort of dialogue that we've been having with the council since 2020. At the start of 2020, I met with Sarah Barber, who is a senior landscape architect and was seconded from the Dorset Council to the Dorset A1B team. I also met with Aaron Carpenter, who was Dorset Council's landscape officer. We held a number of meetings, and they included meetings with the Jurassic Coast Trust and officers at the time, planning officers at the time. Together, we agreed the landscape methodology, the 14 viewpoints that have been used, and the photomontage locations. As I said earlier, a number of meetings were held throughout this whole design process time, in which officers' opinions were taken into account in the design process. The application was submitted in 2020, September 2020, and responses were received from the Dorset Council's landscape officer, which stated no objection. Responses were also received from the Jurassic Coast Trust and the Dorset A1B landscape officer. The Jurassic Coast Trust stated, "I do not consider that the building itself represents significant damage to the setting of the World Heritage Site." And the Dorset A1B landscape officer stated, "It is not considered that the addition of the power plant buildings alone would adversely affect the outlook from the A1B to a degree that would justify its refusal." They suggested that the photomontages be redone to include the plume, and that the council commission external expertise, to assess the plume. The council therefore commissioned Tetra Tech, an experienced third-party technical consultancy, to provide this expertise. Tetra Tech's landscape specialist reviewed the LVIA, which included plume and nighttime photomontages, and confirmed that they did not change the original assessment conclusions and that there was no landscape objection. 11 months following the no objection response from Tetra Tech, Dorset Council informed Powerfuel that it considered a further landscape opinion was required. It's highly irregular that a third opinion was sought, particularly given that the proposals had not changed within that time. And the A&B team, the Jurassic Coast Trust and Tetra Tech had not identified any landscape reason to refuse the application. Dorset Council decided to ask a new officer, Mr. Peacock, to provide this appraisal. We weren't offered any engagement with Mr. Peacock, so we weren't able to explain the history of the project, the fact that we'd agreed the methodology, we'd agreed the viewpoints. We actually had a 3D model of the proposals that he could have viewed it from any point within the landscape, and that was the sort of process that we'd gone through earlier with the earlier officers. On a call with us following submission, he acknowledged he had not visited the site, and he'd actually failed to visit all the viewpoints, instead focusing solely on views close to the ERF location, including a small section of the coastal path, approximately 2 kilometres in length, and the causeway. He also stated he was not aware of the independent analysis by Tetra Tech that Dorset Council had commissioned. It turned out that this was because Dorset Council had actually failed to upload it onto the website, and it was actually uploaded on the same day that his objection came through. So he hadn't had sight of it, and it hadn't been given to him. While the committee report mentions that 3 responses were received from Dorset Council's landscape officers, the committee report fails to acknowledge that the first 2 responses found no reason to object to the proposed ERF. Instead, the committee report concentrates entirely on this 3rd response. The committee report also fails to mention that Powerfuel submitted a detailed response to Mr. Peacock's submission, highlighting a number of inaccuracies and calling into question the robustness of the opinion. In particular, we raised the fact that the landscape officer, although he agreed with the landscape methodology, had not used that methodology to provide a robust assessment as to how he reached his conclusions. Following our report, he did a reassessment, and that's again not mentioned in the committee report. In his reassessment, he only reassesses 2 out of the 16 visual receptors. He doesn't make any reference at all to landscape character areas. The 2 visual receptors that he concentrates on is the Southwest Coast Path and the World Heritage Site, not the A&B. He uses the agreed methodology, and he concludes a moderate, relatively localised visual impact. If these 2 moderate visual effects are the basis for maintaining an objection, then this is not likely to represent a justified or defensible position. It is also contrary to the position taken by the first 2 landscape officers. Taking into account the irregular process of the events and the lack of justification provided by Mr. Peacock, we ask that committee members should rationally apply much greater weight to the 2 previous landscape responses received, including the independent response from Tetra Tech. These responses broadly agreed with the detailed assessment provided in the LVIA in reaching a no objection view. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And Mr. Tree, when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is John Trey, and I'm a Technical Heritage Director at Bournemouth-based Planning, Design and Environment Consultants, Terence O'Rourke. I have 20 years of professional heritage consultancy experience, and I've acted as the Heritage Assessor on 6 energy recovery facilities in the UK, 4 of which are now operational. I've appeared as an expert witness on heritage matters at public inquiries in support of both the private and public sectors in England and Wales. I'm responsible, and I was involved with the reports on the Built Heritage and World Heritage Site in the outline application of the EIA and the Regulation 25 information before you. As my colleague has described, in the history of the application that goes back to late 2019, there's been constructive, collaborative consultation with the previous Dorset Council Senior Conservation Officer on not just the methodology being applied to the assessment, but the location of the viewpoints, how they would overlap and understand the heritage setting effects, and everything was shared transparently and, as I say, very collaboratively from the very beginning. Our EIA content, its conclusions, the methodology is robust, contrary to the misrepresentation this morning that we understate our assessment. That is plainly wrong. The last paragraph of the Conservation Officer's response in November 2020 clearly states that the cultural heritage assessment finds less than substantial harm. We go through all of the heritage assets, the designated heritage assets, and we say there's slight, moderate, significant adverse effects, and that feeds through to the planning statement, which equates to less than substantial harm. So we've never downplayed any of the effects. We've always been transparent, and that was subsequently agreed in the returning consultation from Dorset's Conservation Officer. Following the submission, the response from the Conservation Officer in November is support for our application subject to conditions. Some of the mitigation strategy that we had outlined in our environmental statement was extrapolated by the Conservation Officer at the time, and throughout 2021, as part of the Regulation 25, we worked again very collaboratively with him to formulate and orchestrate a framework mitigation strategy. And we worked with the client and the Port Authority with the aim of delivering heritage benefits to the at-risk East Weir Battery, Scheduled Monument and Grade 2 listed building. The mitigation proposals were informed by an industry specialist conservation engineer who represents Man Williams, John Avant, who is on the ICOMOS UK panel for his expertise and regularly works on scheduled monuments and the constructive reuse of those buildings and how best to bring them back into action. And it was also informed by Dan Bashford, who's the Historic at-Risk Officer from Historic England. He is the only representative of Historic England who has actually visited the site. So following the submission of that framework mitigation strategy, which was only a framework, it was only setting out the key principles, the Conservation Officer's response in October 21 stated that he could support the proposals subject to conditions, and finding that to remove that East Battery from the risk register, as it was a nationally important monument, was a highly significant outcome. Historic England, broadly supportive of the framework strategy as well, concluded in their August 21 letter a programme of works that will conserve and secure the long-term future of the batteries, provide public access and interpretation, will help offset any harm that may result from this proposal. As others have described, I'm unsure of the reasons and cannot see the justification for the repeated reconsultation by the case officer to Historic England or to re-engage yet another conservation colleague's opinion on what is before them, as the information has not changed since both the Historic England and Conservation Officer comments in 2021. And I must point out to you, in the 20 years that I've been working as a heritage assessor, the Senior Conservation Officer's response, which nearly runs to 15 pages and looks at every single designated heritage asset and non-designated heritage asset, is probably the most carefully worded and objectively considered significant report that I've read. And he articulates the nature and extent of every impact. Nothing is left out. and still comes to support subject to conditions. It says that there is less than substantial harm, but the mitigation will outweigh that less than substantial harm. So the case officer's report before committee is lacking a complete and transparent summary of those original responses from Dorset's conservation officer, who was a senior conservation officer. And I think that is a flaw that is within the current case officer report. The report also fails to mention Historic England's position that they did not need to be contacted again. They stated that in February 2020 when asked. All the information they felt was before them. Nothing had changed with the framework mitigation strategy, and actually the conditions that were being put forward would mean that framework mitigation strategy would lead to a conservation management plan that would take the necessary clearance of scrub, removing the threat from vandalism, which is ever present within the batteries at present, and look at working with Historic England with the scheduled monument consent that we would undertake. It would be monitored by Historic England, and every 5 years you would improve on anything that you'd set out in your conservation management plan. All of that is in the conditions in section 106 heads of terms, but unfortunately that is not part of the report before you today. Harm is defined by Historic England as change for the worse, something that we are able to address by having looked at that at-risk monument and knowing its importance both as a Grade 2 listed building and a scheduled monument. We're able to address that and reverse it. So for the reasons that I've outlined, you cannot and should not give way to the selective editing performed by the case officer in describing the heritage effects of the proposal. It is not balanced and it does not reflect the reasoned and detailed professional judgment reached in 2 original consultation responses by the then Dorset Senior Conservation Officer. Our contention is the weight given to the public benefits affecting assets of the highest significance should be commensurate with their status as such. Since the start, as Historic England guidance sets out in the setting of heritage assets, we have explored ways to maximise enhancement and avoid or minimise harm. Again, you would see that level of commitment both from us, the client and the port in those conditions and section 106. The conditions originally suggested by the Dorset Council Senior Conservation Officer has confirmed that the benefit of this mitigation outweighs any harm, and that has been amplified by Historic England as well. There is no objection on heritage before you from statutory consultees. So it's important that I stress that it is the entire development proposal, both positive and negative, that should be considered when assessing heritage harm, and with specific heritage benefits presented to outweigh some degree of less than substantial harm, the public benefits of the proposal overall need to be considered in the balanced judgment, which will be described by my colleague Tim Hancock. And just one final point, in terms of describing harm, there's only 3 references that have been set by case law in this country: substantial harm, less than substantial harm, or no harm. This morning I've heard serious harm, considerable harm, and that it was all very bad. So I think you need to look at the NPPF before you, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next in line, we've got Tim Hancock, also from Terence O'Rourke. When you're ready, Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tim Hancock. I'm a professional town planner with over 40 years of planning experience, and I'm chairman of the Bournemouth-based company Terence O'Rourke Limited, who've acted on behalf of Powerfuel for planning, architecture, and environmental impact assessment. I've been involved in 8 energy recovery facilities to date, in addition to the current one here in Portland. All of those 8 projects have been approved. 2 of them were approved on appeal, and they include the 3 Hampshire projects, of which Marchwood is receiving some of Dorset's waste at the present time, and they have raised a whole range of issues which are very similar to the Portland scheme here today. So today, I'm talking to you about a range of key planning considerations, and I don't take lightly to come here today and criticise an officer's report. It's very rare for us as professionals to do that. But I have to say the report that's before you today has fundamental flaws in it. There are a number of admissions about the application process, key comments and responses from consultees, relevant national planning and local planning policy being misinterpreted, the key planning balance and the conclusions of all of the evidence before you, again, being unreasonable, not being weighed in an objective and proper way. And then in conclusion, the recommendations for refusal. So I am going to address the key issues that the officers are relying on for refusal, that is to say, planning policy, landscape and heritage grounds. So firstly, if I talk about the application process, some of my colleagues have already hinted at this. The nature of these sorts of projects is that they are highly complex. They raise a substantial amount of technical information. They're subject to environmental impact assessment. They are understandably controversial. Portland is not unique. There were thousands of objections to other schemes in Cornwall, in Portsmouth, and elsewhere. And it's understandable that members of the public are generally concerned about issues of air quality, health, road safety. But you can see from the evidence of your own officers that none of these issues are sufficient to justify reasons for refusal, other than, in the officer's opinion, landscape and heritage. And again, surprisingly, the key reason why those impacts are acceptable are the very comprehensive set of conditions and heads of terms in the Section 106, which would mitigate, avoid, and ensure that any impacts are acceptable. And those conditions and heads of terms are not before you today. So again, it's not surprising perhaps people to understand or more concerned about these issues than would normally be the case. As a result of these considerations, again, these projects are also very demanding on the local planning authority's planning resource. They are very labour intensive. They generate volumes of paper, a lot of correspondence, a lot of consultation. So at the outset of the process, it wasn't surprising that Dorset Council acknowledged that they were concerned about the limited resources they had in-house and also the experience they have of complicated projects of this nature. And so an independent consultant was appointed by the council to oversee the planning application process, to undertake the consultation on the various technical issues, and to provide, crucially, provide objective, independent advice on waste matters and other technical matters that were raised by the planning application. And I'm pleased to say, for probably during the 30 months of planning consultation we've had, certainly until August 2022, the process that was followed was best practice in many ways. You've heard again from my colleagues about the consultation, the engagement with officers, engagement with key bodies like Historic England and Natural England, the evolution of the design to reflect the concerns raised and to overcome concerns. And we reached a point in the summer of 2022 where a report was being written to committee. All of the key statutory consultees were satisfied, no objections outstanding, apart from Natural England on the appropriate assessment issue. A detailed consultation had taken place on draft conditions and heads of terms on 106. And then, to our surprise, Tetra Tech were removed from the project. And I say that was a surprise. We've never really understood the reasons behind that. But at the same time, a lot of knowledge, experience, and history of the project and the consultation, the responses, all of the discussions that had taken place was lost as a result of that decision. And instead, we've had a new case officer that's come in, understandably not had the background that the other case officer had, and perhaps that's one of the key reasons we've been left with a committee report which has holes in it and misunderstandings. So that's the sort of background. So now just turning to the key sort of policy and the reasons for refusal. Application should be approved if impacts are or can be made acceptable. That's a key planning consideration at national policy level. And as I say, the means by which this proposal can be made acceptable is through the planning conditions and the heads of terms in the 106 agreement that are not before you today. The ERF is clearly compliant with national planning policy and the National Waste Plan, which hasn't been mentioned today by your officers, very surprisingly. I don't think there's anything between us in terms of energy recovery and its role within the waste hierarchy. It clearly is higher than landfill, and it's a step in the right direction in terms of moving waste management up the waste hierarchy. Energy recovery is seen nationally as the best option for waste that cannot be recycled. Again, I don't think this is an issue between us. The objective of the Dorset Waste Plan back in 2019 aims to ensure that there is sufficient capacity within the plan area to deal with Dorset's waste arisings. That's the key consideration here today. So according to Dorset Waste's actual figures, 321,000 tonnes per annum of residual waste occurred in the county in 2021. Currently, there are no waste management treatment facilities within Dorset to deal with the residual waste. The waste arisings are baled at the MBT plant at Canford to make RDF, as we've heard. But at the present time, Dorset's waste, after that point, goes outside of the county. At the moment, it goes partly to Marchwood, the energy recovery facility in Hampshire. Marchwood has a condition on its planning consent to prioritise Hampshire's waste. And again, a response from Hampshire County Council that hasn't been referred to today was that Dorset should deal with its own waste. It didn't object or it didn't support our proposal, but it made the point to you as an authority that you should be dealing with your own waste. Increasingly, as Hampshire's waste arisings increase, Marchwood probably will not become an option for Dorset in the future. The other location that Dorset's waste go to is the Lakeside Energy Recovery Facility just by Heathrow Airport. Again, that's under a lot of pressure from surrounding authorities within London to deal with residual waste. And then finally, the rest of Dorset's waste is exported to Holland for treatment. Now, very clearly, the Energy Recovery Facility in Portland would move Dorset's waste up the waste hierarchy if it took Dorset's residual waste rather than it being exported outside of the county. Mention has been made of Bridgewater today, which is a future option for Dorset's waste. The Bridgewater site is yet to be commissioned. It has planning consents under construction, but it has a capacity of 100,000 tonnes per annum, compared with Dorset's residual waste, 321,000 tonnes per annum. To date, within Dorset, there is a small plant that's been consented at Parley, which has a capacity of about 50,000 tonnes per annum. So that still leaves a big volume of waste to deal with. Now, the officers today have made great reliance on Canford as the ultimate solution for Dorset's waste. But Canford hasn't happened. It's been allocated for over 17 years as a waste site. there has been a failed attempt to construct an advanced thermal treatment plant. That hasn't materialised. And it cannot be that you place sole reliance on what might happen in the future as an aspiration. Your decision before you today has to be taken on the current situation, which is that Dorset's waste is exported outside of its county. You're not dealing with any of the residual waste, and the energy recovery facility proposal for Portland would help you be self-sufficient, move the waste up the hierarchy, and be in accordance with the proximity principle. So in my opinion, the policy 1 of your waste local plan, the national planning framework, clearly supports the Portland proposal. The other key policy in the waste local plan is policy 4. This policy has various criteria, which again, we're being told we're not compliant with. I really do find this hard to understand, particularly as your own officers have said today, how important the shore power facility is as part of our proposal, and the benefits that that would bring to the port, the cruise industry, and the wider economic developments. It's supported also by Dorset LEP, who have written in support of this scheme, in terms of the significance of the port and the cruise business to the wider Dorset economy. So that in itself is a significant advantage over Canford and any of the other allocated sites which have yet to come forward, and is a very significant advantage that cannot be achieved on any of those other sites. And that's just one advantage. There are several others. As I say, in terms of carbon and traffic movements, Portland is much closer to Dorset's waste arisings than Slough or even Holland, for example, and indeed Bridgewater. It is much closer. So we are in accordance with the proximity principle. And I think in summary, in many ways, it is better than Canford. It's not that Canford has advantages. Our proposal is clearly better than Canford in terms of the potential to meet Dorset's waste. It's a previously developed site within an operational port. It's got access to the port berths for the export of residual IBA, the incinerated bottom ash. It has the potential to store carbon capture at some stage in the future when that becomes viable. And it's very complementary to a whole range of activities that take place at the port. It also has the opportunity to provide heat to an identified end user, the Ministry of Justice. Advanced discussions have taken place. There is a memorandum of understanding which is in place that would be signed once the planning permission was granted. These advantages do not exist to the same level and degree of certainty at any of those other allocated sites. Criteria B is a very key test. And again, I don't think there's anything between our officers. Nobody is suggesting that our scheme would prejudice the ability of any of those other sites to come forward at some stage in the future to deal with waste arisings. So we don't have to worry about that one. Criteria C is about the spatial strategy. And as I've said, we would help deliver the waste local plan spatial strategy by providing a solution within Dorset for your own waste, which moves the waste management up the hierarchy. And then we've got the key issue of compliance with other policies. Well, the key concerns here are landscape and heritage. And as you've heard from my colleagues, we think those concerns have at best been exaggerated, at worst maybe manipulated even, quite distorted in terms of the historic representations and responses that have been received. But they clearly don't outweigh the benefits of the location of Portland as against to the harm, the slight harm to landscape and to heritage interests. And in terms of other policies, the other criteria, E to G, we are compliant with all of those things. And just to emphasize the point again, the site is not within the OMB. The nearest part of the OMB is 7.5 kilometers away, and we're not within the World Heritage Site. A number of the objectors were referring to our site today as being within the World Heritage Site. We're not. Another significant point to make about the World Heritage Site, it's not designated for its beauty, it's designated because of its geological and natural interest. It's not about beauty and visual impact. So moving on, we believe that the ERF is also compliant with paragraph...
Mr. Hancock, awfully sorry to interrupt, but just remind you that there is a time limit of 1 hour and 10 minutes on total speakers, and there's somebody still to follow you. And by my reckoning, there's about 2:12, so there's 16 minutes left of time, and we've still got one other speaker to summarise.
Sorry. Turning quickly to the planning balance, and we are pleased to hear today that your officers have updated their position on the benefits of the scheme. Again, I won't go through all of the benefits in the detail. They have been summarised by your officers, and our point was that no weight had been given to those in the officers' report, and clearly there is an admission now that very significant weight and moderate positive weight should be given to a number of those considerations. Now, again, surprisingly, that, in my opinion, would lead to a re-evaluation of the planning balance in the officers' report. That doesn't seem to have happened today, and they are standing by their original conclusion that the effects of landscape and heritage are outweighing the harm. The harm is outweighing the benefits of those projects. We clearly think that's wrong. We think they've misjudged that planning balance. And then, in conclusion, we do believe that the proposal is policy compliant, that we will help move Dorset up the waste hierarchy, that the planning balance should find in favour of supporting the application, and subject to the comprehensive conditions and heads of terms of 106, the application should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we come to David Elvin, KC, and you've got, well, now I've got 14 minutes on my clock, so over to you.
Yes, thank you. As you know, sir, I here represent the applicant. I've got 40 years' experience in planning, including many waste cases. I acted for the Day Group and got their environmental permit for the Avonmouth IBA processing facility. And indeed, I'm very familiar with their Greenwich site, which is the other possible location for IBA processing. And it's a large and highly complex facility. I'm going to come back to the point made about Policy 6 and co-location of IBA processing, because it is frankly not realistic, and Canford couldn't in fact accommodate it if Canford is being put forward as the comparator here, because the site is a constrained one, as you may be aware from the allocation in the Dorset Waste Plan. So I'm not going to continue and repeat the concerns we have about the rather unfair and unbalanced and inaccurate approach of the officers' report. I've rarely come across a waste report which is so poorly grappled with the information and so misunderstands national policy. And that in particular on the proximity issue, I'm going to address you in a moment, but proximity, which of course is key to your sustainable waste strategy, policy 1, and underpins your other policies, has not been properly understood, possibly because the officers have not referred to the Waste Management Plan for England 2021, which postdates your plan by some 2 or 3 years. And it's also clear that neither members nor the public have been given any steer on the conditions of 106, which are there to both secure the benefits and to mitigate against the harms. So you're given a very vanilla, if I think is the term these days, a vanilla approach to the application without any consideration of the mitigating and ameliorating features in conditions in 106, which have been long negotiated. It is simply not good enough for the officers to say, well, it's sometimes not done. If you are recommending refusal, you ought to explain to members so members can see what the means are to deal with some of these concerns. And officers simply haven't troubled to do that. It is unprofessional, frankly. They should be advising you because you rely on them to digest the information, and they have not done that. It's important when coming to strike the planning balance and in constraining policy 4, I would suggest, to have regard to what Mr. Garrity said this morning about the significant benefits of these proposals, which was fairly put by him, and I appreciate the way he put it. It's perhaps just important to come back to reality. This is an industrial site of previously developed land sitting in the middle of a long-established port, which is a busy port and has an important commercial role to play in the life of this part of Dorset. This is not a greenfield site, such as Canford. Canford is a green belt site, not a greenfield site, but it's an established industrial site. And when listening to what's being said about heritage and landscape, members might be forgiven for thinking this is a greenfield site in the middle of the AONB, which it isn't. One must have a sense of reality about these things, and I'm sure members know full well what the reality is. You've seen the site for yourself. You know it isn't a pristine site. You know it is a portside site. And when you look at the heritage and you look at the landscape issues, just bear in mind they're already accommodating large amounts of infrastructure from the port and the industrial facilities that go with that. So any impacts such as may exist have to be looked at in that context, and in the context that permission was already granted for a waste facility on this site, which has been implemented, in respect of which you've given a lawful development certificate. So there are a whole series of reasons which just require a hefty dose of reality when considering the decisions here. We've had a lot of stuff about this being the wrong location at the wrong time. It is actually the right location. It is better than putting it in the green belt at Canford. Canford is not only a green belt site, it is immediately adjacent to the most important ecological sites that we designate, special areas of conservation and special protection areas, and it's next to an SNCI and an SSSI. Two sides of the Canford site are surrounded by nature conservation designations. The idea that Canford is a shoe-in and that local residents there are not going to be worried, particularly since you've granted consent for a new housing development just to the north, is simply failing to have another grasp of reality, and that Canford is not the ideal site. It may be allocated, but when you're looking at the question of advantages, it's a green belt site. It's surrounded to south and east by countryside. It's got housing to the north, and it's a constrained site. Canford has been around since 2006 at least. It was in the old waste plan in 2006. It was Site 10 in 2006. It's had the ability to bring forward an EFW plant for over 17 years and hasn't done so. I know there are discussions at the moment. They have yet to materialise into an application. The policies themselves make it clear that Canford still has to get over the green belt concerns and other concerns. And you may remember that when the inspector examined your waste plan, he said he would have found it unsound and rejected it without an additional policy saying there had to be an appropriate assessment because of the nature conservation interests. That had not been done. So that issue has yet to be resolved for Canford as well. So when you're looking at the issue of comparative advantages, just bear in mind that Canford is not a shoe-in. Yes, it's allocated, but you do have to have reality in mind when you're looking at saying, does this site have advantages over it? Secondly, in terms of the advantages which are accepted by Mr. Garrity, this is a portside site. It offers shore power, which Canford and the other three sites cannot do. That has major benefits because the cruise ships will not have to idle there with their engines running, giving out emissions themselves. You have a benefit in two respects. You're providing power direct to the location of the energy from waste plant, and you're cutting the emissions, including the particulates that we're all concerned about. You're cutting the emissions from the idling engines of the cruise ships that have to keep power running for their customers. So it is a huge advantage. You've got the fact that this will be an R1 compliant facility. It will provide not just heat and power enabled, but it's got an end user, HM Prison, the Ministry of Justice want to take heat from this facility. Contrast Northacre, where I recently appeared on behalf of the waste developer there. Northacre, it was only CHP ready. There wasn't a memorandum of understanding. There wasn't a clear end user. We had an idea of who might use it, but there was no such tie that you've had here, and Mr. Garrity quite fairly accepts. So you've got advantages over and above those that satisfy the inspector at Northacre. Let me just remind you of what national policy says. And I know we all yawn when we hear the words national policy, but please forgive me for just a moment. This is the Waste Management Plan for England, as I say, only 2 years old. It says the resources strategy promotes the greater efficiency of energy from waste plants through the utilisation of the heat generated in district heating networks or by industry, and by seeking an increase in the number of plants obtaining R1 recovery status. That is to say, the plant is efficient enough to generate the electricity to the relevant standard. There is no suggestion that that won't be achieved here. It will be beneficial, the plan says, if both heat and electricity can be recovered. Particular attention should therefore be given to the location of the plant to maximise opportunities for heat use. Well, we have that here. We meet both heat and we meet the power. And on top of that, we have shore power, which is something over and above what national policy requires us to do. So that is a major advantage. And the idea, therefore, that we do not have advantages over Canford, and we only have under the policy, sorry, let me just get it out, that we only have to show that the non-allocated site provides advantages over the allocated site. And I hope, members, that I've shown you, both in terms of the problems that Canford will face and in terms of the guaranteed advantages that Portland will give, that there are advantages sufficient easily to satisfy criterion A in policy 4. B, as my colleague here has said, is not an issue, no sterilisation. It supports the delivery of the spatial strategy. I've just read out to you the National Waste Management Plan. This provides in spades what national policy requires us to do when burning waste. It can't just be burned, it's got to be environmentally sound, and that's what we're proposing to do. And in terms of the proximity principle, well, the proximity principle does not require you to pick the nearest site possible. And the presentation that was given to you suggested that that was the case. What the Waste Management Plan for England says is the proximity principle requires you to pick or to use one of the proximate sites. Well, we've got a site in Dorset. Dorset is better, isn't it, members, than sending it to Slough or to Hampshire or to Holland. Exactly the same problem Wiltshire had in the Northacre case. They were sending their waste to Slough, the same facility, and I think they were sending those to Germany rather than Holland. Well, not much difference, you may think. Even Bridgewater is not a preferable alternative to Portland. So I suggest to you, members, that the proximity principle is met. Let me just tell you what the inspector said at Northacre. This is paragraph 68 of his decision. He said, I concur that as a matter of fact, simply by virtue of managing residual waste, which is likely to include waste from sources outside of Wiltshire's administrative area, the proposal does not fall foul of the proximity principle. The Council should be mindful of a flexible application of the proximity principle, as residual waste is currently transported to Lakeside in Slough and arising from the MBT are sent to mainland Europe. That may sound familiar, members, because it's exactly what's happening here. And unless you're going to use policy 4 as a moratorium on sites that may be better for good reason, such as Portland, then policy 4 cannot be used, in my submission to you, to stop this proposal going ahead. And I'm afraid officers have just misunderstood the policy. It is not there to put a roadblock in the way of alternative proposals. It is there to encourage sustainable proposals, and that's what we have here in my submission. Can I just deal with a couple of short points? The IBA policy 6 point, can I just remind you, your own plan says at 10.16, in conjunction with policy 6, that there are very few IBA plants in the UK. Surely Dorset can't possibly be expecting all of its 4 allocated sites to produce IBA processing. They are substantial facilities, and they too themselves generate huge objection, as we had at Avonmouth. The fact is that there is a sustainable way of dealing with IBA here. There's no suggestion that Canford can accommodate an IBA plant either, and Parley was not required to produce one when it was granted permission. But Parley, of course, hasn't come forward. Canford hasn't come forward in 17 years. You have to ask yourselves again what that hefty dose of reality suggests to you ought to be done here. And we say this is an environmentally sustainable approach. It will improve air quality by stopping ships idling with their engines running. It will produce power straight to the port from an adjacent site. And it will assist in meeting your objectives and meeting most, but not all, of your demand. I think, yes, the last thing I was going to say is, as you will know from the note I sent through Terence O'Rourke, if you are in favour of the proposal, because the appropriate assessment hasn't been concluded yet, you have not got power to grant planning permission, unfortunately. I think the best you can possibly do, I'm not even sure you can resolve, because that may be a decision which is amenable to judicial review. All I think you can do, if you are minded to agree with us and to grant permission in due course, is to say that you're minded to grant permission if the appropriate assessment is conducted satisfactorily. We know Natural England now has the Environment Agency's appropriate assessment. I do not know whether that has reached the Council, and perhaps Mr. Garrity confirmed to members whether you've had the appropriate assessment from the Environment Agency. In any event, the indications are that it is satisfactory, but unfortunately it puts a legal restraint on what you can do. Can I thank you very much for listening? Thank you.
And thank you, everybody, for keeping to time. That's just absolutely right. 1 hour, 10 minutes. Very good. That's what it says on my notes here, anyway. Thank you. Right, we're going to hear next from the local town and parish councillors. And first, we've got Councillor Jim Draper, who's chair of Portland Town Council. If you'd like to come down to the front, Mr. Draper. And we're back to the 5-minute rule, okay, when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone and gentlemen. I'm Jim Draper, I'm Chair of Portland Town Council, and I'm speaking on behalf of Portland Town Council, the councillors of Portland, and also the residents of Portland. We have a neighbourhood plan for Portland, and it does have one relevance to this application. It's Policy EN2, Renewable Energy Development, and it says development proposals for energy generating infrastructure using renewable or low carbon energy sources will be supported provided there will be no unacceptable effects on the visual impact in the immediate locality, the amenity of nearby dwellings, and the landscape and countryside and shore. And I think these proposals do have an unacceptable impact on the landscape. And the effect on the landscape is important because, among other things, landscape has an direct effect on the economy of the area. We already have one eyesore close to this site. That's the former HMS Osprey Officers' Mess. We've been waiting for that to be redeveloped since the dockyard closed in the 90s. Economically, that development of that site is marginable. And I think the threat of this power fuel development is already making that development less likely. And similarly affected is the development of leisure and tourism in the area. In Castletown, we have a D-Day Museum, the Portland Castle, Osprey Leisure Centre. All will be in the shadow of this development, at least metaphorically, if not actually. And what other projects might this development put into jeopardy? And dare I mention the Eden project? or even World Heritage status. So let's discuss now the supposed economic benefits. Undoubtedly, the provision of clean shore power is important in the cruise ship business. Do we think that Portland Port doesn't have a plan B, that they're relying completely on this, that they haven't looked at other possible suggestions for providing shore power, battery storage, for example? We have a company on the island that has built a 50 megawatt capacity battery system in Essex. This is their preferred solution for one reason. One reason is that it's cheap. It's cheap energy, and they're going to make a lot of money out of it. That may be cheap for them, and it may be profitable for them, but it's not cheap and it's not profitable for the community of Portland. I do find their attacks on the professionalism of our staff and our officers rather unpleasant. And I think what you must consider is this is about money. It's not about, from their point of view, it's about money. It's not about environment. It's not about providing economics for Portland. Thank you. And sorry, just to find off, please support your officers and reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Councillor Kate Weller, representing Weymouth Town Council. Hopefully I don't have to tell you the rules, Kate.
After all this time. Good afternoon, committee members. I'm Councillor Kate Weller. I'm a Dorset councillor, I'm a Weymouth Town councillor, I'm the ward councillor, and I'm speaking on behalf of Weymouth Town Council as well as myself. And I've scribbled all over this during the course of the day, so I hope you'll bear with me. Thank you. And you've heard many more eloquent and knowledgeable speakers than me throughout the day. I've been terribly impressed. So I'm not going to quote policy numbers and all those facts and figures. You've heard them. I know you've already read them, and I know, because I know all of you, I know that you've noted them, and I thank you for that. And I'll try not to repeat anything that's been said as well. But just to set the scene, Weymouth can be accessed along 2 coast roads, east and west, and also from the north through Dorchester. Once in Weymouth, there is only one route to the site of this proposal. And you have to remember that the impact of traffic pollution along that route will be greatly increased. But that's not just on Weymouth. That increase is across the county, because those lorries don't arrive in Weymouth by magic. They come across every other road in the county, one way or another, because they've got to get to the processing plant before they can then come on to Portland. Those roads that they use, beautiful though they are woefully inadequate for the traffic that they're now carrying. They'll be heavily laden, and they'll struggle, and they'll add pollution, which we have, as a council, have pledged to reduce. If this plant is successful, we're told it will need more waste than we produce. That means more waste will be going to the processing plant, and then more waste down to us. So this is a growing, it's a bit like a caterpillar, isn't it? Will be growing. Furthermore, we're told that the particulates disgorged by the plant will be well dispersed and they won't be toxic. I can't vouch for the toxicity, I don't know. But there's strong scientific evidence, and we've heard it today, that those particulates will be toxic. I can vouch for the dispersion because I live and I represent Wyke Regis. It's known as Windy Wyke. There's a good reason why it's known as Windy Wyke as well. Whilst I can't see the salt that is blown from the sea, from Portland, across to me, I can see its deposits on my windows, and I will be able to see, I may not be able to see the plume, but I'll see the deposits when they land on my windows and on my plants, just as I see the salt at the moment. It will not be just the immediate vicinity that risks a reduction in air quality, but every small village, town and hamlet along the coast, east and west, and considerable areas inland too. We're told that in order to create a viable and sustainable business, waste products will be imported. And the suggestion is this could be by sea. Well, where I am, where I represent, we've heard that hollow promise from other businesses in the area. It hasn't transpired so far. We're even told they may come from abroad. I guess those might come from sea. I hope so. But again, I haven't seen any evidence of it yet in those operations. We're told by Portland Port that there's no alternative, and if it is to be sustainable and viable, they require this plant. Rather like Portland Town Council, I fear they've decided that they want this plant and they haven't looked at the alternatives. As I've said, Wyke is known as Windy Wyke. Portland, in most areas of Portland, is even windier. The idea that wind power could not be utilised on our bit of the coast is, I would suggest, quite nonsense. This system may be used as a great source of waste removal, but the transport costs across the county really don't justify it. Could I just say very quickly, the idea of mitigation on a site not here, but some distance away, a site that clearly does need attention, I don't know how the mitigation of that impacts on the amount of damage and harm that can be caused. Let's do the mitigation without the damage and harm. And thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much, Jim.
Thank you. We have Councillor Avril Harris from Swanage Town Council. Whenever you're ready, switch the mic on, go.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Thank you. My name's Avril Harris. I'm a member of Swanage Town Council and I'm chair of our Planning and Consultation Committee, which has delegated responsibility for responding to planning applications that affect Swanage. And this one does affect Swanage. It affects the whole of Dorset. In April 2021, we voted unanimously to object to this planning application, and members of this committee here today will have had the opportunity to consider our report, which it has far more detail in it than I'm in a position to give you this afternoon. You may wonder why people in Swanage are concerned about an application to build a waste incinerator at Portland. The proposed incinerator would not just affect the community living close by, as close as 500 metres, I'm assured. Its effects would stretch much further afield. Peveril Point in Swanage is 19 nautical miles from Portland Bill, and that's less than 22 miles as the crow flies, or indeed as the wind blows or the tides flow. 80% of the prevailing winds are southwesterly, which means that any emissions from the proposed incinerator would likely travel across Swanage and the surrounding Purbeck area. We're still waiting for the Environment Agency's report on emissions from this chimney, and this will say how much in the way of particles and other emissions are likely to reach us in Swanage. I trust that they will look that far. We're not very far, but I hope that will include some information about how widespread the dispersal will be. There's also, if water quality could be affected by emissions, and we're very keen to keep our water clean, especially we've got a blue flag in Swanage. The potential for plastic rubbish spillage into the sea if we have ships arriving and unloading at the proposed incinerator. It's also a concern, as it's well demonstrated that plastic waste is very injurious to marine life. And if we lose our precious ecology, our species, special species, and marine life, once it's gone, it's gone. The potential for additional traffic generation cannot be overlooked, and the predicted 40 heavy vehicles a day in and 40 heavy vehicles out each day, every day, particularly on the A35 and the A354, which will move plastic waste and other waste in and move out the 22% is the figure given by the applicants, 22% of the residue. So it doesn't all disappear at Portland, 22% of it gets taken out again. It would add to the acute congestion of Dorset's roads, particularly in the summer months. And we've already heard this morning, I think, that we're 12 miles here from Portland to the nearest trunk road. The roads are narrow, the roads are winding. You all know this. You've already heard very detailed information about this, how this application contravenes several national environmental and planning policies. And it's quite clearly in contravention of Dorset's own environmental policy and action plan, and certainly that of Swanage Town Council. Swanage, like much of Dorset, depends on tourism for its economy. And if we lose our, if we lose our Jurassic Coast World Heritage status, that will have an enormous effect on the tourism economy. So that really, do we really want people standing on the deck of a ship looking out at the magnificent cliffs and saying, what wonderful cliffs, aren't they magnificent? But shame about the factory and that big chimney. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harris. Moving now on to Dorset councillors, and no particular order, but the first on my list is one of the ward members from Portland, Paul Kimber. So you'd like to come up, Paul? Thank you. And you still get 5 minutes, Paul, in common with the others.
Can you hear me okay? Good. My name's Paul Kimber, and I'm speaking for the recommendation to refuse the application. Fellow councillors and ladies and gentlemen, I had the privilege to represent the Portland ward, which I've done so for many years, and I can say categorically, the people of Portland, our island, do not wish for this development to go ahead. And I call on this committee to support the planning officer's recommendation and reject the application on the strongest environmental, conservation and ecological grounds. I've been very concerned today during the debate about the criticism to our officers. I can say that is a big concern of mine. I've not always liked the advice they've given me at times, and often I can say, oh dear, I wish it had been some other advice. But it's always been factual and it's always been right to me, and I've never ever known this. And I want to go on now to firstly pay credit to the Portland Town Council, the Weymouth Town Council and the Swanage Town Council for allowing time to deal with this subject. And I thank you that you took the application seriously, both standing up for your communities and representing local people and local people's needs. I also want to pay credit to young people. Young people haven't stood by. They've been quite vociferous to me to say, look, what does Dorset Council really stand for in their climate change, and do they really mean it? And I pay credit to these young people that have contacted me. The Weymouth and Portland Council and the Weymouth Council, we commissioned a report called the Friths Report. And I do have to say that this being a technical, very technical application, this was a great help. And there was certain also, as my council's been criticised, I will also say there were some criticisms over other reports coming from the power fuel. I want to go on to, I worked down in Portland Port for a number of years, probably about 23 years, as my title was known as a mechanician. I think it was called a chief engineer. And many times I put shore power on and off the boats that were down there. And I know that we got the capacity to do this. And when I say that, you get to know an area. And yes, there are some beautiful buildings, Chair, that we've got to safeguard in there. We haven't mentioned it today, but one was known in the middle as Monkey Island. And to my Australian friend who I made a faux pas on the way in, I'm sorry, because originally it was built to transport prisoners to Australia. But it's a wonderful building, and we've talked about the Battery E, which is a major threat. I want to go on now to some problems that were raised by the Access Group about the planning permission. The group is concerned about the adverse impacts, particularly detrimental to local residents who have disabilities, deliberating health conditions, breathing difficulties, and also young children living near the area. We have a very poor area called the Verne Common nearby. And I don't want to go on to deprivation, but we have to be very delicate and very understanding in this area. I understand that the public participation, we had, half a minute, okay, 6,772 signatures objecting to this. This being, as we've worked through the day, Councillor Draper did talk about the battery position. Given the time, we're not short of wind on Portland. We've got plenty of it that could generate an awful lot of power. And I say to Portland Port, if you come and talk to our officers, possibly we could start to, and we should, look at this. Now, I understand I've only got half a minute. The time's over. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kimber, thank you. Next, we've got Councillor Claire Sutton. When you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee. Councillor Claire Sutton, one of 3 Dorset councillors representing the Rodwell and Wyke ward, which, as you may know, is directly opposite Portland Port, the other side of Weymouth Harbour, which is why 3 of us are here today, or that's part of the reason why 3 of us are here today, because this so much affects our ward. Many local residents have spoken here today with huge expertise and eloquence on the damage to to landscape and heritage and on Dorset Council's waste plan. My colleague, Councillor Heatley, will shortly address these issues. I'm first of all going to briefly focus on two issues which specifically concern residents of Wyke and Rodwell. First of all, well, we've heard some of this before, for sure. All road traffic to and from the plant will travel through Wyke, much of it via Boot Hill in Rodwell, where air pollution is among the worst in Dorset. The report states that the plant would generate up to 80 extra HGV movements a day, but the definition of an HGV is over 3.5 tonnes. Most of the HGVs we're talking about would be the largest HGVs, around 40 tonnes, which puts a very different complexion on the issue, I think. Dorset Highways suggests this wouldn't significantly affect journey times or road safety, but that simply does not ring true within our ward and does not take into account the impact on those who walk or cycle to the 4 local schools or to the shops, doctor, dentist, library, etc. Second, whilst I know that emissions are primarily the concern of the Environment Agency, this committee needs to be aware of local concerns. The Public Health Dorset submission within the report quotes the World Health Organisation's view that no level of the emissions projected by the applicant is safe. I would therefore urge you, as Public Health Dorset suggests, to reject the environmental statement that there is no potential for significant cumulative community and health effects from the proposed development. This isn't NIMBYism. If this was for a worthy goal, onshore wind power, offshore wind power, etc., I would support it. But this is the opposite of a worthy goal. Given the climate emergency we're facing, we all know that we need to be reducing residual waste, not burying it, not burning it, whatever the hierarchy says. We know that. And we've also heard that we're committed as a country to halving residual waste per capita by 2042, which leaves me a bit perplexed. I think it was the 5th speaker, I'm very sorry, I can't remember your name, from Powerfuel over here, suggest or implied that Hampshire might have an issue dealing with our ongoing, residual waste because, and this is I quote, whilst waste arisings increase. That doesn't sound quite right to me. Surely waste arising should be decreasing, and actually if we're committed to that, then I'm not really quite sure how to put this, but if the plant does get built, then hopefully it will be a white elephant. Hopefully there will not be enough residual waste to keep it going. Not quite sure how long I've got left, so I'm trying to speak quite 1 minute. Okay. If I were employed by Powerfuel, I'd be doing exactly what you're doing. I mean, of course, it is your responsibility to question the expertise and impartiality of planning officers, but that doesn't mean that that's subjective. That there's an inbuilt lack of objectivity, in winning a case. That's your prerogative. To have stated, as one of you did, that Dorset should have allocated Portland Port as a waste site. I don't really understand how that could be substantiated, given that that's just the opinion of a potential commercial beneficiary of that being the case. And secondly, just very quickly, it was also mentioned that the illustration in the report of the plume was the worst case scenario on a one day when the beast from the east occurred. And that was described as an abnormal weather event. Are we not all aware that abnormal weather events are increasing all the time, and that could produce a significant risk? I'll leave it there. I think I've said my piece. I think it's probably quite apparent that I support the recommendation to reject. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sutton. Next is Councillor Brian Heatley.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Brian Heatley, also from Rodwell and Wyke. And can I say thank you for accepting us here today as ward councillors. We're not technically in the site. The site's not technically in Rodwell and Wyke, but it has a massive effect on our ward through transport and through potential pollution. Can I start with the issues about the history of this application that have been raised by the applicants? I'm sure our officers will defend themselves on this and will say what they have to say, but can I say a couple of things? I was once a government official. Amongst government officials, we often used to disagree with each other. It wasn't strange, it wasn't unusual. What is more, official opinion would evolve. These things change. There's nothing unprofessional about that, and we shouldn't jump to conclusions about what that is about. Secondly, when you're considering the application today, what you have in front of you is the application and the report. And I think you need to take the report as it is. Right, can I go on? I'd love to talk about air quality and health, and I'd love to talk about damage to wildlife, and I'd love to talk about the transport effects, especially those lorries trundling through Rodwell and Wyke, so wonderfully described by one of the members of the public, Catherine Bennett, today. But I'm not going to talk about that. I want to talk about how to reject this application. And I think we all know that if you reject an application, you need a few short, unarguable arguments to do it. And our officers have provided us with the three short arguments. First of all, it's against our waste plan. Our waste plan. If it's we were practically unanimous when we voted for it in 2019. It allocated sites. I looked very carefully where the sites were and noted that Portland wasn't one at that point. We've had quite a lot of technical argument about that, but I'm convinced that it is against our waste plan. Secondly, it does a lot of damage to the landscape, to the setting of the AONB and the World Heritage Site. It's a bit subjective, that kind of thing. I have a particular bit of that I love. One of the best places in Weymouth and Portland I love is the Royal Naval Cemetery up above on the north face of Portland, which is just above the site. It's got a fantastic view across to the World Heritage Site in the north. It's rather like the view we saw from the drone. The drone was pretty accurate in showing you that view. And now we've heard about the weather from Barry Walsh, I can imagine the plume coming up and obscuring the view and obscuring the tranquility and beauty of that place. Third, heritage assets. I'm a bit of a historian. I understand very well how they're connected on this site. They have a particular value because they are not isolated assets. And I certainly do believe they are suffering less than substantial harm, but towards the substantial end, and I will go with that. So those are the heavy arguments against this thing. They have to be weighed against the benefits. Let's go through the benefits. 15 megawatts of electricity. It's needed on Portland. I agree with that. However, this plant is going to be around till probably the 2060s. 2060s. By 2050, Dorset Council and the government both want us to be carbon neutral. This is not a carbon neutral plant. What's it going to do from then on? It is a white elephant. Secondly, shore power. We've heard a lot about shore power as being the thing that offers an extra advantage. Sorry? Half a minute. All right, I'm going to stay on with shore power. I think it's a red herring. Why do people come on cruise ships to Weymouth? They come because it's a beautiful place. If we ruin the coast, they won't come anyway. The shore power is a small matter. I'll have to stop there because, never mind. But can I just say, look at this in the long term. The benefits are short term mainly. It's the long term that really matters. This thing will still be there around the 2070s, obliterating our landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you made your point. Thank you. Councillor Rob Hughes, who's another ward member, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, fellow members and officers of the Council. I, Rob Hughes, I'm here today both as a ward member of Portland and as a resident of the Isle and Royal Manor of Portland, who, along with many of the good people here today, will be affected by this planning proposal to build an energy from waste incinerator within Portland Port. We implore you to reject this application in full, as it would damage people's lives on a small island, not forgetting our neighbours nearby upon the mainland who also object to this incinerator. The carbon emissions and toxic pollution created by burning waste brought into Dorset from far and wide is irreversible. Carcinogenic fly ash blowing around within the port will be released into the local environment and the sea, as it is loaded in open buckets into vessels for transportation. Classed as hazardous waste, it has health implications to people working within the port and the marine environment. The only coastal World Heritage Site in the world, attracting many visitors and dependent upon tourism. Portland is the heart of the WHO Jurassic Coast. The World Heritage Watch has expressed their opposition, highlighting detrimental effects to the outstanding universal value of the Jurassic World Heritage Site, for which the UK has global responsibility. Do we want to be the ones that lose Jurassic Coast its World Heritage status, which has happened to Liverpool recently? I sincerely hope not. My family live on Liverpool, I should say. Historic England also cannot support this application due to the potential impact it would have on important scheduled monuments and listed buildings around the historic port. I understand that over 1 million litres of fresh water per week would be required to drive the turbines within an energy from waste incinerator of this application size. On Wednesday, the UN discussed fresh water and its shortage across the globe with world leaders. Experts are warning that global freshwater demand will outstrip supply by 40% by 2030. So how will this incinerator impact our future local water supply capacity from the River Wey, when only last year we had a nationwide drought? We have chosen to do all that we can at Dorset Council to reduce our carbon emissions. It would be irresponsible of us to allow this application to proceed. It would contribute vastly to the environment and ecological destabilisation. Above all, it must be the residents and communities of South Dorset whose health, well-being and voices should be considered first and foremost today, before profit for the few. My experience to date, having spoken to many both on and off the island, is that the vast majority are against this application. I hope you will listen to the good citizens, respected organisations and the planning officers of the council who are proposing that you, the committee, reject this application. To summarise, if I may, I do wish the port success in finding a truly green method of providing power to the cruise liners in the future. ERW is not green, however it's dressed up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, it's Councillor Nick Ireland.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm Councillor Nick Ireland. I represent Crossways Ward. on Dorset Council, and I'm here today primarily to support the objections of Osmondton Parish Council and its residents to the application in front of you. As with other awards that have already been made ably represented, the application doesn't sit within the parish, but directly impacts upon, and I'm grateful for the chance to represent their views. I'm sure you've all read the consultee responses, but to summarise briefly, the parish's objections are in no particular order. Adverse visual impact, in particular the scale of the building against the backdrop of Portland, light pollution, and the visibility of the emissions plume from the Jurassic coastline opposite. Adverse impact from pollutants, with prevailing winds taking emissions towards the beaches of Osmington and Ringstead. Climate harm from CO2. Bottom line is, to have any chance of reversing climate change, we have to stop burning stuff now. Adverse impacts on traffic and road safety from additional large HGV movements on already congested routes. So that summarises the main issues my residents have. I'd like to add that the energy generated from burning plastic in energy from waste incinerators represents one of the most carbon-intensive sources of power, second only to coal, and is inherently inefficient, with at least 70% of the chemical functionality in the waste lost in the process of actually converting it to cinders, essentially. And around a quarter of the input mass, so the stuff that's being proposed to be delivered to Portland by lorries, becomes bottom ash, or IBA, which is this friendly little term, and it's an insidiously hazardous and under-regulated byproduct which contains toxic, high level of concern elements and persistent organic pollutants, some of which are listed in the Stockholm Convention, and these are both long-lasting and bioaccumulate in higher trophic levels. That basically means they stay in the ecology for a long time. We've heard that this dangerous waste is to be shipped elsewhere, so at additional carbon cost, and failing any proximity principle. It seems proximity principle can be taken as you like it. And contrary to the claims that this will disappear benignly into some circular economy, when the facts are that there are numerous concerns for public health and safety in relation to the use of waste incinerator bottom ash in cement-based products and in road pathway aggregates. In comparison to direct airborne pollution from waste incinerators, bottom ash has gone somewhat under the radar, making it ripe for greenwashing, and that's what you're being sold today. I'm proud to stand here as the member of this council who proposed that back in 2019 we declare a climate emergency, and the majority of you, in fact all of you apart from one, and I won't hold it against him, voted for that. You have heard numerous reasons, all valid under planning law, to support the recommendations of our officers and refuse the application for this incinerator, and I trust that you will do so. Yes, if it's refused, it will almost certainly go to appeal. That shouldn't, and I'm confident it won't be, a factor in your decision. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ireland. Okay, 2:53. I'm now going to propose we have another break, 2:54, another break for, say, 20 minutes until 3:15, if that's okay, so that you can prepare your responses and we can continue the rest of the business. Right, so we're back in the room, and the next phase of this is that we're going to get the officer responses to what they've heard in the presentations so far. And I think Mike Garrett is going to lead on this, yes? Yeah? Okay, Mike, over to you.
Can you hear? Is that okay? Is that working? Yeah. So, yeah, thank you. I've got quite a comprehensive list of notes here. So, and I'm picking up comments that were made by people this morning as well as this afternoon. So bear with me. And so apologies if it's a little bit disjointed as I'm going through. What I'm going to try and do is pick up any salient points that I think have made that I feel need to be answered that aren't already covered in the committee report or the presentation that I think should do. I won't necessarily address every single point that's been made, although they are, of course, noted. One of the speakers this morning had mentioned, and it came up a few times, about the wrong technology in the wrong place. Now, I just wanted, just as a point of clarification, technology choices are not something that the waste plan tends to get embroiled in, because technology changes over time, so it's not specific to technology. We've heard, and as the applicants have said themselves, I don't think there's a lot of disagreement over our views in terms of the impact on carbon emissions and this proposal either. So we accept that actually treating residual waste through an energy recovery facility is in line with national policy and is in line with our own waste plan. Again, there were suggestions that other alternative technologies hadn't been considered or could come forward, such as turbines and that kind of thing. Again, I just remind members that you have to consider the proposal that's actually before you today, not those that we don't have those to consider, and it's not a question of either or. You have to consider the application that you're dealing with. There were issues raised about noise from the plant. Now, again, I think it's worth just reflecting on the fact that the applicants had provided an environmental impact assessment that considered issues such as noise. We had our own in-house people check and corroborate those findings. So it's not to say that there wouldn't necessarily be noise at all from a plant such as this, but it is on an allocated employment site. It's within the commercial port, and there was nothing in any of that work that would have suggested there was going to be any residual impact that would be unacceptable. So I don't think as officers we could necessarily support any conclusion otherwise on that point. There was a comment, the various comments about the future-proofing of the plant, the funding of it, the shell company, the likelihood of this coming forward and how long it's going to take to come forward. Again, I would just say to you, if you're considering this application, exactly the same arguments could be made for any site that came forward, whether it was an allocated site or not, and that's not for members to consider. That is a commercial decision ultimately of the applicant. They would have a period of time to implement the permission. If they didn't, then it would expire. So I think that's the way we would have to look at that. So I understand why the points are made, but it's not something that members can consider. There were questions about whether the district heating was certain or not. I personally think from the evidence we've had from the application that we've had reasonable assurances that there is a desire and the capability to deliver that. So for the purposes, as we've seen in appeal decisions, that level of reasonable assurance and endeavour shows that there is an opportunity there to deliver that. So I would accept that that's a reasonable thing to expect to come forward. Again, there were comments about meteorological impacts and the uncertainty of dispersal of pollutants. This is something that I think, from my understanding of a lot of the modelling that's been going on around emissions, there's been quite significant and advanced modelling of the actual emissions from both the stack and from the actual traffic movements. So they take account of things such as the landform, the prevailing wind direction. So we don't have any evidence before us to say that there are going to be such significant effects arising from this that are going to cause a problem that we would say was unacceptable. Again, there are issues and concerns, and I fully understand this about health and impact on well-being of people in the area. We have, through the planning application, consulted health colleagues, and we've had work done through the environmental impact assessment on health implications as well. So these facts have been tested through the application process. It's not that they've been ignored, they have been tested. And we do have to bear in mind that there is the fact that whilst there may be some emissions from the plant itself, there will be the benefit of the shore power reducing any emissions from ships that are in dock as well. So I think that's just worth bearing in mind. There was comments about biodiversity and the holding objection from Natural England, and that the appropriate assessment had not been independently corroborated. I can speak on behalf of our own appropriate assessment. We've employed experts to actually conduct that work, and they have done that in close cooperation with Natural England, and the methodology they've used is robust, has been accepted, and Natural England have supported the findings. So from the Council's own appropriate assessment, we have no issue with that. The Environment Agency will, of course, have to corroborate and get the agreement of Natural England. And I was asked the question as to whether or not we'd had any confirmation of that, and the answer is not yet. We have phoned the Environment Agency, but we're not aware of that as yet. But I don't have any expectation that is going to reveal any particular issues. But if it is, and members were minded to approve this scheme, we would pick it up anyway. So from our point of view, there's no risk of a development going ahead that would cause a likely significant effect. There were comments about that decarbonising needs to be greater, and the seeking of zero emissions. Now, I think that the important point about this is the country's ambitions of moving towards net zero doesn't mean no carbon. It means net zero. It means that actually, on balance, you actually reduce your carbon emissions to zero. There would still be some supply of energy from sources of fuel that were going to lead to carbon emissions in that mix. Now, national policy doesn't tell us any other story on that. So, and we also have to accept that the process of actually energy recovery from a plant does actually sit higher on the waste hierarchy than pure disposal in a landfill site. So I think from that point of view, I can fully understand, and this is an ongoing theme with this council, and it should be, is how do we actually accelerate our move towards getting towards dealing with the climate emergency. But we have to take our responsibilities in the context of legislation and policy constraints as well. And we're taking steps through our own policies that we're advancing and developing. This one has to be considered in the context of the policies. And we brought to your attention earlier the appeal decision, which was only last month, where the issue of carbon was very specifically considered because it was a reason for refusal, and the appeal was not upheld on that ground. The principle of that would apply totally equally with this as well. There was also comment about prejudicing other sites. Now, I don't think we have any evidence before us to say that this would prejudice the other sites that are in our local plan. The recycling rates are getting better and higher. That's true, but again, we would draw back to the evidence of our own local plan, which it built into it forecast of waste arisings over the life of the plan. So it had an assumption about recycling rates, what residual waste would be left over. So our understanding of the residual waste that's left over of 234,000 tonnes is predicated on that understanding of those forecast waste arisings. So from our point of view, we know what the residual waste need is in Dorset, and we know what capacity we need to provide in order to meet that. I'm just, without wishing to incur the wrath of the clergy, we did hear a very impassioned plea on behalf of the morality almost of decision making. Now, I don't want to get too embroiled in that, and I fully understand concerns around what this is doing, but the planning process has to be based on the integrity of the system. And that is based on professional judgment as well, on the material planning considerations that we are able to consider. So we as officers are advising you on the basis of what we think are defensible reasons, which are in the report. So for that reason, that's all I'd like to say on that point. Now I'm coming on to the afternoon session now. We heard from Portland Port. Now, I'd like to pick up on this because there are a couple of things that were said here that need to be clarified. There was reference to a former corporate director of Dorset Council who had been engaged in discussions around waste management, and that is completely and totally separate from our role as a planning authority. So that has no bearing on us. We don't get involved in those discussions. We have no part to play in discussions about how Dorset manages its own waste contracts. Those contractual discussions take place completely independently of the planning system. We have a role to consider planning applications on their merits as they come before us. And we would treat our own applications, for example, if they came before us in the same way as anybody else's. So that point, I don't think I can say too much about that. Now, there was also mention of the fact that the port should have been, this site should have been included in the waste plan as an allocation. Now, I would have to put the onus back on the port to say they had an opportunity to argue that case through the preparation of the plan. The plan was prepared. It went through a public examination and the inspector found it sound and it was adopted. And that is now the plan before us and the plan that we must consider. We then heard an account which I would say it was fairly uncomfortable listening, I would have to say, which was I suppose, itemising certain failings or alleged failings on the part of the planning authority in terms of how this process has been managed. And I don't want to dispute the fact that there has been some disruption to the application process, but there were various comments around fishing for comments, that kind of thing, fishing for opinions. It's worth bearing in mind that we have seen changes in staffing within the council over the period of time this application has been before us. So we have had case officers who have moved on, we've had landscape officers who have changed, we have different views. We've also had views and opinions expressed in formats that my own personal view is they've perhaps been painted in a slightly more positive light than as we would perceive them, in terms of almost as if they're supporting the application in terms of landscape or heritage impacts. Now, I'm not intending to put words in the mouth of other people, but we know from the actual comments that were in those representations that we also had a number of concerns and issues that were raised that we have a duty to explore. We did have a case officer that was on the application who was a consultant appointed at a time when we had staff shortages within the team, who had carried the case forward to a certain point of time. That came to an end, and we have a new case officer. Now, that case officer is entitled to come afresh and look at where the position is. And we heard from one of the speakers that there can be healthy discussion around opinions and views on certain things. Planning is not straightforward, and I hope you've gathered from today that there are some significant arguments in favour of this application, as well as some arguments against it that we consider to be significant. So from that point of view, we know this is a planning balance, and it has to be weighed up in that context. But I would defend the right of any officer who has to make their own mind up based on their own opinion and judgment on particular planning applications. And if they need to seek further advice because they're unclear about a particular comment, then they're entitled to do so. And this won't be the only application where we will go back and ask for a second opinion or get further advice from a particular consultee. So that was just the point I wanted to make on those particular issues. I think there were issues about the landscape officer views and how they're limited in terms of its views. All I would say on that is that we did have a fairly robust response from the applicant's consultant on the landscape officer's opinions on some of that thing, and further consideration was given to those issues, but it doesn't actually alter the overall position that we feel as far as the level of impact of this scheme. So bear with me, I'm just reading through, seeing the other points that were made. There was a point about the planning balance that because of this is in effect in reflection on the update sheet that you will have seen, where there was a table setting out the benefits of the scheme and what weight we were attributing to them. Now, just for clarification, I wasn't intending that to be a change in our interpretation of the scheme. It was a clarification around how we deem those impacts to be weighed up or given weight in the actual application. So that was the purpose of that. So it doesn't result in a change or refresh of the recommendation that comes before you, but it is a clarification from our point of view. Now, there were some comments made as well about misinterpretation of the waste plan, the National Waste Management Strategy, and hefty dose of reality, I think was used as a phrase. And that was to do with the allocated sites. Just to pick up on a few of those points, I don't believe that there is any particular point of discord between our adopted waste plan and the national waste approach. And I don't think we've ever disputed the principle of energy recovery actually being a benefit in terms of moving waste up the waste hierarchy, which again accords with what that would seek to do. So from that point of view, we have made quite a lot of emphasis on our own waste plan, and we've used that as our sort of principal sort of port of call in actually how we've assessed the application. And we've gone through the policies in accordance with that. Now, this will be a point of dispute as to whether or not the proximity principle suits this site better than the allocated sites. I would say that we have come to the position on the advantages of application sites, because it's very important to point out that the Policy 4 says unallocated sites will only be permitted where they have advantages over the allocated sites. It has other considerations as well. Some of those considerations the application meets perfectly well and does a very good job. But we do still retain a concern that the allocated sites are likely to be better placed in terms of the proximity principle. Now, the question mark about whether or not a site is going to come forward or not, well, that can be thrown at any site. It could be thrown at this one. Just because we've got an application before it doesn't mean it won't come forward or it will come forward. We have no certainty until a site does come forward. All we can say is we do have allocated sites. We have ones that have existing waste management facilities. Co-location opportunities do exist. They are closer to where we consider the source of the waste to be. And at the same time, we know that there are expressions of interest in effect in bringing forward sites that are in our allocated plan. Now, over time, that may change, and we may have to review that position, but we would have to do that anyway as part of a review of a local plan. So I say that in way of defence of our position on how we've interpreted the policy. So that, I think, was specifically on those points. I'm just checking to see. There were some comments around the hazardous nature of waste and things such as impact of waste materials, all of those sorts of things. Now, on that point, a point of clarification that this is intended to deal with non-hazardous waste streams. Waste that is hazardous has to go through a very specific form of permitting and can only go to permitted sites that are specifically licensed to deal with certain waste streams. So from that point of view, and this is no different from this site or any other that would be allocated for residual waste, there's not an issue. So I can't see that we could have any argument over or ability to show that there was a reason for refusal effectively on grounds of risk of hazardous waste. Equally, when it comes to dealing with incinerator bottom ash, we would have conditions in place about how things like the waste is managed and is regulated and all of those kinds of things, so that we could ensure that was going to take place in a safe manner. I'd just also like to pick up on before I hand over to Hilary, this is, I think, my final point. Actually, no, final but one, I've seen another one. The issue of highway impacts. Now, inevitably, there will be highway impacts from development. We have to accept that that's going to be the case. This is on a site that's allocated for employment land. If it wasn't coming forward for this site, we can only assume it's going to come forward for another form of development. So there will be vehicular movements associated with that. The highway modelling has shown what the likely level of impact is in the worst case scenario, assuming that the waste is all transferred by HGV and assuming all of the IBA goes out all comes by road rather than sea. There is obviously the opportunity that some of that could come by sea, but if it all went by road, it's been modelled, it's been assessed, and our own highway officers have assessed it and considered that there is no residual impact that would be so severe as to warrant refusal on the highway network. Now that is a subtle difference because that's about highway capacity and issues to do with safety. We don't dispute that there is a separate issue about amenity, that any large development could potentially have amenity impacts and localized effects arising from vehicular movements. So if you've got HGVs moving to and from a place and they're going past sensitive receptors, that causes some disturbance. It may cause some noise. It may actually cause some localized pollution effects. But on the balance of the application and from the evidence that we have and we've assessed it against, we believe that that is actually at a level that would not be deemed to be unacceptable. And also we feel that the conditions that could be placed on the application would be sufficient to ensure that those movements were controlled during the times that they would operate, so that we would ensure that disturbance would not happen at the latest possible times. The applicant has also agreed a routing sort of plan for HGVs in and out to avoid having to go up, for example, steep hills at certain times with a full load and all those kinds of things. So it's all about trying to manage and mitigate those impacts. We also had a comment about the fact that the port does have capacity for shore power. That may well be the case for fairly small uptake but I would suggest that would be unlikely in the case of one of these large cruise ships that have pretty substantial draws on energy when they come into port. So if you do want shore power to be provided, then I think you do need upgrading to be able to allow that, and there needs to be some form of generation or supply that is capable of handling that. So I think that's just a point of correction and our understanding of the situation. So that's probably all I have on the points that were raised, but I will now hand over. I was going to ask if Hilary wouldn't mind just answering a couple of points on the World Heritage Site before Phil picks up on something on the appropriate assessment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Yes, I just wanted to clarify some points about the World Heritage Site because it's been quoted a lot today. It is correct that the World Heritage Site is designated for its geological and geomorphological interest, not its landscape or natural beauty. But when we're talking about views to and from it, we are talking about how people experience that. And I think that the comments from the Jurassic Coast Trust, which have been put in the report as well, are very clear on the two settings of the World Heritage Site, if you like, the functional setting within which development that might require defences should be avoided, and the experiential setting, which is about development that might harm people's ability to experience and study the geology. It's also a very narrow strip of the coast. It doesn't cover very much land, and this site isn't within it. But there is an issue around how people experience it, and the development is in the setting. And similarly, the area of outstanding natural beauty, the site is not within that designation, it's actually some way away. But in both cases, it is legitimate to consider the impact of development in the setting on the designation itself. Thanks.
Thank you. So I just wanted to deal with the point that was raised about the decision, the options for making decisions that are available to you, given where we are with the appropriate assessment and the Environment Agency's appropriate assessment. So it's been set out in the report that the two responsible authorities have taken a joint approach to produce appropriate assessments dealing with our relative areas of expertise. And so it's correct that if you wish to approve the application, a decision couldn't be issued until the planning authority had considered the Environment Agency's appropriate assessment and determined whether or not that raised planning issues, which the planning authority needed to consider before it could issue its decision. If members were minded to approve the application, then that resolution would need to be subject to consideration of possible conditions, Section 106 obligations, and also, as I've said, the Environment Agency's appropriate assessment. I would say that the report does state, as you'll have seen, where the benefits can be secured and the harm mitigated by way of conditions or Section 106 obligation. And as far as I can see, that's consistent with other authorities. Certainly how Hampshire and Cornwall deal with their reports when officers recommend refusal, and indeed you'll have seen from other reports to you, that's how we deal with it. So my advice in that scenario would be, if you were minded to approve, that that would be subject to a resolution. The officers report back to you with a report that deals with those issues that still need to be considered by the authority. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that fairly comprehensive summing up, covering most of the points, I'm sure, if not all of them. Thank you. I'm going to move over to members, but just before I do so, Councillor Shane Bartlett, you just wanted to make a statement, Shane.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, for clarity, due to personal illness, I haven't taken part in the meeting. I didn't intend to, and I have no intention of taking part in the debate or the questions. And just to clarify, it's not COVID, just to allay everybody's fears. And your apologies, Chairman, I will probably be leaving before the end of the meeting. Thank you.
No, that's fine. Thank you. I'll leave it to you. When you feel you've had enough, then please leave. If you've got COVID, the chamber would empty much more quickly, I'm sure. But anyway, I hope you feel well soon. So, members, it's over to you. It's your turn now. And just a couple of things before I open it up. You've had an overload of information over several months, really, and it's come to fruition today. It's been a long time coming, this meeting, and for, I think, very good reason, because we've had a really, really good drill down with it. Certainly not just today, but over a period of time beforehand as well. You've heard some very convincing arguments here, both for and against what is in that report. I'm going to say that I was disappointed at the slurs that came against officers. I don't think that was right, and I wouldn't like to think that happening again in this sort of environment. And accepted, as the planners have said, there have been perhaps some flaws going forward if you look at the history. But I think I must just register that disappointment. Having said that, you've had that information. You now must consider it carefully. It's fairly late in the day. I'm not bothered about, I'm a pedant for time, but I'm not bothered how long we take. But what I would suggest is that we speak, if we can speak as briefly as we can, and obviously say what we need to say and not overlap with what colleagues are saying, particularly if you can. That would be helpful. So on that note, I think I'll move to say who wants to speak first. And it's Councillor Kelvin Clayton.
Thank you, Chair. Can I first ask 3 technical questions, quite short questions, if that's okay?
Just for clarity, Councillor Clayton, we're not having a separate question and debate. Just ask questions and you can come back then, okay? That's fine.
Okay. Until Councillor Ireland, speaking last this afternoon, brought up the topic, very little's been said about incinerator bottom ash. And I think Councillor Ireland and myself must have seen the same report that suggested that there is independent empirical research providing strong evidence that IBA is insidiously hazardous and unregulated. Could I have any clarification on that, please? Shall I ask all 3 questions together? My second question concerns the water supply needed. Again, very little's been said about the amount of fresh water supply needed for the plant and whether the supply is adequate. And my third question is one of the speakers commented that the energy output from the site was equivalent to one offshore wind turbine. Could a technical officer confirm whether the accuracy of that? Thank you.
And for the purposes of this exercise, I'm going to field any questions initially to Mike Garrity, and then he'll field it to his various officers. So, okay, over to you, Mike.
I mean, we are not experts in terms of what might happen with the incinerator bottom ash once it gets beyond its end use. But there are processes and regulatory procedures in place for dealing with waste generally. So if incinerator bottom ash is put to a useful end product, which is the intention with this particular case, then what we can see is that there is a genuine attempt to make that circular economy argument, whereby you take the incinerator bottom ash and put it to a meaningful use through its recycling. It ultimately, if it doesn't get used for something, then it needs to be disposed of. And then there are other regulatory processes that are in place to deal with that. So that would be the same for this site or any other as far as procedures are concerned. So I think that's probably all I could say on that particular issue. The second question was, oh yeah, water supply. We've not had any evidence before us to suggest that there is an impact on water supply or that this is going to harm that. So we would have to take advice on a matter such as that, but we've had no objections. That's not been flagged up. Bear in mind that this process has been through an environmental impact assessment as well, and through that we go through a scoping exercise which invites commentary from a variety of expert stakeholders to offer views or concerns, which then have to form part of the appropriate assessment when it's done. So from that perspective, we can only conclude that we have no evidence that there is going to be an impact that we would consider unacceptable through the development. The wind turbine issue, I don't, as I've made the point earlier, and as we've said in the presentation, we're not here to consider alternatives to this. We have to consider the application before us. But the answer really comes down to how big is your turbine, really. You know, you can have smaller turbines or larger turbines, but bear in mind that a turbine still has to be sited somewhere, and it still has the potential to have impact in terms of landscape and heritage, depending on where it is. So it's not a certainty that you will find an alternative site for a wind turbine that could generate albeit that it would be renewable. That's not the question effectively before the committee. It's to consider the application on its merits. Thank you.
Is that okay, Councillor Clayton? Did you want to come back on that?
Not totally okay, but I don't really see the point of pushing it, as I don't think I'm going to get any firm answer.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, incidentally, I didn't say it just before we started, but I know I introduced you, but when you do speak, can you please introduce yourself so clearly the viewers on the live stream know exactly who is speaking. So next on my list is Councillor Sherry Jesperson. Did you not?
Alex Brenton.
Councillor Alex Brenton.
Thank you, Chair. Alex Brenton, actually literate in Upton, so I'm nowhere near Portland, but I do go there regularly. And I've got a few issues that I'd like to discuss rather than question, if that's all right. There was a lot of talk about historical heritage and such like, but we're very aware that when we went on our visit, we all stood at the bottom of that hill next to that heap of soil and said, this is an industrial area. But the rest of the island isn't. And so it is a distinct area, it's slightly separate. And so we understand that it has to be used, but any use, according to planning regulations, or how I remember planning, is that it shouldn't have deleterious effects on the neighbourhood or the neighbours, the quality of life of the people in the area. So what concerns me, there's two or three things that concern me. we have obviously a one-way, a peninsula. Even if we talk about having a rotational road in Weymouth, it's a peninsula. Traffic goes down there, it has to turn around and come back in. So we have a lot, it's arguable how much, extra traffic, HGV traffic, planned. Before that, we will have a lot of construction traffic planned. There are narrow streets going through the bottom of Portland. We did the circuit of the recommended route round Weymouth when we all did our site visit, and we got stuck in a traffic jam, and that was in January, was it? When did we? It was in the winter. It wasn't in the summer. You go there in the summer, it's very different. The quality of life for people on Portland and Wyke is very much affected by traffic. We are in a position of making their lives worse if we allow this. You could argue something else is going to have to happen there, but it won't necessarily have this amount of daily traffic. That's one point. I'm also concerned about particulates and some extra NOx and CO2 and sulfur dioxide emissions. Even if it is minimal and insignificant, it is actually building up. Sulfur doesn't disappear. Sulfur is not a very soluble element, and it will build up in the landscape around. And it will make, I mean, we have issues where a lot of people walk on chalk grassland in the Purbeck area anyway, and probably on Portland. And it's surprising how even the little bit of detritus they leave, you know, the sandwiches, alter the fertility of the soil. So having these airborne particles will gradually change the biodiversity of the area, whether we like it or not. That is happening. But this is quite a special designation. The grassland on top of Portland is different because it is unimproved. And we do not particularly wish it to be improved, because then we will lose a lot of specific species. And it may be minimal, but it's going to keep going. The other thing is any dust, any detritus that blows around, and if you're talking about ships coming in, lorries coming in, you are going to have inevitably some small spillages. And that is the sort of stuff that will blow around and get into the harbour, in a harbour that has a sailing academy and a lot of local hobbyist sailors, windsurfers and such like that. So I am concerned about the quality of the water in Weymouth Harbour, which is actually quite a contained space. It doesn't swish up the channel, it tends to stay in. So I'm concerned about that. And I think the other thing is we're told very much that we need these cruise ships. Fine, but if I remember rightly, when we were in COVID lockdown, we had a lot of cruise ships sitting in the harbour, up to 6 at a time. And the smell and the smog from their generators did hang about, because we do, I know we have the prevailing wind is southwesterly, and we do have a lot of storms like today, but we also have quite a few cold east winds that keep the air tight. And we've had more of those. In the last 3 years, we have had more of those spells of high pressure with east winds, which would keep the air circulating inside Weymouth Harbour rather than blowing away. So I am concerned that we are building up a problem for the future. Then it comes down to, is the shore power essential? It's obviously a very good benefit, but is it essential? Is the economy of Portland totally dependent on having cruise ships and their allied effects? We already have an unloading bay. We have, as we've seen in the report, lots of other developments happening in the Portland area. Perhaps that economy will be able to go on without the whole power fuel thing. So there's several things there I'm going, which is better for the area? The quality of life of the residents now, and possibly in the future, or possibly a short-term 10-year economic boost from having this power fuel, having all these construction jobs, which in the end may peter out because there isn't the demand in 10 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenton. I do agree with you. I couldn't see a question there at all, as you said, but I'm going to ask the officers if they did want to respond to anything you've said there. Mike?
If it's okay, I'll deal with a few and then maybe pass over to Steve Savage on some of the comments around highway impacts, if that's okay with you, Steve. Yeah, thank you. So the particulates and emissions issue, if I just pick up on that, just to say that an energy recovery plant with incineration processes will be very closely regulated by the Environment Agency, and it has to meet various stringent emissions standards. They also have to conduct the appropriate assessment on those emissions, looking at impacts on the very things that you've mentioned. If it's a habitat that is likely to be affected, that has to be assessed. We ourselves have done very robust assessment, taking account of the type of environment that it is, what the grassland condition is, what kind of species are there. That has all been looked at, and so the actual condition of that site has informed the appropriate assessment, and that has been scrutinised and agreed by Natural England as well. So from that point of view, I think some of this will come down to other regulatory regimes because they have to manage and monitor that process. We can obviously have some control over that in terms of the kind of use that it's permitted to do. So we're saying that it's going to be for refuse-derived fuel in effect. So it's for non-hazardous waste that goes into the plant. Everything else then gets controlled through the other regulatory processes. The question of the cruise ships and actually the emissions from cruise ships, that's one of the key arguments as to why shore power would be a benefit. Because obviously if they're moored up and they can get that shore power, they're not having to use their diesel engines, which I would suggest is probably likely to have more localised impacts than the emissions from the flue, given the way that it's controlled and regulated. So from that point of view, that's all part of that equation. Whether or not shore power is essential, we have to consider what's put before us. And we've had testimony from the port saying how they consider it's very important to their business model. We've had testimony from the cruise ship companies to say that actually they would really welcome this. The Local Enterprise Partnership has also said that they see the economic benefits of this. Those are all considerations that we've taken into account in actually understanding that particular case. So those are all things that I would say, from our point of view, I think that answers the question, if that helps, but we have to base it on that kind of evidence rather than coming to our own opinion on it, if you see what I mean. But it's balancing that up. So on that note, you've mentioned some issues about traffic, and I think probably Steve Savage might be better placed to answer that. So I'll finish there, Chairman, if that's all right.
Thank you, Chair. Steve Savage representing the Highway Authority here. You make a good point, Councillor. The primary concern we have, or the focus we have here, is on HGV movements, of course. And we've all heard that there could be up to 80 in a day, 80 two-way movements, so 40 in and 40 out. The application was supported by a very comprehensive transport assessment, which looked at a plethora of items with regards to highways in the area, and obviously the impact of the proposal's traffic. And the presumption that we've had to work to is a worst-case scenario where all the IBA and the RBF are going to be transported by lorry, by HGV, in and out of the site. We know that the 80 HGV movements will be on the local highway network, and they will be driving to the strategic highway network. They will be following the advisory HGV route through Weymouth that's currently in operation. So the important point, as far as we're concerned, is there are already HGVs on this network. They are already on the route driving to and from the island, already serving the port and the working quarries on the island. The transport assessment itself looked at a large number of links on the network, a large number of the links precisely for the reason you said, because of the congestion. And the predicted traffic movements, I won't bore you with the procedure that went through the analysis, basically confirmed that the actual impact of that traffic would be no more than a 3% increase in traffic flows on the network. Now, this is comparatively low and well within the daily variation or fluctuation we'd expect on the network, so it should be imperceptible as far as we're concerned. You mentioned construction traffic, Councillor. The construction traffic numbers fall within the same numbers as the trips would be generated by the actual use itself. They will fluctuate. They'll be of a different type. They'll be of a larger type. For example, when the piling takes place, there'll be larger numbers of larger vehicles. Then it will fluctuate with regards to what they need to bring in and out of the port. So I can assure you we fully considered this. The position of the Highway Authority is that we can't consider it to be severe when we're looking at the assessment criteria within the MPPF, paragraphs 110 and 111. The residual cumulative impact is not severe, and we couldn't recommend that there's any substantive reason to recommend a refusal as a consequence. So hopefully that's just outlined briefly, Chair. Obviously, any further questions, happy to answer them.
Yes, thank you very much, Steve. Okay. You want to come back on that?
Sorry, can I just throw two more points in there?
If you're there a second, Mike just wants to come in again very briefly before you do it. I'm going to let you come back, Alex, but I'll just ask Mike.
Apologies, Chairman. I failed to catch your eye then in the moment. I just wanted to add the fact that during construction, it's commonplace to have conditions and a construction environment management plan in place as well during the temporary period of the construction, so that we can actually look at the details of how that construction traffic is going to be managed during that period of time. So that would be the normal practice with any site, and certainly one of this scale. Thank you.
Thank you. So what did you want to come back with then, Councillor Brenton?
Could I just, the other bit that I didn't mention just now was when we're talking about quality of life and we're talking about residents in the area, in the notes it says that the tower is pretty much the same height as many houses that are halfway up the hill anyway. And on top of this, the stack, there will be a red flashing light, obviously to deter aeroplanes flying into it at night, and we know that's an issue around here. So this flashing light is going to be on all night, basically at bedroom window level. I don't like the sound of that. The other thing that I'd like to throw in is that although it says that there will be all these assessments and monitoring when the power fuel setup is set up, it does say there'll be 6 monthly when it's running well. Now, we know that things don't always run well. There could be quite a few hiccups until there's a nice quiet spot, in which case a time to monitor it. So if we do pass this, could we put in some conditions that say it needs to be monitored a lot more than every 6 months for emissions? Thank you.
I will pass that to the experts.
I think we could have further discussions. There would be an opportunity to discuss that, and we'd have to understand what the purpose of the monitoring was and whether that was going to add. But those things are all open to discussion to understand what the purpose of it is, what the frequency should be, and whether there are issues that are arising along the way. So yes, thank you.
Right, thank you. I'm going to move on now. My next speaker is Vice Chairman, Councillor John Worth.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Councillor John Worth, I represent the Chickerell Ward. One of my questions is around the flue height. Now, the flue height is pitched at 80 metres. And I think the location is very pertinent to this. If it was a energy from waste facility in another area, the flue height of 80 metres will be way and above adjacent properties. There wouldn't be 80-metre high properties in that area. However, the height of the cliff is 125 metres with the Verne on top of it and some residential properties. So the height of the flue is below those residential properties. So that gives me concern, and that's why I say it's about the location. Energy from waste, yes, they are good They're like the curate said, they're good in parts, but I don't think this location is particularly a good location for it, bearing in mind that the height of the flue is below the level of the cliffs and the adjacent properties. The other thing is, I know we've talked about 80 highway movements and the highways officers explained that to us, but what you have to bear in mind is the area of Wyke in Weymouth. The cumulative effect of a further 80 vehicles per day in that area is going to be quite dramatic for that particular area. You know, highway capacity, fine, but the cumulative effect of all the particulates that are being pumped out in that area, I think needs to be taken into consideration. And I have actually got a question as well. How much, if this facility was to come forward, how much of the waste that it would be burning would come from Dorset at this, you know, say it came into fruition in 2 years' time? Would we get a lot of our waste would be going there, so therefore we would be cutting down on the mileage that our waste would be doing? Thank you.
Yep, just to pick up on that question, Chairman, it is a merchant facility, so as with this would be the case of pretty much every waste facility of this scale. It has to effectively get contracts for the waste. So if it gets contracts for Dorset's waste, it would take that waste. It could, as with any other facility, take waste from other locations as well. So it would come down to a sort of an issue of those contractual agreements. Now, this is where it gets tricky with the proximity principle as well, because you have to accept to some extent that these facilities operate on a greater than local scale because they're more sub-regional, the nature of their operation. It goes to the core, I suppose, of one of the arguments that we have, where we think the proximity principle does lend weight to the allocated sites because of the fact of where they are. This one is likely, whilst it's advantageous to have the ships to some extent, it means there is the chance that a lot of the waste will come in from further afield rather than Dorset's waste itself. But we can't be certain about that. There's no guarantee one way or the other. There's always that question as to how does any operation compete for those waste streams and win contracts for the management of that waste.
You want to come back?
Yes. Yeah, on that subject of where the waste comes from, I stand to be corrected on this, but I understood that DWP had signed a 10-year contract with another waste facility to deal with this. So is that correct?
That's right. Yeah. I understand that the contract is initially for up to 2027, but with a 3-year extension clause in there. So there would be opportunities, obviously, during the construction process for any other facility to bid or compete for that waste stream. That's my understanding.
Yeah, happy with
Good, thank you. Okay, next. Did Mary Penfold? Yeah, I've got Dave Bolwell down.
Did you?
No, maybe it was Mary Penfold's hand got in the way, but yes, got you next.
Chairman, in the interest of transparency, before I speak and ask a question, I just want to say that I am one of the Council's representatives on SCOPAC, which is the Standing Conference on Problems Associated with the Coastline, and SIG, which is Coastal Special Interest Group. The question I would like to ask is, will the final appearance of the building come back to the committee?
The proposal that you've got before you is effectively showing what the layout and design of the building is, but inevitably there will be opportunities, for example, on the type of materials, the cladding, whatever it might be, that could be by subject to condition, that there could be opportunities there to have further discussions. I mean, as you'll see from the design, that quite a lot of effort has been made in terms of the the cladding itself to actually help disguise, I suppose, if you want to put it that way, the bulk of the building. But there have been questions raised about the durability of that material and about, for example, whether or not the images would be appropriate for the setting. Those would be matters that could, by matter of detail, be looked at and explored with the applicant further through the details of the scheme.
There are rare habitats on the site, and we know that we've got the Portland-based sheep. What other things are there? Is that mostly plant life?
Lichens.
Yeah, I think well, it depends on bits and pieces, because there's the SAC itself, which actually has, and I think that in itself has got various things which the Natural England are quite keen to get management of that site. So they've actually looked at opportunities to get, for example, grazing animals and that kind of thing. I don't actually have the details of the SAC designation in front of me to go through that, but we also had to consider, beyond the site itself, some of the other habitat characteristics along the causeway, which might be affected by emissions as well from the vehicles. So there's been a wider exercise than purely what's on the site to look at impacts and implications of the development, and that has been assessed.
Fine, thank you. Next, we have got Councillor Sherry Jesperson.
Councillor Sherry Jesperson, Hillforts and Upper Tarrant Ward. I don't have a question, so may I just... So, I want to start by just saying, acknowledging the very measured and well thought out representations we had from members of the public and other colleagues here today. I've been in many planning committees, and this is, in terms of the contribution from members of the public, this is one of the best I've ever heard, and I think we should thank them for, note our thanks for the work that they all put in to making their points. Two phrases stood out for me this morning and this afternoon. One, when somebody says, "What is Dorset Council for?" and somebody else says, "Do you want to be the council? Do you want to be the committee that said yes to this?" And it does focus the mind no end when we're challenged in that way, doesn't it? I have considered the benefits, which I have to say were I found that document that the document that you sent yesterday very, very useful, setting out the benefits. And I have considered them very carefully. And on balance, the famous planning balance that we're also very familiar with, even this late in the day, I remain unconvinced that these benefits outweigh the harm that this development could do. In particular, in regard to the heritage harm, which we are told is at the high end of less than substantial, and harm, less than substantial harm, though it's phrased in that way, it does actually carry very significant weight. It's true that this is a port and it's an industrial site, and so something can go here that's not pretty, not scenic. The key point for me is the bulk and the location of this particular development. The important heritage assets we are concerned with here are, by their nature, they need to be seen in relation to their long vistas, their views out to sea. It's not just the views that we can see from footpaths. It's not just us looking at them. It's the setting in which we see these important buildings. They are batteries and a citadel, not cottages. And I think that's really very significant for me in terms of the considering the harm that we might be doing here in putting this big, bulky building and the stack
right in the context, in the setting of these buildings. Similarly, with the landscape impacts, it would be perfectly possible to use this site for something industrial. It's a port. No one's saying nothing can go here. The objection, in my mind, is to the bulk and the placing of this big, solid, bulky building right on the edge of the Portland landfall. This is irrevocably altering the shape of the Isle of Portland. That's an outline, a landscape that I've known and been familiar with for the whole of my life. I can't remember when I didn't know what the shape of the Isle of Portland was. And I think we have to think very carefully before we do something that alters that skyline irrevocably. And these are, it seems to me, very considerable harms that we might be thinking of doing, and they're irrevocable harms. This is not a solar farm we're putting that's going to last 25 years. Once this building's there, it's there for a considerable length of time. And I have to say, notwithstanding all the considerable benefits that come from this development, I remain unconvinced that those benefits outweigh the harms that we would do. And so I think I would conclude at the end of a long and interesting day that I really don't feel that I have heard anything here today that would convince me not to support the officer's recommendation to refuse. Thank you. And if it's not too soon to do so, I think I would like to propose that we support the officer's recommendation to refuse for the grounds outlined in their application. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Jesperson. I'm going to put that on the table for the moment, if I may. I'll ask if you've got a seconder. You've got Councillor, I think you're just beaten by Councillor Kelvin Clayton. But we'll hold that there then. And that's, at the moment, you're proposing refusal as documented in the... Yes, okay. I think I've got Councillor Belinda Rideout next.
Thank you, Chairman. Belinda Rideout, Gillingham Ward. Quite a long way from this beautiful Jurassic coastline, but nevertheless, it's very, very important to me. Now, I've had a real battle going on in my head because in 2019, this council declared a climate and ecological emergency. And I know that this national policy and Dorset Council policy is to reduce residual waste and improve our recycling and reuse. So I'm just trying to work out how the percentage of residual waste is going to hopefully go down in relation to this application. Should it be approved, I guess we would, if we won the contract, would use the site. But if it wasn't approved today, could Dorset Council actually, could we make do? Are we okay to dispose of the waste?
That's a fair point. Bear in mind we've got allocated sites, Mike, but I'll leave that with you, shall I?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, the plan itself identifies a residual waste need over the life of the plan. So it's forecast what that would be, taking account of all sorts of things like waste arisings, recycling rates, predicted growth in waste, and all of those factors. So we know that there is an element of need overall in terms of Dorset's quantum of waste that we have to, and bear in mind as well that our plan covers both Dorset council area as well as BCP. So we've done a joint plan for the whole area. So therefore we know what those waste arisings are. If none of the allocated sites were to come forward, then the short answer is no, we wouldn't have capacity to deal with our own waste. So we would have to make arrangements for that waste to go elsewhere. So we would have a shortfall. And the waste plan is based on trying to ensure we don't have that. So from our point of view as officers, we have to consider how how certain do we think that those sites are for coming forward? Now, we went through a local plan process, and those sites went through an exercise of being tested through examination. They also tend to be sites that already have got facilities on them, so that they are known locations. So there has been some degree of understanding of the deliverability of those sites through the plan process itself. And obviously the fact that they're allocated gives them a greater degree of certainty in the plan making process. Now, that's not to say that a scheme that would come forward will automatically get planning permission. It may be refused, and that may be for various reasons, but that could be because of the detail. But as we've seen with the Wiltshire case, if a scheme comes forward and it is in an allocated plan, that gives it quite a lot of weight when it gets considered an appeal situation. So in short, we don't, without additional capacity, we would not be able to meet our waste needs over the plan period. So our answer in terms of strategy as to how we deal with that is we're saying that our allocated sites are capable in principle of meeting the need plus some headroom. So if they were all to come forward, but even if they didn't all come forward, we would have reasonable confidence that they could meet that need. But if they don't come forward, then we would have a shortfall. So that's the balance of argument that we've got to weigh up in this equation.
Does that settle the matter for you? Hopefully, it settles that for you. I think yes.
It's just that I would hate to think that we approve that today and then 15, 20 years, there isn't probably the need for these ERF sites so much, and then it's left there and it doesn't actually benefit Dorset waste-wise at all, and it would be, as someone alluded to earlier, a white elephant. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I see behind what you're saying there, because after all, waste, whatever one may think about it, I don't think it will ever be completely zero, but it will be a diminishing resource. The non-recyclable and the amount of landfill will diminish, definitely, rather than increase. And I think that's an issue to consider here. But, okay, anybody else? Have I got another speaker on the list? Dave Bolwell, Councillor Dave Bolwell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Councillor Dave Bolwell from Bridport. Chair, we've had a mix of technical and emotional presentations today, and indeed Power Fuel have put forward strong arguments for approval. But sticking purely to material planning considerations, I've considered and measured these against our planning officer's recommendation for refusal, and on balance, I find myself agreeing with the planning officer, and accordingly, I'm minded to vote for refusal. Thank you.
Okay, have I got any other speakers? Councillor Jean Dunseith.
Thank you, Chairman. Jean Dunseith, Chickrell. This is just a question. Do we send, at the moment, waste to Bridgewater? I was under the impression that we did, but one of the speakers today said that it wasn't in operation yet. So I'm a little bit confused. Is it operational? Do we know, do we send waste there now?
Right. Who wants to answer that?
Dorset's waste is sent, the black bag waste is currently sent over to Camford Magna, where there is an MBT plant, goes through that process, which pulls out some recyclables, and what's left is called RDF. And at that point, it is for the owners of that business that runs that MBT plant to decide what they do with it and where they send it. And I understand that they are sending it to Bridgewater, but the point about Bridgewater is that it is fairly new and it is still sort of takes quite a long time for them to get fully commissioned and fully operational. So, but it is being sent over there, but it is in the early stages of being commissioned.
Thank you for that. It's a bit confusing, isn't it?
Happy with that now?
I'm very happy. Could I just make a quick comment that I wanted to make? I think this application is not without some merit. in that the design of the building, I think it reflects the landform of Portland. So it's not a square box. It's been quite nicely designed, I think. And the front of it would make a smaller impact, although noticeable, from across the bay in Weymouth. To actually get the scale of the 201 metres, which I looked it up, and it's apparently the height of the HSBC headquarters in Canary Wharf. So if we can imagine that lying down, this is how long the 201 metres are. But you would only get the view of that from if you were at sea, basically. So I like the design of the building. I like what they've tried to do with it. It could just be a square box. And I like the PVC, or what was it, the mesh around it. I think that's quite a good way of taking away the stark edges and making it blend into the landscape of Portland. Also, shore power. I think it's a good idea to take waste and make something out of it. And this would help with the cruise ships and the RFAs. And it's been mentioned, well, do we need it? And this, that, and the next thing. But they are trying to build up that business. And if they could have shore power, it would definitely, I think, help out with the power for the ships. So I think that's a good point here. Portland is constrained with power. They have an 18 megawatt cable from which we send them from Chickerell. And I believe that there are constraints now on Portland as regards power, which could have impacts on future development, future businesses that they would want to start on the island. So there are a couple of I think, quite good aspects there. But when I look at it all and weigh it up against what we've been told is good and what we've been told is not good, I'm thinking about the people who live there, residents. I'm thinking about the impact on their life with the traffic. And I know we're told, well, if anything happens there, there's going to be more traffic anyway. But these will be huge lorries or articulated lorries that I think will have quite a big effect, especially on Portland Road and Castletown, because the whole 80 will effectively be going up and down. I know going through Weymouth, Boot Hill area, and then through the Chickerell and the Link Road, you'll only have 40 each way because they'll do a circuit round. So I do think it would have quite a big effect. And this could be physical, it could be emotional, and especially respiratory, with people's lungs and everything. And just because it only makes 2 or 3%, I don't think that we necessarily have to disregard it or say, well, you know, it's really not that important because it doesn't breach the 10% limit that would be needed to bring on extra concerns. So, in my view, this building, when it did get built, would have a detrimental effect on Portland and people's health and the atmosphere on Portland. And I wonder, is it really necessary? We have now got incineration. We've got quite a few in England, and we've got 4 or 5 in the southwest. So technology moves on, and I'm thinking this could take a few years to build and commission and then get their contracts. And if by that time, would the incinerator bubble almost have burst? Would we have moved on to a different way? We are recycling more. I know personally, my black bin, I'm putting less and less in it. If everybody's going the same way, more recycling, more reusing. Technology's coming on, and things used to come wrapped in plastic. Now they are wrapped in a sort of an opaque plastic that's cornflower based or something that's compostable. And I can see much more impetus with technology in the next 5 to 10 years. So were this incinerator to be built, I don't know if within 20 years, if it would even be needed. If we would actually have the fuel to put in it from Dorset, from the southwest, or would we have to import? Which I don't know. So, on balance, my view would be to accept the officer's recommendation and to reject this planning application. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, thank you very much. And I don't think that elicits really a response, because a lot of what you've mentioned in there is already figured in, you know, highways have responded and so on. So I think we've noted your comments. So thank you very much. No more speakers. I don't think it's... Yes, Councillor Belinda Rideout, you want to come back? And then Councillor Kelvin Clayton. So Belinda first.
Thank you, Chairman. Just one comment. Belinda Rideout, Gillingham Wood. I've sat here, I've tried to keep an open mind. We've had brilliant site visits. So much information has been fed into our brains. So I'm sat here, I've been trying to make a balance. But while I've been listening to everything, I've been sat here looking at the map with the UNESCO World Heritage Site, Jurassic Coast, in the Dorset area of outstanding natural beauty. And I'm just thinking that we have such a unique coastline, nothing else like it. And to put this proposal right slap bang in the middle is going to completely disrupt the whole setting. It's going to, I know it's based on geology, but it's the whole experience, and it's the tourism, the tourist experience, our own experience of our coastline. It's so important. And I think if we put this in this proposal, we let this go through today, it will be, how I see it, an unwanted dinosaur on the Jurassic coastline. And I believe the harm brought about by this proposal far outweighs any benefits. And I agree with my fellow colleagues to refuse.
Thank you. Councillor Clayton.
One's a very much in-your-face reason, and that's the impact of HGV traffic through congested roads and the associated pollution that is bound to ensue. The second is a more theoretical concern, and that's to do with sustainable development. I know in NPPF there's a presumption in favourable sustainable development. But if you take into account the waste hierarchy and you take the waste hierarchy seriously, we should be doing everything in our power to prevent waste. And that would be mitigating any business model that is making energy from waste. I am concerned that if plants like this go ahead, the pressure to prevent waste is lessened. And that's where our concern should be. So I'm more than happy to support this recommendation to reject.
Well, thank you for that. I do note your comments, but there are reasons for refusal which are quite clear in the report. And are you saying you seconded it because you fully support those reasons for refusal?
I'm happy to support for those reasons.
Thank you. And Mary Penfold?
Chairman, I think we both put our hands up, and I was third, not second, to second it. Thank you.
Okay. Any more speakers? Well, before we move to the vote, and just to clarify, at the moment we've got a proposal on the table by Councillor Sherry Jesperson to accept the officer recommendations for refuse as indicated in the officer report, and that's been seconded by Councillor Kelvin Clayton. Before I move to the vote, a couple of things I want to say. One of the members just now said that they really battled with this, and I think we've all battled with this in our minds, not just today, but for a long, long time. And I think, no, I don't think, I know that everybody here has taken this extremely seriously from both sides, the applicant side and from the opposition side, all through this process. I can vouch for that. And there are concerns that have been expressed here through the committee, and we've heard it from other sources. My view, for what it's worth, is that this particular facility ticks an awful lot of boxes. It certainly does, and you really can't argue with that, because it does. When you drill down into the detail, then you really say, well, this is doing something. There's lots of different options here. But, I think it ticks all those boxes. I think the other side of the fence ticks a lot of boxes as well, and I seriously think it is in the wrong place. And that is my view on it. I'm not going to say any more other than I will vote. It's not often the chairman votes, but I intend to vote in this case. So if members are happy, we'll move to the vote now. And first of all, I'm going to ask for all those in favour of the recommendation to refuse as shown in the officer report. And I have got a copy here if you want to know exactly what it is. Well, that is unanimous. Well, thank you very much, committee. I think that's had a really fair hearing right the way through, and it's almost the end of the long day. We've got a couple more items on the agenda yet, but it's almost the end of a very long day. But thank you so much for your input on this, and thank everybody else concerned with this, the officers and the presenting officers, and the support that the committee have had on this. Thank you very much indeed. And thank the members of the public for being so well behaved as well, which is really wonderful. It's wonderful. It shows what Dorset people are really like. Okay. Item 7, urgent items. There aren't any urgent items. And the last item, exempt business. And I'm pleased to say at 20 to 5, there is no exempt business. So at 4:41, actually, I declare the meeting closed and thank everybody very much indeed. Thank you.